powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I'm happy to be back in Burma camp once again to carry out an activity which the men and women of the Ghana Armed Forces have now become familiar. I was here on Thursday, 5th December 2019, and on Wednesday, 31st March 2021, to present to you some equipment to enhance your mobility, combat power, and overall operational and logistics capabilities. On those two occasions, in total, I presented 73 armored personnel carriers, 41 Toyota vehicles, 3 water tankers, 1 self-loading recovery truck, 1 refrigeration van, and 5 utility vehicles for waste disposal and management. Today, I'm here to present to you 40 Jeep J8 vehicles, 6 Toyota Hi-Ace minibuses, and 14 Toyota Hilux pickups, which will help you contain the security threats posed by extremist groups operating along our northern borders, and also help you deal better with internal security challenges. Government is constantly kept apprised of the needs of the armed forces, and as your Commander-in-Chief, I'm taking steps to ensure that they are met. We recognize that our vision of ensuring equitable distribution of development, progress, and prosperity to all parts of the country can only be achieved in an atmosphere of peace and security. We're determined to continue in this vein and satisfy the legitimate demands of the armed forces. I congratulate you for your commitment and dedication in ongoing operations, especially Conquered Fist and Motherland, which are intended to create secure, peaceful atmospheres along the northwestern, northern, and northeastern borders of the nation, and to contain secessionist activities respectfully. I encourage you to continue to collaborate with the Ministries of National Security, Interior, and Foreign Affairs, and all other relevant ministries and agencies to ensure that we maintain a robust posture that will deter potential aggressors from attempting to derail the political and socio-economic gains we have achieved so far. There is no doubt that your success in providing the needed all-round security in the country has been made possible through your vigilance and sacrifices, notwithstanding the modest resources with which you have to work. Ghana is forever indebted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, before making my way to these grounds, I drove through the Ghana Military Academy Infrastructure Upgrade Project site, and I'm happy to note that the project has progressed significantly since I cut the sword for its commencement on 4th July 2019. The cadet mess, the square, and lecture rooms are completed. The administration block is some 95% complete, and the contractor is in the final stages of completing the external works. The 246 capacity cadet hospital and platoon commanders block are some 65% complete. I'm also informed that the housing project, which is an integral part of the facility funding the Military Academy Upgrade Project, will see the Ghana Armed Forces adding 832 units of 2-bedroom self-contained flats to its stock when completed. I understand that they're also at various stages of completion at 5, 6, and 6 garrisons. Again, I inspected ongoing construction of the 7-story Army Headquarters office complex, which is also progressing steadily. This project is costing the taxpayer some 33 million cedis. Undoubtedly, it will boost the image and morale of the Army, since the Air Force and the Navy already have very beautiful headquarters, and we cannot allow the Army to be left out. And finally, before I leave Burma camp, I will cut the sword for the commencement of work on the 24.8 million United States dollars housing project for the troops. 40 half-compound houses will be built here at Burma Camp, 10 each at the Naval Base in Sekindi, the Air Force Base in Tamale, the 4th Infantry Battalion in Kumasi, and the 3rd Infantry Battalion in Sunyani. When completed, a total of 320 units would be added to the housing stock of the armed forces. As President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces, I am fully aware that our economic development can only thrive in an atmosphere of peace and security. It will come at a cost and against other competing demands. These notwithstanding, we continue to make systematic efforts to address the logistical and housing needs of the armed forces. With a threat from the northern border not abating, we have endeavored and released funds last year to start retooling, reconstructing, and upgrading 15 forward operating bases and new units, including the 10 and 11 mechanized battalions, 154 armored regiment, and 155 armored regiment, and supporting logistics unit. All these efforts of retooling and providing the necessary housing units would enhance the state of preparedness of the armed forces. In conclusion, officers, men and women of the armed forces, I urge you to pay particular attention to the maintenance of these vehicles and also of the housing units as they come on board and use them for their intended purposes.
So Laurie Lawson and I decided to go quad biking, and we found a page on Instagram called ATV Ebri that organizes quad biking. It took us about an hour drive from Accra. The best part of the journey is the beautiful landscape you see while on your trip. So you guys, this is us. We've been using the off-road. Even though I drive a small car, there is nobody in sight at the moment, and guess what, we are stuck here. We don't know, this is a stream. I don't know if I should cross and get stuck because it looks very slippery, as you can see from here. So the only thing is either Laurie walks in it and tests the water on me, because I'm the one driving and she doesn't have a choice. So she's taking off her shoes. She crosses to see if it's not deep. If it's not deep, there we go. If not, then I don't know, because we are like how many minutes away? About like 2 minutes or 3 minutes. A motor guy. Met me a call. Can't me go. This is disasters of a trip. Guys, guess what? I have a flat tire. And we are stuck here waiting for them. So they are finally here to pick us. Hi, hello. We're stuck. Thank you. Reflector checked. Helmet checked. Costume checked. So guys, do you remember where we got stuck? This is the place we got stuck. Yeah, so we are finally here. This is how the space looks like. So we are going to be giving a little tips and brief about everything, how everything is going to be like. So stay tuned as we relax here. How do you feel, Lori?
Oh, I feel good. I can't wait to experience the whole biking experience.
So, flat tie or no flat tie? We are doing.
Quad biking is a huge amount of fun. Adrenaline pumping, huge excitement. However, we should not forget that those are essentially motor vehicles and we've got to treat them with respect. With that in mind, there are a number of rules that we insist on for all our customers who come here. The first rule is no overtaking. And I'll explain why when we look at the terrain. The second rule is do not, under any circumstances, use your telephone to take pictures or do selfies whilst you're riding. The third is about braking distance, making sure that there is a safe braking distance between you and the person in front. So don't go and tarry somebody's talk. That's totally out of the question. The fifth is about members of the community. And for that, what we're saying is you can wave at the kids and whatever, but please do not stop to chat to them or touch any of them. Yeah? And the final one is when you take our quad bikes out, you've got to follow the instructions of the lead rider. In addition to that, do not under any circumstances leave your quad bike alone and go walk about. If you want to take pictures or whatever, they will stop for you. But throughout, you're not alone. You're accompanied by two of my people at all times, one at the front, one at the back. We're all in constant radio contact, so we know precisely where you are, what's happening, etc.
So she just taught us how to ride the bike, the basic steps in learning how to. It's very easy. You shouldn't be able to ride a bike to even know how to ride. Once you listen to her, it's very easy to understand. So Lori is on her lesson now. I just finished with my lesson, and so I passed the check, so I'm good to go. My camera on his head. All right, let's go. Yeah. So he said we should be a bit faster. So we are about to go. Let's go, guys.
She has to be at my back because she can't ride.
She can't ride well.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, you see, I'm the real MVP of adventure. He says Lori has to be behind him because Lori is taking time in riding. And since I'm good, obviously. He's lying. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good. Wait. We are on the break now, and so far it's been so exciting. Lori is here to climb up. The experience is good. Did you get videos? You didn't take videos? Oh, so yeah, so far so good. I hope you're enjoying the video so far. So guys, this scene is Lori falling down and
Come. Are you hurt? Yeah. You're hurt? Oh. Oh, come on. Larry is fine. We are yet to go. Yeah. So, yeah, we go. At this spot, and we are heading towards the waterfall now. The waterfall is called Bugom Waterfalls, but this experience has been fun. It has been a lot of words, because if you are an off-road person and you want to experience the Ghana off-road life, my dear, please, you need quad biking in your life, because it's really fun. I thought I was going to be dirty, but I still look clean. And so yeah, let's go to the waterfall. One thing I like about exploring waterfalls in Ghana is the fact that you see greens even before you get to your destination. Guys, just listen to the sound. I'm sure you can even hear the sound of the waterfall already. Listen closely. Yeah, so far. Hey, you can see some KK party. Hey, should we join you? Should we join you? Do you want to be on camera? But there's some KK party going on. Sorry, sir. After the waterfall, we'll come and join them to eat. Yeah, Kwaba. So yeah, those are some guys who just came to chill, and they are having a break, a smoke break, and also chilling. Guys, look at this. This is beautiful. This is really beautiful. Whoa! The waterfall is mad! Mad! So beautiful. Oh my goodness. But too bad I can't fly the drone, because I am so scared I will lose my drone. Look at this. Wow. Won't you take off your shoe? The pulse is so strong. I didn't want to get close to it, but it was so fun. I absolutely enjoyed it. Larry, your turn. To go get our bikes and continue the journey back. this waterfall, it's my first experience, and I think it's another beautiful waterfall you should see. And so yeah, so let's go, guys. This journey was not easy at all. Was it worth it? A big yes. So we are done. We are now heading towards where we started, and of course you are obviously coming with me. Let's go. Maize plantation and pineapple plantation. This is how it looks like. Beautiful landscapes while on your trip. That's amazing. This is so much fun. This is what you're missing. So she just asked me the best parts, and I told her when we got to the rocky parts, like that. And then she asked me if I like it rough. I said, yeah, I like it rough. I'm not a bad girl. yeah, but I think, guys, this was worth it. Initially when we were coming, we were like, oh, it's expensive. But this is worth it. No, I was like, oh, it's expensive. But
well, we said it started from 250 and
boom 350. So yeah, so we both paid 350 Ghana cedis for this experience. And once you get here, you're supposed to deposit an amount of 300 Ghana cedis for damages in case there is a fault, or you fall, or you break something on the bike. That's the funds that goes to them, right, Auntie? Yeah. So that's the reason why you have to deposit 300 cedis. So when you're coming, carry cash, because we had to use mobile money and the network here is terrible. So you don't want to be like us. So I'm heading back to where we parked our car, and just when I decided to fly the drone, it's drizzling. So yeah, up we go home. Bye! So guys, remember when we started with a flat tire, right? My rider Iliasu is helping us pump this tire. I have a spare tire, but let's see if the problem is from the air. If it is, I think maybe might have been the glass or something. So this is a manual. Yeah. an experience. And this man here helped us park our car in front of it. Hello, big boss. Let's say. Yeah. So guys, when you also come here, make sure you come with a repellent, a mosquito repellent. We didn't. Look at what happened to Lori.
So many.
Look at an insect bit here. And
so many places.
Wow.
Look. I'm still eating.
I think I'm the lucky one here with no insect bites and still looking fresh.
You will feel it afterwards.
While getting my car fixed. Yeah. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I'm super excited. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed documenting the entire experience. This experience was with Lori Lawson. You all know Lori Lawson. She has been on my channel several times. Lori, say something to your fans.
I'm your adventure buddy.
Okay.
I always see adventure and I'm like, Stella, are you in? She's like, yeah, when? I put the date, we're here. So guys, check out my channel as well. I'm an amazing, annoying person, but a sweetheart. You love me. So I also
you definitely once I love Lori, you love her. So guys, we are heading back to Accra. It took us about an hour drive from Accra, and if you drive a small car like mine, when you get to the town very close to, when you realize you have like 5 minutes to the ATV venue, just pick a motorbike. Don't stress, because when I did, I had a flat tire. Don't be like me. Unless you have like a 4x4 or an off-road kind of vehicle, then I'm sure you can come. It's an off-road experience, so don't expect to be clean because you're going to be dirty. We went through mud and it's always raining here, and so expect that there's going to be rain.
Drizzling.
Yeah, when we came it wasn't drizzling, but right now it's drizzling now.
And it's fun when you go through the rain.
Yes, and it's fun when you come with your friends. Don't come alone. Come with a group of friends, because that way you get to take more pictures of yourself. And it took us an hour from here to the waterfall and back, and it's really exciting. I will recommend this. Yeah. Will you recommend?
Definitely.
Until next time on my video, guys, subscribe.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
This nation has gone through a lot. This nation has gone through a lot since we became independent. And I believe it is time now for somebody to speak when we are getting completely close to the edge now. I call you here this morning just to let you know how I feel about certain things happening, not only in my party, the New Patriotic Party, but the country, and for that matter, the government in power at the moment. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. It is an honor to welcome you all to this press conference, which is intended to address how Akufo-Addo has debased governance in Ghana and the rule of law. Before I begin, permit me to state without any fear of contradiction that Akufo-Addo is the most lawless president Ghana has ever had, and do not believe in rule of law. This act of his in recent times has found its way into our local government system. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, the district, municipal, and metropolitan concept, as we all know, was established a year after the first democratic election in the Fourth Republic to help decentralize actives of local government into our localities for proper and drastic development. Chapter 20, Article 243 of the 1992 Constitution states, there shall be a district chief executive of the various local assemblies, and they shall be voted upon and approved by 2/3 of assembly members present. The Local Government Act 2016, Act 936, Section 21, equally stipulate and make reference to the 1992 Constitution under Chapter 20, Decentralization. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, this aspect of our country's development requires free and fair election process to enable people's representatives at the assemblies who are responsible to determine who is confirmed in the respective assemblies as the district chief executive cast their votes without fear or favor. The composition of our assemblies are made up of experts, elected assembly members from the various electoral areas within the district, chiefs and opinion leaders. These people are expected to be people of integrity, conviction, matured, and above all, with the development of their localities at heart. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, these people, per our Constitution, must at all times be allowed to vote for or against any government appointee who is nominated by the president without any interference or oppression or compulsion, but by their own conviction. This is a sole right given to assembly members for which no one shall influence in any shape or form, i.e. by threat, intimidation, assault or pressure that will interfere with the exercise of such rights. Ladies and gentlemen of the media here present, our dear country continues to grow in its democratic dispensation, and a significant growth must be seen in our decentralization system to aid peace and development in our localities, as the purpose of it, as the purpose of its establishment requires. But what do we see today? This government led by Nana Addo has taken our dear nation back. Looking at happenings in the recent confirmation of chief executives at the various assemblies, this act cannot be glossed over as a nation because it is undermining the democracy that we have enjoyed for the past 28 years and still counting. The Local Government Act 2016, Act 936, Section 21, mandates the assembly members to go through a democratic process in confirming the respective nominations made by government. But what did we see in the various assemblies in the just ended chief executive's confirmation? Incidents of violence, deployment of NPP vigilantes clothed in military uniform to prevent assembly members from voting, and in some cases prevented them from even entering the halls where the elections was to take place. In the case of Kumehu, the honorable member of parliament in that area, who is part of the composition of the assembly, was denied entry into the voting hall. This unfortunate incident cannot be overlooked, and the needed authorities must be called to book. The issue of bribery in some assemblies, including Cape Coast Assembly, can not be labeled as democratic. In Assam South, 16 assembly members have to invoke cases on the regional minister, the police commander, and the DCE for preventing them from voting after they later realized the original venue was changed to another venue without informing them. What sort of democracy are we practicing? Our party was based on democratic principles, and some of us will make sure that we go back to our roots. Our roots have been democratic, and it will continue to be so. Gacentra in the Greater Accra region experienced some violence where the presiding member of the assembly was assaulted, and the Achiase district was not exempted from this bloody act. An assembly member of this district was also assaulted during the confirmation of the chief executive officer nominee of the district. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, Ghana as a country cannot continue like this under this MPP government led by Nana Addo. This indicates how unpopular and disappointing the people of this country are against the undemocratic moves of this present government. Many of these happenings occurred at areas where the old chief executives were re-nominated for their second term. Most reasons given by the assembly members for their rejecting are lack of development in their localities, lack of good human relation on the part of the chief executives, and many other reasons. The chief executives are indeed suffering from the deeds of their appointer, who has starved the assemblies of their common fund for 4 quarters and had wickedly introduced the capping system to take part of the monies meant for development of their localities. I call on the government The Ghana Police Service, led by Dr. Dampare, and the Parliament of Ghana, to, as a matter of urgency, effect an investigation into these happenings in the various assemblies in order to bring those perpetrators of this undemocratic act to book. These acts continue to dent our image as a country and violate the fundamental human rights and freedom of the 1992 Constitution, Chapter 5. In this case, the right to vote. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, Ghana is a democratic state ruled by law, and the law must be applied to whoever violates it or sidestep it for their individual gain.
Yes guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. My name is Desmond Bredo. So today I'll give you a little tour into my personal life. So I've been saving for quite some time, and I have 10 ways that I save more money on a monthly basis. So today I'll be sharing with you those 10 things that you can also do to also save more money on a monthly basis. But before I go into the video, if you're new here, please don't forget to click on the subscribe button and turn on notifications so that you don't miss anything that I post on this channel. Don't forget to also give this video a thumbs up if you enjoy it. Let's go straight into the video. So the very first thing that I do to save more money on a monthly basis is to budget. Now, I know how much I'm getting on a monthly basis, so I also need to plan for that money, and that's where budgeting comes in. If you want to know more about budgeting, I'll leave a video here that you can click on it to budget, and also leave an Excel sheet that I did that you can also use the format to also budget. But to make this more practical, what you can do is you can use the envelope budgeting style. So what that is you can get as many envelopes as you want, let's say 5 or 10. Then you label it according to your expenses that you've written down. Let's say clothing, envelope 1. Let's say makeup, envelope 2. Let's say your groceries, envelope 3. So what that does is, if you have allocated, let's say 100 cedis to your groceries, you put that money in the envelope. So once you're going out to buy groceries, you can just take that particular money and go and use it. So once you see that the money keeps dropping, then it can give you a mental picture of where you need to cut it down. So if, for example, you budgeted 100 cedis for hangout, and the very first week, take 50 cedis out. The next week, if you're going, there are 50 cedis left in the envelope. So you know that that's my allocation for my hangout left for the month. So it gives you a mental picture of where your money is going and what you have done with your money. So it helps you track your expenses as well. So you try the envelope budgeting style as well. Now the second thing that I do is to make savings automatic. What do I mean? An account. So a standing order is simply an instruction to your bank to move a certain amount of money from your bank account to, let's say, an investment account at a specified period. So one thing that I do is, once I'm paid, my standing order hits the same day that I'm paid. So once I get my salary, everything, or almost everything, but my allocation for my investment goes away. So in my mind, I don't even have that money in the first place because that money has been taken away into my investment account. Try that too, and to help you save a lot once you make savings and investment automatic. Now the third thing that you need to do to save more money is to have an accountability buddy. Now I have a friend that I consult if I want to make some expenditures. I ask the person, okay, what do you think about it? What do you think about this? So that helps you to make or get a second opinion about the things you want to buy or the things you want to get. Now, if you have that person that you trust, you can do that, and to help you get a second opinion and to help you make better decisions, get an accountability buddy. If you don't have one, you can hit me up. I'll be your accountability buddy for a week, just for a month. Now, the fourth thing that you can do to save more money is to remove your card details from the online shopping portals. Now, one thing I've realized is if you have to type your card details every time you buy something new, it sometimes becomes a roadblock for you. So it becomes like tedious. You need to type in this card details every time you want to withdraw or you want to buy something online. Just put your card details in those very few websites. The more you have your card saved online, the more the temptation for you to spend, because it's easy for you to just click on pay, then your money is gone. So just start removing the card details that you have online and help you save more money. Now, the fifth thing that you can do to save more money is to write your shopping list down. Now, it will amaze you how many people don't go out or go to shop without having a shopping list. I used to do that a lot, but now anytime I go out to buy anything, I have a shopping list that I go according to. So if I know that I don't need this, I don't buy it. Trust me, to save you a lot of money. If you also, anytime you want to go and buy stuff, put the list down, and if possible, go with cash. Don't go with card, because once you go with your Visa card and you know that, okay, once I buy it, I can even have the money to pay for it, you will end up buying more than you actually need. So sometimes go with cash and to save you a lot of money consistently. Now that will really lead into my sixth point, saying that you need to also cut down on your food expenditures or your hangout expenditures. Especially for us, the youth, we end up staying out so much or going out so many times, and we spend so much on our food, on hangouts and places like that. Start cutting down on all of those things, and trust me, you save a lot of money on a consistent basis. Now, the seventh point, which is, it's what I do, is I save on fuel cost. How do I do this? I go to work early and I come back late, so I miss out on a lot of traffic. So I end up saving fuel cost. You can also do that if you have your own car. That will also help you out. Go early, avoid the traffic, come back late if you can, if your neighborhood is safe, and you can also save a lot of money. Now, the eighth thing that you can do is to invest in quality. Now, anything that you want to buy, get quality. Now, if you choose quantity over quality, you might end up having to buy the thing multiple times in your clothing, in your gadgets, in your accessories, everything. Just buy quality stuff. And once you buy, you don't have to spend money on replacements and repairs and stuff like that. It will save you so much money if you buy quality. Now, the ninth thing that you need to do, which I call the rule stuff, or the ninth and 10 will be more of rules. Now, the ninth rule will be have a 10-second rule, or a 24-hour rule, or a 30-day rule. Let me break it down. Now, if you want to buy something, let's say you go to the shopping center and you want to buy something, when you pick it up, have a 10-second and think about it. Do I really need this thing? If not, put it back down. Now, for 24 hours, if you have maybe a medium decision I need to take, expenditure I need to take, sleep over it. So if after 24 hours, the thing is still pressing for you, they know that you can actually go for it because it's a need that you want. The 30-day period here says that wait on the item for 30 days. If you can, then if it's still pressing after 30 days, then you know that you actually need it. But you can also decide to do a 2-week rule instead of 30 days. You can do 14 days or 21 days. But I recommend a 30-day period for you. Now, the final point that I want to leave with you is to have designated days or particular weeks that you said, okay, this week I'm not buying anything, so expenditure freezes for a particular week or a particular day. Trust me, I do this sometimes. I'm like, okay, this week I'm not buying anything that I don't need, or I'm not even buying anything at all. Then I know that, okay, this week I'm saving money. And trust me, if you do this constantly, you might see that some little adjustment that you make in your lifestyle help you save so much money down the line. So that's it, guys. 10 ways that you can also save more money that I do, that I think it can also help you to save more money on a consistent basis. If you found this video informative, please don't forget to click on the like button. Subscribe if you are new here so you don't also miss anything that I post on this channel by turning on the notifications. And also don't forget to comment below on what you also do to save more money on a consistent basis. I'm happy to hear and learn from you so that we can also together grow and enjoy the financial independence that we all seek. Thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you soon. Vamos. So, do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years.
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
All right, so we're back here on this episode of the Friday Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. The journey of Accra House of Folk in the Champions League came to an end on Sunday when they lost 6-1 away from home, meaning that the Ghanaian club will now be playing in the CAF Confederations Cup. The Ghana Premier League also starts this weekend. Karela and then Elmina Sharks, Accra House of Folk will be in action. Asante Kotoko will be in Accra against Dreams FC at the Accra Sports Stadium. This and many other issues will be discussed on this episode of the Friday Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. I have my guests here joining us via Zoom. But I'll go for a quick break. When I come back, we start the analysis. But Manchester United fans who are hoping that Ole will be sacked, we also talk a bit about you. Barcelona have sacked Ronald Koeman yesterday after losing the Spanish Premier La Liga. My name is Joel Leshen, and welcome to this episode of the Friday Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. All right, so we're back here on the show. This week we are talking about Accra House of Folk. Can they redeem their image in the CAF Confederations Cup after the humiliation they went through under the hands of Wydad Athletic Club of Morocco? To join me do the discussion today is Dennis Osei Jemfi, TV host for TV Africa Sports World, and then the Crusader, Benjamin Owusu, joining us all the way from Kumasi, from Ezra TV and Ezra FM. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here on the show.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, how was the week in terms of sports, starting from last week and even yesterday in the European Top Flight League? We had a lot of bad results. But in terms of Africa and African football, how was the weekend for you? Let me start with you, Crusader.
Well, Joel, I would say that it was an amazing weekend when you look at the European games that we were, the big games that came off over the weekend, from the Manchester-Liverpool game. I mean, that humiliation that Manchester United went to. You look at the Clasico, I mean, it was a game that we were all looking at. After Messi, I mean, post-Messi, how were Barcelona going to fare against Real Madrid? And for me, my expectations was met because as a Real Madrid fan, obviously, that was the result that I was expecting Barcelona. I was expecting from the game. It could have been more, but Real Madrid, they were a bit charitable with Barcelona. So it was a fair result. You look at the Derby Italia between Juventus and Inter Milan. That was another interesting game that we all watched. And that of Napoli against AS Roma. I mean, after the game, you could see the two coaches were all red carded. It tells you how intense that game was and everything. So for me, across Europe, it was, I mean, a very, very interesting weekend of games that we enjoyed. But on the African continent, I mean, apart from that of Ghana, where our champions were humiliated, I think
it was a
disaster. I mean, generally fair. I mean, that one was, I mean, shameful. I mean, a very, very shameful advertisement for Ghana football. I know we are going to talk about that one in a bit, but for me, generally was good. And TP Mazembe, they disappointed. I mean, a lot of people.
Big time.
You look at TP, and we are all expecting after a drawn game in South Africa, we're expecting them to come and progress in Lubumbashi, but unfortunately, they couldn't progress. So for me, on the African continent, that was the bit of a surprising results that I saw. And you look at another game in the Confederations Cup, that of Vita Club, they got eliminated by Marumo Gallants from South Africa. So it wasn't a good weekend for DR Congo football because TP Mazembe got eliminated by South African club Amazulu, and another South African club eliminated Vita Club, that is Marumo Gallants. So for me, generally was a good weekend of football. And yesterday too was, I mean, bad day for investors.
It was very bad day. Now, let me come to you, Senior Dennis. Crusader has already spoken about what happened in Europe and in Africa. In terms of African football, how was your weekend, especially on Sunday?
Oh, you're once again. I think that for Sunday, it's very obvious that we were all disappointed, obviously, because of where our interests were. Accra Folk did not make a good statement for Ghana football, and it was expected for them to lose, but to the margin they lost, that was the biggest surprise. Because me, seriously, I had told everyone around that, and I said that on air several times. I didn't trust that Hartlepool could do something. It was only going to be a miracle or a very big surprise that Hartlepool were going to pull up. But to have lost 6-1, that alone was the surprise, the margin of the loss. Quite apart from that, I expected Hartlepool to play the competition because their team, looking at the quality and the quality that Wydad had, Wydad brought a depleted side. I know we talk about that, but that was, one of the shocks. And another one, Benjamin mentioned quite a number of them, but I also think that Simba FC of Tanzania also put up, a disappointing surprise, if I should say, if they say like that. They went away to win 2-0 and they lost at home 3-1 to be eliminated by the Mauritanian side. And I understand that yesterday they sacked their coach because of that result. And then Amazulu, their first time in the Champions League, they are matched up with a giant in a game like TP Mazembe. And know what Benny McCarthy is doing with Amazulu is exceptional this season. From last season, he's continued this season. It tells you there's no fluke because they went all the way to the Lions Den in Congo to draw and eliminate TP Mazembe from this championship. And that should tell you, of course, when you look at the pool of teams that have qualified, you have a chunk of them coming from the Northern African side. That tells that they're doing quite a number of things right. And for the South African side, all the teams that they presented have qualified to the
all the four.
All the four have qualified. Yeah. 2 in the Champions League, 2 in the Confederation. Amazulu in the Champions League, Mamelodi Sundowns in the Champions League, Orlando Pirates and Galaxy in the Confederation. So that tells you this was, a country that didn't give much premium to the continental games or continental platform because they felt that they were being cheated. The money was not enough for them to invest so much. But when they got serious in it, we know how serious now it's turned out. And they are really showing that they are a powerhouse on the African continent in terms of our leagues. South Africa's league, how they organize it, the quality of playing, the infrastructure and everything. So when they set their mind up,
arguably the best on the continent.
You get it, but I would debate on that if their league really is the best on the continent. I think that the best league would go to the Northern Africans. To Egypt, Algeria, and even the Moroccan league. Mamelodi Sundowns won it quite recently, in 2016 or 2017.
Okay, so so like I want us to go straight into the games. Accra House of Folk beating Wydad in Accra by a lone goal, and it seems that the fans were expecting the team to do something. They never see that spirit. And for this one, I'll start with Benjamin, because last week I was in Kumasi and I was monitoring your analysis on radio, and you were saying that you don't understand why there seem to be Like Ghanaians were afraid that House of Folk couldn't beat Wydad more than a goal, and you were quite optimistic that the Fobians could do something in Rabat. But at the end of the day, it was 6-1, very embarrassing. You were more like in favor of the Fobians. How did you feel?
Well, Joel, let me say that I was very optimistic. Phobia were able to would have done something because of what I saw in Accra. I could see the boys, the sort of, the aggression with which they played. And if you followed my analysis carefully, it wasn't based on the footballing reasons. No, it wasn't based on football or on quality. But I was trying to, tell them that yes, in terms of quality, we know they are. Yes, we know they are ahead of in terms of quality, in terms of standard and everything. But they should draw inspiration from their never say die spirit. That should be the spirit that they should go into the game with. Go in with a positive mentality. You see, the reason why we always get beaten whenever we meet these North African sides is that we kill ourselves psychologically even before we get onto the field. So immediately we see the draw and it's a North African country, we start saying, oh, we are out, we are out, we are out. But we need to change that mentality. So that was what I was trying to tell the House of Football. Change that mentality. You don't need to beat them 6-0 before you can qualify. It's a tie. You can just, draw the game, the first leg, go away, do your best, and you can qualify. You don't necessarily have to win the game. So I was just trying to, give them that motivation. And House of Folk have done that before. We know in 2004, they went to a Tour du Sahel with a 1-0 scoreline. They got eliminated. They were beating one.
Okay. Okay.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay. I can hear you now.
Yeah, in 2006, the same thing happened. They traveled to a 12 December with a 1-0 scoreline, and they were able to qualify. So I was just trying to tell them that, hey, you can do it because Phobia, you've done that. But you look at what House of Folk went to, Morocco to do, and it tells you the standard of our game and the standard of our coaching. You don't go into a game against that, where you don't go into a game and give no records to your opponent. Somebody sets the team up like you never cared about that. No, you don't do that. You need to show respect to your opponent. Set your team up in a way that you are there going to fight. But you just went, opened up, and I told them, in all the analysis that I was doing, I was telling them that, look, if Wydad had taken their chances in Ghana, in the first 10 minutes, House of Folk would have gone down by 2 or 3. Their goalkeeper, in the first 10 minutes here in Ghana saved them. And virtually the same thing happened when they went to, Casablanca. In Casablanca, the difference is that they took their chances earlier on in the game. In Ghana, they couldn't take that chance. So that was the difference. And Ghanaians should understand that our standard has fallen. That is the reality. The standard of our football is no longer up there, and we can't compete because you look at these North Africans and the sort of money they invest into their team, and you ask yourself, are we doing same here? And the answer is obviously no. See, after last season, the number of players who have left the Ghanaian league to North African sides, all
the best players have left.
Yes, and majority of them, they've gone to the North African leagues. And Kwampoku, Algeria, ESET, you have the likes of, Lomote, Algeria. You have, almost all of them. There we see just as Egypt. So our best players are leaving. And the ones here are not playing well. So even playing those games, their minds are not here. They are thinking about the next move. That is the problem. So instead of them to go there, exhibit their skills, play together as a team, they were trying to, show the North Africans that, yeah, we are here. You can come and, buy us into your team. So those are the things. We need to sit down and take a holistic approach about our game and try to fix it from the basics. It's not about, the Black Stars, always thinking about the Black Stars, because you see this $25 million money that we are thinking of investing in our Black Stars, that we want to win after, we want to go to the World Cup. We must bring it to our local game. Try to rebuild the local game. The EPL you see today, it was a conscious effort from somewhere. In those days, yes, we used to talk about football made in Germany. The English sat down and saw that no, we need to do something. So the government, invested £200 million in their game. Let's, improve the pitches. Let's get cameras that will get. And now the EPL is, contributing about £3 billion to the economy of the UK. It tells you that it's an effort that the government, the FA, and everybody needs to come together for us to rebuild our game. Because if you continue like this, my brother, I'm sorry, it could have been more. It could have been more.
Okay, so it could have been more, and I think that all of us who are watching, I couldn't watch the second half because after watching the first 30 minutes of the game, I was extremely down. So I couldn't watch even the remaining 15 minutes in the first half and the second half. Now let me come to you, Sina Dennis. Now, Crusader started with the game plan of Accra House of Folk, and we know that Wydad lost about 8 key players when they came to Ghana to COVID. What went wrong for Coach Samuel Boadu and then Accra House of Folk? Because before the game, all the pundits kept saying that stop the cross from getting into the box. And first half, House of Folk considered 2 goals from set pieces.
Well, Joe, I think that's even before we look at Samuel Boadu and his faults in the game. For me, a game is not just played in the 90 minutes.
Okay.
In preparation for games, there is before the game, the pre-game, there is during the game, and there is after the game. Now look at all the situations. First of all, Hearts of Folk, when did they leave the country and how did they leave the country? Playing a Moroccans, they are going to Morocco. There are flights available all around the country, straight to Morocco, even from Burkina Faso to Morocco. And Hearts told us that they couldn't arrange for Air Morocco, which is about 4 hours straight from Kotoka International Airport to the airport in Morocco. So they had to go through Dubai to Morocco. You know, the stress of traveling for 15 hours. And mind you, these players, most of them were traveling for the first time. So it tells you that even before the game, the management of Hearts of Folk did not do their preparations, right? Because they knew this game even a month before. So if they were able to prepare the team so well, they could have booked a flight path to reaching their destination. Instead, they had to go through 15 hours with the excuse that so that they could travel back to the country right after the game. But even after the game, it took them 2 days to get back here in Ghana. They go back on Tuesday. So that excuse didn't work for me. And then again, you mentioned Samuel Boadu. You know, I was glad when Crusader was mentioning something about his hope in the team because he felt that they never say die spirit and all of this.
Respect for
now, let's do this. Yes, football, you know, is more scientific than it used to be. Even if Hearts of Folk were to be motivated by their spirit, who was to do that? It didn't have to happen in a vacuum. Do Hearts of Folk even have a psychologist? Did the management try to hire a psychologist to psych the players that, in fact, everybody is, skeptical about traveling to North Africa, but Hearts of Folk have done that. Did anybody revisit history that Hearts of Folk, if there was any club from Ghana who could have done that, Hearts of Folk, well, they didn't even have a psychologist. Now, let me tell you what. The Wydad Casablanca side, when they came to Ghana, they brought in 3 video analysts to Ghana for the Hearts game. 3. One was here in the country 4 weeks before the game, and the other 2 joined, even without their coach. So if you look at their back room alone, there's a team that is working, not just the coach. And that is why Samuel Boadu was beaten. You know, all the goals they scored were well rehearsed. So I find it difficult to put all of the blames on someone, even though look at the goals. Now, I mean, Crusader talked about how he went into the game, opening up like that in a turf that was very dangerous to play. And the crosses, we know that for the North African side, for the first 20 or 50 minutes, you need to keep them, and that's the only way you can frustrate them. But look at what happened. Even in Accra, look at how they threatened not to book in the first 15 minutes. And like Crusader, they could have beaten Hearts or scored Hearts by 2 here in Accra. But for the lack on the side and perhaps for the agility of the goalkeeper, Richard Atta. So first 15 minutes, hold them. They're going to do the crosses, and even at this point and at this age in football, who built up a wall, a human wall for free kick, and do not put that drought extender there. Do you get it? Look at the free kick they scored. In Europe, if you are learning the game, if you are improving, then you need to go and get yourself abreast with the things that are running currently. You build your human wall, you put that drought extender there. No one lied on it behind that wall, and look at how simple they made it to look for them. And so for me, I think that Samuel Boadu with his 4-3-3 system was not ready for the game. And Caleb Amankwa obviously was going to run out of gas because he was coming out of injury. And even with that Samuel Caleb Amankwa guy, I think that if Samuel Boadu listens, he will know that perhaps maybe he's his player. Because he's a guy who fouls too much. Every game, even in a local league, where you have a referee's favoring, he has been receiving yellow cards every time. And his free kick, you can't cause plenty free kicks when you're playing with the North Africans in your own goal area. And he was committing free kicks here and there. He was just running. He wasn't winning any ball. And I didn't just get the reason why Samuel Boadu decided to open up, because in the game you saw that the suppliers were not coming for Daniel Banye, Kofi Koja, and the other guy, Isaac Mensah. So Koja was always dropping deep to get the ball. Yeah.
And if I may come in on that with regards to Caleb Amankwa's situation, you see,
okay,
he's the only player that has
hold on for me. Let me go for a quick break. When I come back, then you come in with your submission. Then we talk about the CAF Confederations Cup. You're still watching the Friday debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. We've been talking about the game between Hearts of Oak and Wydad Athletic Club of Morocco. We'll be back after this break.
Your friend me Yausapon, a gospel musician, Yausapon and that's more for. You knew I won't hear me. I didn't meet him a catcher one say, yesterday. Say, ye be bo okra bia ho ban. Esan say accident no. Kum nipa se ne yare bia e wo wiase. Timi no mi no die ne be ya. Ye bitima ma accident izo. Woni obi ti ho no akra ho to otu kwan. Next time the obeti an say ye frɛ wo. Woni nipa we. Waka baabi. Enye bibia ye accident. Nti mesre mi nuanom. Enyina ye nye baako. Na ehwe kwan a yebitimi to sa animals na me no me no na yebitimi aye. So do the right thing, save a life.
Welcome back from the break. You're still watching Friday Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. You can like, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and then add your comments after watching the video. We're asking if Accra Hearts of Oak can redeem their image in the Africa Interclub competition after being humiliated in the CAF Champions League by WAC of Morocco. Crusader, before I went for the break, you wanted to come in with a quick submission on the performance of Caleb Amankwa in that particular game. Hello, Crusader.
After the game, I've been talking about Caleb and his country. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. What I'm saying is that after the game, I've heard a lot of commentaries about Caleb and his performance on the day.
I think we are having issues with the connection now. As Sinaden
you can't wholly blame him, and that is not his familiar.
Okay. I'll come back to you.
I think the point is,
Yeah.
I think the point he's making is that is not the position for Caleb Amankwa. But in the
But
league,
I can clearly hear you. Hello?
Some notice, if I
Are we
can
good to go?
recall, and Sababodu was convinced that in the absence of Benjamin Afutu, Caleb could replace him. But that was a mistake in letting Benjamin Afutu go. You know, when we talk about the Ghana Premier League and people don't get it and they feel that we are preaching the downfall of the game, we are not helping the game. You know, if you don't love something, you don't criticize it with passion. That is why we talk about the Ghana Premier League.
Okay, so we will try and get them back on the line. We are accessing the game between Wydad and Accra House of Folk, and they've been making points about the game plan of Coach Samuel Boadu, the preparation of the entire Accra House of Folk as a club, how they went to Morocco, and how it affected their game plan in that particular game. You can also join us with your comment and then commentaries about that particular game. But House of Folk will be playing in the Confederations Cup, and they've been drawn against another North African club. This time around, they'll be going to Algeria in their run to the Confederations Cup. The Ghana Premier League also starts this weekend. All action packed on the Star Times app. You can see it behind your screen. Go to the various stadiums. Asante Kotoko will be coming to Accra to play Dreams FC, whilst House of Folk on Sunday will take on Legon Cities. Kickoff for the 2021-22 season will be up tomorrow on Friday between Elmina Shark and then the New Boys in the Ghana Premier League. We will try and get the connection back, but let's go for another break. When we come back, we'll try and get them on the line. All right, so we're back on the show. You're still watching the Friday debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Before you go, Crusader, you were trying to make a point about the performance of Caleb Amankwa in that particular game.
Yes, and I want to talk about the fact that, you see, I've heard a lot of commentaries about Caleb's performance on the day, but one thing I will have to say is that Caleb naturally is not a DM. He is a central defender. And in other cases, he's been used as a right back. So across the back line, he can play anywhere.
Okay.
And sometimes they push him into the midfield. The problem with the House of Folk team wasn't about Caleb, because Caleb is playing as a makeshift. The problem is why they allowed someone like Benjamin Afutu to lead the team.
No, but you see, no, but you see, Afutu left. Now we are talking about Amankwa because he was making all sorts of errors that as experienced as he is, he shouldn't be making such fouls at danger zones. That's what we are talking about.
You know, Ben, if you say that Caleb Amankwa is not, it's not as if it was his first time playing in that role.
No.
Even in the league, Samobodu use him in that defensive midfield. The problem. Let me make that point. And being to have allowed the Afutu leaving for me was a failure on the Heart of Book manager. That is why sometimes I believe that a lot of the blame should also go at their doorstep. But then, Boadu got us convinced that at least if Afutu wasn't around, Caleb could do the job, which was for wrong. Because Caleb should work personally on himself, apart from the role he plays. He should work personally because he commits too much fouls.
Unnecessary fouls.
And you cannot continue with that. Assuming he was going to do the same thing, and this is not about the role he plays, because if he keep committing fouls, will be committed any position that he plays. And that's what we are saying, that he should work on himself. As a player, he's a fine player, but he commits too much and sometimes unnecessary foul that puts his team in danger. And that is why I think that Heart of Oak were not pragmatic. You signed 10 players. How many of them could replace Benjamin Ofutu? It was about your best player in this country. I mean, one of the best central midfielders, defensive midfielders we saw in Ghana football in the just ended. And you know you are going into such a competition, and you leave him to go because he demanded an increase in the amount you're giving him. And we understand that he's taking like 600 cents. If I'm wrong, I start to correct it, but that is the information I have. He was taking 600 cents. He asked for more. You don't expect to pay Benjamin 600 cents after the performance in his team. Look, we see all that around Europe. Now, I mean, Rudiger, for instance, is asking an increase in payment. Chelsea has increased it, but he doesn't seem to be happy with the increment because his performance should warrant an increase in wage, and he allowed Abuja to go. How strategic was the signing for Accra to go? The 10 players they signed.
They were just signing for signing sake because then the transfer window has been open, so we should sign. Has sent 10. Asante Kotoko are still signing players.
Look at that. And we are not learning. So when I say football is scientific, it deals with facts. After doing your research, it comes out with a proper hypothesis to do a research on it. It's not an abstract game where you sit and assume that you got 10 million. This player says it's good. This manager says it's good. Oh, let's sign because the transfer window is open. Look, all around, Liverpool will still sign even after winning the Champions because they knew the weaknesses. They know exactly where the loophole is. So when they finished the other season and they brought in Van Dijk, they were sipping in goals. And so they needed to seal that. They brought in Van Dijk to help them. Last season, they brought in Konate because in the absence of Van Dijk, they realized that there was a leak in their defense. And so Konate is now here to serve up there. So in a case or a scenario that there's an injury again, then they have a backup. This is what we mean by strategic signing. We complain that the clubs do not have money. So where do they get the money to sign all these players? And they come and they are not even paying them.
Okay. So
the structures needs to be proper. They need to see football as a scientific game. They need to work with the scientific processes. It doesn't just take a day. It is not lottery. It is not. I mean, you need the processes as the scientists will do. They go through processes every step by step. How to folk want to jump process and then come back with the glory. It goes on with that. It doesn't happen like that.
Okay, now Hasselfolk, they've been eliminated from the CAF Champions League. Now, because of time, I want us to move a bit quick. They've been eliminated from the Champions League. Now they've been paired against another North African club, that is JS Oswara. I've heard former Santi Kotoko striker Kwame Poku has spoken about them. Now, can they redeem themselves from the humiliation they suffered under work of Morocco Crusader?
Well, this is where the psychologists go out to handle. They need to employ a psychologist. I mean, a clinical psychologist, not someone who just come and pretend to be working on their psyche. They need a psychologist who work on the psyche of the players to let them understand that, hey, look, what game is over. Just put it behind you. What is over. Just put it behind you. Focus on this game. Let's do everything to go and qualify. You need to put yourselves together. They need a psychologist to start working on the boys. That should be the first step now. And before you move out of the country to Algeria to play that match, they must do their travel arrangements very well. They need to do the travel arrangements as early as possible. We don't want the case that you have to go through,
Dubai
before you can connect to Algeria. All those things are things that work against the team. Things that you see, those things like motivation of the players. As of now, the players are still complaining about, unpaid bonuses and all those things. All these are things you don't take to Africa. You must make sure you satisfy the boys. Let them understand. Keep them in the mood. Let them know what the task is ahead. But when you are talking about performance alone, in terms of the level of the two teams, my brother, we are not up there. That is the fact. You see, I've made this argument several times, and people will tell you, oh, our league is very competitive because look at the league table. The clubs are good. And I keep on telling them, because your teams are weak, that's the reason why you see the table like that.
Okay, and to watch a full for a ball. Into watch a full for a ball. That is why the league table is always watertight.
Sir, I want any because you see, the year that has won the league with 78 points, those years, I mean, in 2002, the available points was 90 points. That's who had 78. It tells you how strong the team was. In the just ended league, out of 106 points, that's who were able to amass about 63 or 64 points. It tells you how weak our league is. How can a team lose 7 games and drop 10 and still be good enough to win the league? It tells you our league is very weak, and that is one thing that they need to work at it. That's why I was telling you that we need a holistic approach to solve all these problems. So for us, it will take a super miracle for them to qualify.
All right, it will take a super miracle. It will take a super miracle for. Okay.
For them to progress, because you see the original league. Now USM Orgies, they are struggling. USM Orgies have been struggling in the league for the past 3 seasons now. They were able to come to Ghana here to buy one of our priceless assets here to USM. He's now there. You go to Seti, we have Daniel Lomoti from Wafa. Joseph Eso is with MC Orgies. It tells you, you see, they will come here, buy our best players, and send to their league. So we need to, it will take a lot of work, hard work for us to qualify. But as I said, they need to start with the psychologist. He needs to sack the boys, and Samuel Boadu must go back to the drawing board. He must look for his tactics book to, go through them again to map up the strategy. And at first, you see, there's this thing that I need to tell you. Samuel Boadu now is becoming arrogant, and he needs to check that one. Because at first, during his days at Mediema, and even his early days at Hasoku, we had some senior coaches that used to consult them whenever he's going into a match. He would call them, oh, I'm going into this game, what do you think? At least try to get some info from them. But now, because the success started coming, his name is up there. We are always talking about Samuel Boadu. Going into this game, he didn't call any of them. He just went there, opened up, and look at the kind of embarrassment that he had. So he needs to, now be humble in his success. The success has come. We are all, celebrating him, but he needs to calm down, go back to the basics, the things that made him successful. We shouldn't forget about those things. And I'm sure the supporters, they need to support the boys now. This is the time that we need them most. This is not the time that they will have to neglect them. They need to support their team, give them the right environment and everything. And I'm sure maybe that miracle that I was talking about might happen. But when we are talking about quality alone, we are not up there. And it will take a super miracle.
All right, so it will take a super miracle for House of Folk to eliminate SC Swara in the CAF Confederations Cup. As Senator Dennis, are you also saying that it will take a miracle? Because I think that for a team that was set up in 2008, House of Folk should be able to eliminate them without struggling.
Well, on the face of it, I think that, like you rightly said, the team that was established in 2008, their best run in the Champions League was when we were third in the group stage in African competition.
Okay.
And so in terms of pedigree and history, they come nowhere near Accra Folk. But if Accra Folk were that a superpower as they used to be, this is the chance to exert that kind of fear on the Algerian side. Sora has not done anything exceptional in football. They hear about Accra Folk and they will cringe because Hearts is a big side, and Hearts has won it all on the continent before. So you ask yourself again, do this current crop of Hearts-folk players have that kind of attitude, that kind of mentality to show on the day? I think that the coach will have to use that against the insurance side, regardless of how good they are, because when you want to mention or go player by player, I think that they will be a little bit higher of a critical because financially they will outclass Hearts-folk, technically they will outclass them. But Hearts-folk have to show that mental fortitude and that attitude on them because they are bigger. If you're a player playing for Hearts-folk, and even if this side is a good, you need to show that you are playing for a big team. Do you get it? So that's where the psychologists come in. Now they need to work on these players right from the word go. And again, you mentioned about Samuel Wood. Who is even scouting this side for him? If we are serious, it's not, now the way the football is, let me tell you, the clubs you see, they have about 15
scouts and all that.
Stars. So if they are coming into the game, if you're coming into the game, it's not just about club's decision. They look at everything about the team. Their individual play, their team play, their style of play, even the technical team, the pitch and everything. Who is doing that for Accra School? But now they should be sending someone to their side. Their league has resumed. They are playing in the league. They need to know. We understand that they will not play at their home grounds. They play the cup competitions in Algiers. The Algiers is an artificial pitch. Do Hearts-folk know about this? How are they preparing to go for a trip that they are going to play on an artificial pitch? Have they bought boots for the players? And we understand that their weather, the condition has changed. It's a bit cold there, and it's going to continue from now to around March next year. Do they have all this information? They need information this thing because Ambassador is critical because after here where you pick the best way. So those go crazy. I will not waste time to bring such environment hard work. So I think that in as much as it's difficult, it's doable unlike the Wydad game because for Wydad their history and everything was a bit similar to Accra, but there's an inexperienced side in the game. How should be able to show attitude for me in the game, and they should be able to send scouts to scout the team properly. They should know every player individually, their weakness, their strength. That is what scouts. It's not just about 15 minutes. You know, that kind of analysis is needed. It's everybody doing that. I mean, every child on the street knows that the non-Africans, the first 15 minutes, it's a con that they're going to play you and they're going to pressure you. We don't know those kind of details. They need to assess the team, even their system of play, the team units in the team, their style of play. How did they organize themselves as a unit? Who is their marksman? Who do they look after? Who is their target man? And so scouting and preparing notes on them for Samuel Wood would be very crucial. And Samuel Wood would have to be pragmatic in this game. He would have to be pragmatic. Where he needs to set up talk, he needs to do that. Where he has to open up, he has to open it. Not open. I mean, that is my system. So you open up the whole 90 minutes and then you keep conceding goal. He has to be pragmatic. The management have to do the right things, like Benjamin has said, and I wouldn't want to re-emphasize, I wouldn't want to mistake those points because they are very important. They need to, the management have to work very well as well in this game.
Okay, so that's the submission of Dennis Osei Jemfi and then Benjamin Owusu. They call him the Crusader. Don't forget that by the time House of Folk hosts SC Swara in Ghana for the first leg, we will still be playing the Ghana Premier League. So we'll be in match day 4, meaning House of Folk will get some proper game time to prepare themselves for this big encounter. Because of time, we will not be able to talk about the Ghana Premier League, but we will bring you the analysis and the preview from match day 2 going. And then on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you get all the updates about the Ghana Premier League on GhanaWeb.com. Don't forget to visit GhanaWeb for all your sports updates, best news, politics, entertainment on GhanaWeb.com. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Dennis and then Crusader, thank you very much for joining me on this episode. All right, so, okay. So you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel, like and comment. Until we meet again, it is bye for now. Don't do what I wouldn't do. My name is Joel Eshen, and this has been another episode of the Friday Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
Welcome to another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Series here on GhanaWeb TV. The conversation continues, and we are creating awareness about how you and I can ensure safety on our roads, as well as curb road accidents as a menace that has gone on for so long. Today, we spend the day at the Accident and Emergency Unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, where we would interact with a patient's doctor who will take us through what a typical day looks like at the accident ward, whilst we have other pertinent conversations around road safety. Thank you for joining us once again. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Let's have a quick break and meet our guest. So we are at the entrance of the emergency unit at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and Doc is going to take us through the procedures that one has to take, a patient has to take once he gets here for treatment.
All right, so what happens is that they get to the entrance, and then we have a nurse here, we call it the pre-triage nurse.
Okay.
Normally you bring in such people when you have problems at your entrance, or when you have pandemics. So during the COVID time, we decided to have one here.
Okay.
And some time back, there was an issue that someone came to the hospital, was not satisfied with some service and all that. And the staff too had the proof also that they did all well. So we decided to bring the PRO's office here.
Okay.
So on my left, that's the PRO's office. So what happens here is that the PRO's office is independent of the emergency room. So they are here to see how we do our things. Whatever goes wrong, they tell us maybe we are wrong or patient is wrong.
Okay.
Then they see the way to correct them. But they function very well with our pre-triage nurse. They come together anytime a patient comes in, they approach them, talk to the family, find out how best they can help, and then we move the patient inside.
So at this point, when they are doing all of that, where would the patient be?
No, so they are receiving the patient.
Okay.
They go and receive the patient.
Okay.
All is that a patient has come in, they walk to the patient, the car ask what their problem is. They find out, oh no, it's the patient you brought, and then they coordinate the movement of the patient in.
Okay.
Some can walk in, others will need a wheelchair, some also need beds. They arrange for all that and move the patient in.
Okay, so
yes.
Doc, I would want to know, you know, there are different kinds of patients with different financial backgrounds.
Yes.
If someone should come in and they don't have any money at all,
yes,
does the emergency units take care of them and then later on look at the finances, or you wait for them to pay everything before?
We don't. Luckily enough, we have the electronic system we are using. You know, initially we were using the paper system, manual thing somebody has to record.
Okay.
And with that one, someone could easily run away without paying a bill.
Okay.
And there is no way it's recorded anywhere because the person may not even come back with that folder. So it means that that bill will be lost forever. But now we are using an electronic system. Whenever you enter the hospital, even for the first time, it doesn't matter which point. You have your name is entered into the system, and then you have a code number.
Okay.
So that's your number for the rest of your life within the facility.
Okay.
So it has come to help us in the emergency room, because normally in emergencies, we don't want a situation where they will say pay before you have the service, because it's somebody's life.
Yes.
So the emergency concept is save the life and later payments will be made.
Okay.
Now, the moment they bring the person in, we ask the relative to quickly go and do a card. Now the card itself has a fee, but you don't pay it upfront.
Okay.
You just do the card, they capture your data and all that, then the system starts billing in there. Then we attend, while that is being done, we are attending to the patient. We attend to the patient all drugs that we need. The department has done so well, together with the central administration, that we have a pharmacy within the department.
Okay.
So they serve all medication. Since it's the system, it's just for a doctor to prescribe that medication in the name of that patient. It is all given out and the patient is billed. So someone can come and stay the first 24 hours without having any money on them. Whatever we should do in the emergency room will be done. The person will have medication given. Then later on they have to come and pay all those bills. Okay. There's a limit to it. And when it gets to that limit now, the notification from pharmacy, for example, will come that the patient has hit the limit and now has to make some deposit before further medications can be issued. But then the patient is stable.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. So where are you taking us now?
All right. So this is the triage unit. When you enter the emergency room, we have the triage where they check the patient's vitals. So vitals, I mean like the blood pressure, the sugar level, the way the patient is breathing, the oxygen level, and then they assess the patient's general awareness. Ask one or two questions and then put all this together. So these are very objective values that we put together, and then it gives a color code. Now the color code has a meaning. For example, if the person triages bed, that tells you that if you don't have a bed, if you don't have anything, there's a life-threatening issue with that patient. So you need to sort out that patient. To the extent that even if for that particular patient alone, you all need to put the patient on the floor. All the staff have to go onto the ground and take care of that patient. You have to do it because there's something that is going to cause the patient's life. So you have to solve that problem out quickly. So we do it.
Okay.
And then after that, we have orange, and then we have yellow. Those ones have a time limit to be seen. So at least those ones you can look for a bed, you can look for an ideal place and then pull them before you go ahead. So these values, as I said, are all very objective. If I do it, the values I'll get, when you also do, you get same values.
Same values.
So it's not now like because I know the person. No. So sometimes you may even come and then you are waiting for a moment. They ask you wait. They've checked all that and you are still waiting. They tell you maybe there are no beds or there's a situation or so. Then you realize that they rush in another person. They check on that person too. You may see the person to be conscious, but the person may have some life-threatening issues.
Okay.
So they may even attend to that person before your relative. Then people now tend to think that, oh no, there's something going on, somebody has, no, it's not so.
Okay.
Here it's not first come, first serve.
It's based on the severity of the case.
Problem the person has.
Okay.
But there's a time limit for every color that you shouldn't go beyond this time. That person should have been seen. So you realize that someone who has come earlier on has been waiting. Another one comes in, has been checked on, and then that person is given faster attention than the other one. And then relatives may not understand. But it's our responsibility to explain it to them.
And is that done?
Yes, it is done. The only thing is that if, for example, now, let's say that they received you nicely, you've come in, but you are still anxious because your patient is still complaining of maybe a pain in the tummy. Then another one comes in, probably even walking. But then when they check, you realize that something is wrong with the person, very serious. So that person is moved in. At that point, maybe nobody will explain anything to you, but you're already furious. So you may not wait for the explanation, and then you may just burst out, start talking. But if you have the patience, it will be explained to you. And even if you ask, it will be explained to you. And that's it.
Okay, so what you are saying is patients may not look like what they are going through or how severe their cases may be.
Yeah, that's
so. There may be someone sitting on a wheelchair with a less serious case than someone who may be walking around.
Yes. So let me give you just a scenario. With experience, I was at the accident area, and there was this mass accident where about 15 people were in a vehicle and had an accident. They were brought in. There were some young guys among them who were shouting, "Attend to me, my leg is paining me this." There was an old lady, an elderly woman who was sitting down. All you could realize was that she just sat down, put the hands on the thighs. We call it the tripod position, leaning forward a bit. Tripod position,
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Leaning forward a bit, and you realize that she was trying to breathe in deeply and take it out. That tells you that that woman's breathing is a problem. She has a very bad problem, worse than all those who were shouting. We quickly took her in. When we checked, we got it. We have something we call pneumothorax. She was in tension pneumothorax. So much air had accumulated into her lungs, her chest. And this woman could not breathe well, but was not talking. So you realize that somebody is rather screaming, shouting because the leg is broken and is paining him. But there was this old lady who was just sitting down, not talking, or was just moaning. But that person had a more severe injury. So it is not, that's what I'm saying, it's not subjective. It's not what I see you, about no, I like you, I don't like you. It is what the experience and the triage values will give us. Then we move forward.
Okay. Is it the case that there are enough nurses on the ground to see to all patients that come at the same time? Because maybe 2 or 3 or 4 patients may come with the same severity of issues, and there may not be enough people to check, what is happening to them at the time they come.
Yeah. So here's what happens. All patients who go to the clinic are stable. It means they don't have a life-threatening issue.
Yeah.
They don't have an acute problem. So they are being seen at the clinic. Those ones, they can be in a queue for their vitals to be checked. Their blood pressure, sugar, and all those things to be checked. In the emergency room, always we assume that anybody who walks into the emergency room or who is brought to the emergency room has an acute problem. So we make sure that we have enough nurses at triage, and you can have 2, 3 patients being checked on at the same time. Okay. So we have enough nurses to do it, and then we do it at the same time.
Okay.
Ideally, nobody should come to the emergency room and wait for more than 10 minutes before a nurse works on that patient. No.
Okay. Right. So you've told us about the triage.
Yes.
When next do they move to?
All right. So a patient has come in and has triaged red. Red means that there's a life-threatening issue that we need to solve immediately. Can't wait. So, for example, as we are having this interview now, if they should bring in a patient and the patient triages red, it means we have to stop.
Yeah.
We pause.
Yes.
We need to go save that life before we come and continue.
Exactly.
Even when other people are being triaged and their values look normal, we may have to leave that and then go and handle the one that has a life-threatening issue, which is red. So now this is the procedure. Now the person comes in red, we go inside here. So if you don't mind,
go
we can
inside
enter
here.
red. Yes.
Okay. So this is the red.
Yeah. So this is the red unit. Now, the difference in all things is that you should always have an empty red bed, and don't use it for a walking case that is not red, because an emergency can come at any time, which is life-threatening, and then you need to use that red bed to save that life. Okay. So ideally, we have the resuscitation bed, but because of our system, you leave it. The next morning, by the time you come, a new patient has been resuscitated, and the patient remains on the bed. Okay. But at red, all beds at red are for resuscitation.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, but you've mentioned some of the things that you use to determine the severity of a patient's case.
Yes.
Can you give me an example or some instances of the kind of patients that you admit here? What are their issues?
All right. So most of the patients that are admitted to red are unconscious. Unconscious means they cannot maintain a communication with you. Most of them are that way. Now you may have others that will have other life-threatening issues. The person may be communicating with you, but for example, the sugar is so low, and most of them will be unconscious to anyway. You have a patient who has a chest injury, for example, and then it's going down, the consciousness level is going down. You need to move that patient to red. You have a patient who has a vascular injury, that's a blood vessel injury, an artery injury, for example, that is pouring so much blood. That's, if you don't do anything about it, we call it exsanguination. That's because it's bleeding so much that the blood will all get finished. Those patients are moved to red. So that patient may even be conscious, but is moved to red.
Okay.
So if you see the patient behind you, for example, he was knocked down by a motorbike. You see? So he came in with a head injury, the leg was broken and all that. Now he's coming up, so he's struggling. All right, so now what they have to do is, they have to give him something to sedate him a bit, and then they will do their head CT scan and all that. Now, the head CT scan is still an emergency. In some situations, it's an emergency. But we in the emergency room, we have our limitations because we don't have our own CT scan machine.
Okay.
So as I told you at the entrance, this one came in, didn't come in with any money or relative. We took him in, we made sure we got the card for him, we got all the medications for him. Now he's coming up. The family later on came in, and then they started paying for some of the things.
Okay.
So that's how it is.
Okay. All right. So from the red.
Yeah. So red, we have
ward,
orange. So we can go to orange also.
Can you tell us some of the peculiar accident cases you've had to deal with personally as a doctor?
Yeah, I mean all of them. Mention them, from falls, those who fall from height, or someone is drunk and falls down. People who have been knocked down by motorbikes, by vehicles, or were also riding the vehicle, riding the motorbike, or were in the vehicle and had an accident. And then those who are pillion riders, that those who sit at the back of the motorbike and all that. So we've had all of the burns, vascular injuries, we've had everything here.
So how many?
And then the non-trauma cases too, yes.
How many nurses do you work with on the regular?
Really, the whole department has about 200 and something nurses. But what happens is that the allocation of nurses depends on what is done on that ward. For example, this is the red ward, which is an acutely ill patient area where you need to do a lot of resuscitation. So mostly they have about a nurse to 2 patients. That is the maximum you can have. You cannot have 3 patients to a nurse, no. The worst you can have is 2 patients to a nurse. Yes, and there are times that they even have 2 nurses attending to 1 patient.
Okay.
Yes, now when you go to the other side, it's not safe. So this ward takes about 14 patients. So on a daily basis, they may have about 10 to 12 nurses per shift. Because some of them need more care. Yes, and that's it. Yes.
So which is the orange?
All right, so the orange is the other side.
Okay.
So in terms of severity, when you take red out, the next level is orange.
Orange.
So the orange patient can also deteriorate easily and go into red with a life-threatening issue.
Okay.
Right.
And you mentioned earlier resuscitating patients in the red units.
Yes.
What does it take to resuscitate a patient?
A lot. So the point is, this one is patient-based, but there are unique things you should always have. We have some equipment, probably when we get back. You should have a defibrillator. You should have what we call the ventilator. We have it. You have your suction machine. You have all your emergency drugs. You have what we call the CPR board and the drugs all you need. And then the training for the staff who work there. Because if anything goes wrong with any patient that we need to do resuscitation, everybody there must be capable of starting it and then inviting the rest of the team in. So we have all those steps. Yes. The monitors and all that. So every patient that read to have a monitor. That's the cardiac monitor. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So we are now at the orange.
So this is orange ward. So a lot of the patients here will be able to talk to you, tell you their problems. You communicate with them, but they have an illness that makes it that they can't go home now, so they need to be seen.
Stay.
Most of them would be admitted to the wards. Yes, whenever there's a space on the ward, they are admitted to the wards. Some of them to stay in the emergency room longer than it should be, but that's it. That's orange.
Okay. All right. So where are we moving
we
to
have
next?
yellow. We will not go there because during the COVID pandemic, every unit was asked to allocate an area for suspected cases. You do the testing
Within the unit.
within your unit. So ideally, if you are a health facility, you should have an area where you keep a case that you suspect of COVID. Because one thing about COVID is we human beings moving around and move the virus around. So if you suspect a case, it's better you keep it, isolate it somewhere, let the proper testing be done. If it turns out to be that it's not, then you move the patient to any ward at all. But if it turns out to be, then you move the patient to the treatment center. That way you're able to contain the illness easily. So now when COVID started, in the emergency room, we didn't have an area to isolate these patients. So the decision was taken to use the yellow ward. The yellow ward just looks like this, but it's on the other side.
Okay.
So initially, things were going on well. So we're only keeping the suspected cases. We'll get the COVID result, then we move them to the treatment center. Kolebu has a treatment center. But currently, the treatment center is full, and we learned all other treatment centers are full. So we have a lot of the patients now that are positive. So it has become more or less a treatment center, though it has not been well equipped to treat. So we can't enter there because the patients there have COVID. Yes,
okay, so then it means that the people who ordinarily would have been put in those wards, where are they put now?
That is the pressure we have now. So you realize that has given a lot of pressure because that takes about 14 patients. At a go takes 14 patients. So it means
those 14
we now have
patients.
that pressure of dealing with those 14 patients at triage. Ideally, triage is not a place for a patient to be seen, attended to. No, a patient is to be triaged and then sent to the appropriate area, and then the triage nurses become free for the next cases that will be coming in.
Okay.
But unfortunately now, because of this situation, sometimes even the triage nurses need to treat a patient at triage because we have that pressure on us. So that's the deficit we have now in the system.
Okay,
yes.
And how do you deal with relatives who come with patients like this? Because some of them come with emotions and all of that.
Yes.
How do you deal with
them? You mean those who are suspected of COVID or any other patient at all?
Relatives who come with accident victims.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is it. The point is that ideally we are not allowed all relatives in because it gives a lot of pressure. So that's where sometimes I say the security man's work is even more difficult than ours. Good. So a lot of relatives come in. You are attending to the patient. You can't attend to the relatives at the same time. But that's why we have the PRO's office, the pre-triage nurses. They handle the relatives for us first by talking to them to understand what we have at hand. And surprisingly enough, or somehow okay, the relatives who bring these bleeding cases, the accident cases, understanding that they have a bad situation at hand. So they cooperate a lot with us. Whatever you ask them to do, most of them do it. Apart from the very young ones who are from some particular area, they feel that all of them should be there. They come in making a lot of noise. But this is our work. So we know how to go about it so that doesn't distract us from attending to the patient. There was a gentleman who came in, had a very bad open fracture. So open fracture means that there's a communication between outside and where the bone is broken. So there was a large wound. This patient was not looking stable. We managed to get blood. We ran up and down to get blood. They didn't even have money initially because the blood bank, they don't sell blood. What happens is that somebody will have to donate at least blood later so that you have more for other people.
Later or before?
No, later.
Okay.
As long as it's an emergency, when we get to the blood bank, they consider it.
Okay.
But one of the things is that any blood at all, you have to check and see if the blood is safe. So the safety of the blood is to make sure there is no sickness in the blood. It's a very group of that particular patient, and there's a cost involved in that. So, for example, they'll check if there's no HIV, there is no hepatitis, and all other things they look for. Now, this one has a cost that you have to pay instantly, but sometimes you're able to talk to the blood bank unit. Sometimes they even write some of our names there to just make sure that we make sure the relatives later go there to pay. Then they give the blood to us. So there was this gentleman, we did all this for the guy. He even had an injury to the hand. We handled all this. Now it was time for the orthopedic surgeons to come in and take this patient. The patient said he was going back to the north.
Okay.
That the grandfather said he should come back home. This was somebody who came in dying. We had to go look for blood, do all this for him. And eventually they even brought the letter that they didn't want care again, and we had to let them go. But
was he okay?
No, he was alive. But that's the striking part of it. That's someone who comes in dying. You've done the first part of it. And then you know that this is a young guy that if that one is taken good care of, because you give it to the orthopedic surgeons, they have the way they do it. When we get to the ward, you see people having some metals, external fixators, because they have broken limbs with wounds. So normally it says to treat the wound, so that the people will be safe. And this somebody who said he was living. That bad wound, even to prevent tetanus prophylaxis that wanted to do, they said they will not take it. And they wrote the letter.
They won't take the injection.
Yes, so they wrote letter against it, and they left. So that's a painful part of it.
Okay.
The other ones too is that sometimes we are emotionally broken down, more especially when the end result is bad. And we've had very bad end results. Someone was knocked down by a vehicle, by a motorbike, just on the Kolebu Road towards the fire service to Mampubi Post Office. Knocked down by a motorbike. Brought in. Motorbike accident. We were checking. The guy had the carotid artery severed. That's gone. Comes in. Really, he himself was the one even riding the motorbike. Comes in, severed. We tried all that we could. We couldn't save him.
It was too late.
It was too late. The point is that that artery is like the main pipe supplying a house. The moment it's cut off, even if it happens within the hospital, very few of them survive it. Yes. Those are cases that need to go to theater straight and a lot to be done. Yes. It's a main blood supply vessel.
Okay. You spoke about blood in your submissions.
Yes.
Has there been a case, because I've heard so many people in their experiences in different hospitals saying that they needed blood and they had to get someone to donate before they even had the chance to, undergo surgery or anything they needed the blood for. Has that happened here, or does that happen here?
No, in our case, no, because we are an emergency unit. So you have the clinics. Probably at the clinics it has happened. So I cannot say in Kolebu it doesn't happen.
Yes, but I mean here at
in the emergency room it doesn't happen, because what happens is that whenever we make a request, they know where it's coming from the emergency. So if they have the blood, if only they have it, and in that particular group of that patient, they always give it to us. But the issue is that someone would need to go and donate. But the issue is that they don't sell blood, and there's nothing that can replace blood
except another person.
Except blood. So when they give you blood, at least it's also okay. You also make sure you also replace it so that the next person will also get some.
Okay.
So that, but for the emergency room, we don't have that problem unless they don't have it. Then now we have a lot of situations where they don't have, and they've been telling us that initially they were getting donations from institutions, some are schools, churches, but because of COVID, the donations have gone down.
Okay.
All right. So through this means we are pleading with organizations, groups that would like to donate in the name of Kolebu, and they can come and donate, and then we would have it.
How are you as a hospital liaising with authorities to ensure that the canker of road accidents is minimized or is dealt with in the country?
All right, so ours will be only to educate and advise. The law enforcement agencies will now have to take it up.
Okay.
So this is the male ward of the emergency. So this is really for orthopedics. It's not under emergency.
Okay.
But it's where most of our male patients come to. All right. So we'll see them lying here. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So this is what I was telling you. You were asking about somebody has a big wound, whether you amputate or not. So this one tells you that the fracture, there's a fracture, the bone is broken, but there is a wound, an extensive wound at the site.
Okay.
So the way to treat it now is that they will put the metals and then have access to the wound. Now the metals are to hold both ends of the bone and then align them very well so that a new bone will form around it to heal it well.
Oh, okay.
But whilst you do that, the soft tissue, there's a wound there. So you need to care for the wound. So now, from time to time, they have a schedule when they open the wound and dress them. So this morning, have you had your dressing this morning?
No.
Yesterday. Okay, I think his was dressed just this morning. Yeah, so that's what they do it.
So
they
how
have a
long does a patient with a wound like this, for instance, stay in the hospital?
No, really, the point is some of the patients, depending on the nature of the wounds, may need antibiotics that will go IV through the vein.
Okay.
That person can't go home. Now, when they realize the wound is healing well, and then now they are comfortable that, okay, patient can go home, the medication will now be oral. So the antibiotic now, he doesn't need to take the IVs because the wound looks okay. Patient is educated. The family will be there to support the patient, because the worst thing that can happen to any team is that after you fixed all this, patient goes home and this whole thing breaks down. Goes to work on it, doesn't have any family support. So on social issues, if there's a social issue, the patient won't go home early. Other than that, the moment they realize that your wound can heal well even when you are taking oral medications, you have family support, and there's a place to dress the wound. In most of the cases, they even ask them to come back here to dress, depending on the distance they have to take. Mostly they like handling the wounds themselves, because they don't want a situation where you go elsewhere and then someone will go and mismanage the wound, then the whole thing will break down. And so then they give them a time to come back for dressing. So it depends. Somebody will be here in just 2-3 days. They realize that this person can be managed from home well, is discharged. Someone will be here 2-3 weeks and still hasn't gone home. Yeah, so it's individualized, yes.
So before we get the permission to speak to them, you've been working on the ground, like you said.
Yes.
What are some of the things you think that people can donate to your ward to help facilitate the work you do?
All right, so to the emergency, people can come in, look at the types of beds we have. We have some particular types that are very good, and we have others that are not the best for the emergency. So beds will be one of them. All right. The monitor, I told you that patients at Red, each patient is supposed to have a monitor, and we have it for almost all at Red, but we still have spaces without monitors, cardiac monitors. That is fine. Ultrasound for emergency care, the department is trying to procure one now, which is a quality one, but if you have a second one, that will also be very good for us. Our resuscitation equipment, so we have a crash cart. That one has specifications, so if anyone would like to help us, at least they can contact us and we tell them what the crash cart is, what it contains. Okay. Yes, our ambu bag, which will be part of the resuscitation equipment. Yeah, I think that would be okay for us.
Okay. You know, accidents happen and victims are helpless on the spot before they even get people to help them. Can you tell me what, not eyewitnesses, but the individual himself or herself, what you can do to stop your, case from getting worse before you get people to help you?
All right, so the issue is this. There's an accident. In everything that you do in emergency, your safety is number one. So where we are standing now, talking, doing this interview, if you realize that it's not safe, we need to get out. If there's somebody who needs care, and then you are going to give care to that person in the first place, you have to check and see if the scene is safe for you. If it's not safe for you, you have to make sure it gets safe before. So, same thing I will tell them. Somebody has an accident. It's for example, a mass accident. The vehicle still has this fuel, the petrol, in there. Anything at all can happen. It's better you move, if you can move yourself away from the scene, move yourself away a bit. Forget about what belonging you have in that vehicle, because it can catch fire at any time. And if you happen to be amongst all that are there, maybe yours is, let's say, your finger that has a problem, so you can stand and help others. If you have more knowledge, and then if people start coming in now, then you will now have to be telling them what to do for each person. But the best thing to do at that point, if you can make a call, you call. Now if you call 112, it goes to emergency unit. If you call 191, 192, 193. So 191 I think goes to the police, 192 to fire service, and 193 to national ambulance service. Any of these lines that you call, or you just call 112, it goes to a central emergency unit. At least they are able to coordinate and then get help to that scene.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Forget about property and see how best you can save yourself, and if you are able to save other people too, that is fine.
All right. Thank you so much,
You're
Doc.
welcome.
We'll be speaking to Dr. Henry Bully. He is the emergency medicine specialist and clinical coordinator here at the Accident and Emergency Unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. He's taken us round, he's told us what they do here on a typical day, and subsequently we'll be speaking to some of the victims to hear their experiences and possible lessons they've learned from any of these experiences. Until we meet in the next edition, thank you for joining us, and my name is Wanda Amihegan.
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Marketing in Ghana, I would want to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting, with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. I would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what they call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
This morning, we joined some members of the Ghana National Association of Law Students here at the Independence Square in Accra. They are staging a protest to press home some demands. The group will be marching from here to the Parliament House, where they will be petitioning the legislative body to press home their demands. They also move to the presidency, where they will also be petitioning the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Join us after this break as we join the group on their mission today. My name is George Isi, and this is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV.
We sat down with them and we've provided enough security, enough men to provide security so that they will have the opportunity to demonstrate, and law-abiding Ghanaians or every Ghanaian will also have the opportunity to go about their duties. So that's exactly what we are doing. We want them to have their demonstration without infringing on the rights of other law-abiding Ghanaians. So you can see, this is exactly what we are doing.
And lastly, what's the assurance that we are not going to have any confrontation? Because last 2 years we had a similar incident and the police came under a lot of backlash.
Last 2 years is different from this year.
So the assurance, so that the law.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, last 2 years is different from this year. That's the assurance I can give you.
This will be much better.
Sorry?
This will be much better. There's no confrontation.
Much better. We don't have any intent of confronting any student. Anytime they had demonstration, I've been a student before, it is always the students who always want to confront the police. We have never had the intent of attacking any students. Yeah. In fact, if you had been here earlier, you see the leadership interacting freely with the policemen. It shows the kind of interaction we have had with them even before getting to this point.
Doing what we are asking for, we do not have any fight with the police. They are not our enemies. They themselves are law students. Their uniform will not allow them to wear this red. So we are doing this for them. We are also doing this for the police. Because when they arrest people and they send their docket to the Attorney General for advice, it can take sometimes 4 years. It is because the Attorney General's office does not have lawyers to be able to write those advice. We are in the country where the police have to fight land guards. In 2020, we passed a land act that says every community must have customary land secretariat. Yes. Where are the people to man that secretariat? We are here. 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 Are not our enemies. We are here. All we are saying is that future generations should not go through our pain. Future generations should not go through our suffering. The market woman's son or daughter must be able to also attend law school. And please, follow our orders. Some of us are obeying the best, aside the police. Please, obey the police and obey us. If you have any questions, let us know. I will be there, he will be there. Thank you very much. Let the music begin.
Finally, the protest has commenced, but contrary to what we communicated earlier, there's been some last-minute changes in terms of the route for the protest. Instead of going to the Parliament House and to the presidency, the students are now marching to the court, towards the court complex here in Accra. They are presenting a petition to the Judiciary Service. Then from there, they will make it to the Parliament to present their petition to Parliament, and then from Parliament, they will come back to the presidency. GhanaWeb TV saying loud, we are still following this protest, and we will be speaking to some of the students as well to gather their thoughts and their concerns in terms of what this process is all about. We have with us one of the conveners. We will speak to him. Please, your name?
Asari Hassan.
Why are we going to the court complex?
Because we feel that is where most of the judges are, or that is where they start from. And we think that is where to actually begin, because they need to know that we are processing. So if we don't go through there, then obviously we've gone through nowhere. They will inform the CJ that we came to them.
Are you personally one of the victims of the 499?
No, I'm not. I'm the president of the National Association of Law Students, which is actually the umbrella body of even the 499. So the 499 comes under us.
For you, what is your biggest concern in all of this development?
The injustice situation that we are experiencing now by the 499. Beyond the 499, we feel that one of the problems is the limitation in terms of no reform, which has to happen and happen immediately, because people are being denied access to law education, not because through any fault of theirs, but because of the irresponsibility of the people in power or the people at the helm of affairs. That's how we are working this.
So we are all looking for a solution to all of this.
Yeah.
What is your solution that you are proposing?
For example, they should open the legal education. The faculties can run it. GLC can be like WIAC. That runs an exam for all of us to sit to. So we feel that some of these things should be addressed. It's very easy. GLC alone cannot run the examination. We have 17 faculties coming into one small school with a capacity of about 500, which is very unacceptable. So all we are asking is that you open it so that more people can become lawyers.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, so we are still with the demonstration. We are walking towards the court complex now, and we are keeping you up to speed.
Chief Justice, Chief Justice, Attorney General, Attorney General, Mr. President, Mr. President, 109, 109,
So the protest is still on. We just left the court complex, the Supreme Court area, and the message there was simple. They want the Attorney General, members of the bench, to know that injustice is being dealt to them. We have one of their members here. We will want to speak to you. Mister, your name and your designation?
My name is Tony Ban. I'm the lead convener of the 499 group, the group that wrote the exams and passed, but have been denied admission. So I'm leading them.
You said you passed. On what basis? Because what the General Legal Counsel is saying is different.
Well, it's established rule that when you write the exams and you get 50%, you pass. That's what we've been using over the years. In fact, Mr. Maxwell Opoku-Agyemang, a renowned lecturer at the Ghana School of Law, has even said that when you cross 50, you pass. If you get 49.99, you will not be admitted. The former CJ, Chief Justice, Madam Sophia Akufu, in 2019 October, also repeated saying that for you to get to the law school, you need to get 50. And that is what has been used over the years. This year, same thing, we wrote the exams, they released 790 results that they have passed. Now, upon incessant pressure on them to release the result of all students, we realized that 499 more students also crossed the 50. In fact, some even got 60, 61. But then they brought a new rule after the examination. A new rule. And the new rule said that you should get 50% here, 50% here to pass. And we said that we didn't know when we were writing the exams. This is all our cry. That you cannot allow us to finish the exams. And then you bring a new rule when you realize that we have passed. To disadvantage us. And that is our problem. That's all we are crying.
Yes, you are demonstrating today, and you are going to Parliament, you are going to the presidency, you've been to the law court. What are you seeking from these people, these institutions? What would you want them to do for you?
We want them to impress upon the General Legal Counsel and the Ghana School of Law to admit us now, because we have passed the exams. They should admit us now. We wrote the exams per their own rule. We passed the exams, so it is only fair that you will admit us to go and continue our study. So we want them, and these are institutions handling the law. The General Legal Counsel is an institution that handles the entire law program in the whole Ghana. So we want them to employ us, to admit us, and to go to school. That's what we're saying.
So in all these demands, there is a bigger picture. Okay, people are calling for a total expansion of Ghana's legal education system. What is your group's position on that?
My brother, there are so many faculties running the law program with only one law school. So it is fair and reasonable that if you have a lot of faculties running the law school, then you expand the law school, the school as well. Like I said, Nigeria used to run 6 law schools. Now they're expanding it to 12. What will happen if all Ghanaians are lawyers? It will be fantastic. We won't know what to do, know our left from the law, and everybody will do the right thing. So if you have people going to study the law, meanwhile we are even under-lawyered in this country. So if you need more lawyers and people want to be the law, they have money in their hands, you have spaces available, you have people who want to lecture also available, and you say you won't let them become lawyers. My brother, that is all.
Yes, okay, thank you. So the bottom line is for a total expansion of Ghana's legal education system. The protest is still on. There are 2 more stops to go. The Parliament House of Ghana and the presidency. This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We are bringing you a coverage of the protest by the Ghana National Association of Law Students, who are demanding an overhaul, a change in Ghana's legal education regime. We are currently at the Ridge Roundabout. As you can see, that road on my left leads to the Parliament of Ghana, and that is where the demonstration is now headed. They are going to present their petition to the legislative body of Ghana. Behind me is the entrance to the Parliament House of Ghana, and in the background is what you are hearing are the demonstrators who have arrived here. What we understand is that the protesters will wait here at the entrance while their leadership goes inside to present their petition to the Legislative House of Ghana.
Yeah. That's a wonderful boy. You gotta take it out and read portions of it.
You may, sir.
Whose life? Oh, okay. You want to speak to it, or you just presenting it?
Just speak a little bit of it.
So go ahead.
Yes, sir. So
I'm supported by the Deputy Clerk of Parliament and the Marshal to Parliament. The Speaker and the leadership are getting ready for Parliament to come back from recess early next week. Therefore, I'm doing this on behalf of he's taking it together with me on behalf of the Speaker and on behalf of the parliamentary leadership. So you can speak to it. If we have some comments to make, we'll be happy to do that.
Yes, sir. My name is Asari Hassan. I'm the president of the National Association of Law Students. We also have aggrieved law students with us today. We are presenting this petition to you. As you may be well aware, there's been a lot of agitations when it comes to legal education in Ghana. One of the things that we are requesting for immediately would be to admit all the 499 students who passed their exams and yet are being denied admission to the law school. We feel that by the rules set by the IEC, that is the Education Committee, they are supposed to be admitted as per their rules. But unfortunately, a new rule came out after the exam, which we feel is unreasonable and unacceptable because it cannot be justified within the context of law. Beyond that, we're also seeking for reforms. It is a bit unacceptable to have 17 faculties to actually try to enter just the Ghana Legal School of Law, sorry. We think that the faculties would have to be, the faculties would have to be given accreditation to actually run this law education so that a lot of students can also have access to become lawyers in the near future. We feel this is a provision that is even found in the LI 2355. And for that reason, we are calling on Parliament to speak to this matter and find ways to legislate, if possible, to ensure that there is an opening for all qualified students to get access. Until 2012, we are very much aware that the only access or the only requirement to access legal education when it comes to the PLC was through acquiring an LLB. Unfortunately, it was changed, and we feel we can revert back to it, because if we revert back to it, at the moment, the limitation is actually, one of it that I think it is space. So if we can find a way to resolve this issue, we feel Ghanaians will be more happy. We need these reforms to be done as soon as possible, because it is something that we petitioned Parliament 2 years ago about, and unfortunately it's still hanging. So we are just petitioning you to still reconsider. So that is why we are here.
Receiving it, as you said, on behalf of the Speaker of Parliament.
So on behalf of Right Honourable Speaker and the leadership of Parliament, we have received your petition as representatives of the people. We will subject it to a thorough scrutiny and debate, and consequential action arising thereof. You will be apprised of it adequately. I have no hesitation sharing your view for a critical eye on legal education in Ghana in particular, because I share your view that legal education is at an inflection point in Ghana today, and there is a disconnect between the number of persons desirous of acquiring legal education and wanting to develop careers in law, and the opportunities available by way of space and professional opportunities for training, including paralegals in our country. One of it, as you mentioned, has to deal with space. The space question can be dealt with through adequate budgetary allocation to the Ghana Law School and to the affected ministry, in order that they make access increasingly available without compromising quality. On the matter of the 400 students that you have mentioned, as you have stated, we will look at the merits of it and would advise accordingly. Let me use this opportunity to call on President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic, to, without any hesitation,
and as matter of urgency to constitute a legal education reform commission. However, if he fails to do that, we still can use our legislative mandate and authority to get such a commission formed. But my honest view at this juncture will be for the president to set up a legal education commission, get a number of retired deans of the Ghana School of Law, including Legon. I have listened to the expansion in number of faculties to 19, and it's still growing, and probably to consider even zoning access to professional education, at least to one of 3 locations in the country. So we'll look into the merits of your petition, and accordingly, the clerk will table it, and Parliament will find a date to look at it. We share a strong view that legal education should not be reserved for a select few in our country. We share that view, and we share the view that it should be made increasingly accessible and open without compromising quality to increasing number of young Ghanaians who want to develop careers in law. Our governance system, our legal system, and our judicial system can only be better with adequately trained professionals in law and paralegals. So thank you very much. At least we understand that it was peaceful and no incident. We want to commend you for that, and God bless.
So in 2019, a similar petition was presented to Parliament. In fact, in 2018, the Supreme Court ruled that it was illegal for the School of Law to continue running the entrance exams. Parliament approved an LI to actually legitimize that particular entrance exams. How do you absorb yourself?
So it means that that's why I said there's a disconnect. If the LI and the Supreme Court ruling are not serving the interests of persons wanting to acquire legal education and legal training as professional lawyers, we need to examine the ruling against the law and make a purposeful decision that allows you access to quality legal education.
The LI is on trial now, correct?
I wouldn't say so, but if it's not serving its purposes, the mischief will be cured by a review of it, as and when that is a position we should take as a legislative organ of state. Thank you.
Okay, so that's,
Thank you. Just gone by is the official presentation of the petition by the Ghana National Association of Law Students to the Parliament House of Ghana. The minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, receiving the petition on behalf of the House, assured that apt attention will be given to this particular petition and further action will be taken thereof. We are still following this demonstration. The next stop is the official seat of government, the Flagstaff House.
The scope of human rights is
Okay, so we are finally here at the presidency, the Flagstaff House, where this is our final lap for today's exercise. And then it is worth noting that today's exercise has seen very successful cooperation between the demonstrators and the police, except that once we got here, the police is suggesting that they stay here and the presidency officials come to meet them. But then the demonstrators are demanding to access to the presidency, to the entrance of the presidency, so that they can present their petition there. Besides that, the whole exercise has been very, very successful, and we are here to bring you everything, all the details related. Let's delve into what's happening here.
When we make laws, we have to follow them. Wait, I'm not done talking. Please, let me talk. I went to petition the police. I wrote to them. I did not tell them we are going to the presidency. Because I'm coming, listen to me. When I'm done, you can ask your questions. I did not tell them we are going to the presidency, even though I requested for it. Now, they said because it is a security zone, the president will accept to meet us at Afrikiko. Now, in the end, if the president is coming to us, or anybody from the presidency, why are we here fighting? We all cannot go there. So relax, ask the question.
Are we a security risk?
You want me to open up things?
Occupy Ghana and all.
You want me to open things?
They didn't have any, they didn't even have any arrangement with the police. But because are we threatened?
I am,
Occupy Ghana.
Calm down.
Stay like this then.
Let's
Senior, what's happening here?
We law students, we took part in the entrance exams. We all passed. They took 790 and 499 of us are left over.
Yes.
So we are
very much aware of that.
Yes. So we are coming to present a petition to.
We understand.
No, we are coming to present a petition to the presidency, and then the police are asking that we should stay here. We shouldn't get it. So they will come and address us. We are waiting for them to come and address us. No,
it seems to have degenerated into.
No, some of us were trying to understand why we could not go to a president. Like we went to parliament. We went to parliament, then we sat down. We could go there, sit down, and then they will come and address us. And then the police have said, no, we can't go there.
Yes.
So that is that misunderstanding between the students. So this time around, we understood, we stay, they will come and address us.
So that's a confirmation. They finally decided that they are going to stay here and wait for a representative from the presidency to come for their petition. After further deliberations with the police, it has been agreed that the protesters who converge at the street opposite the Flagstaff House main entrance, where representatives from the office of the president will come and receive their petition. It is once again important to note that the police have been very professional in today's exercise, and considering the history of such demonstrations in this country, it is another yet credit to the police administration, especially the new administration headed by Dr. George Ekufu Dampare. And so we take a break here, and once we return, we join them for the final presentation, and then we wrap up. Stick and stay. This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the breaks. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Today we've joined Ghana students, law students across the country who are demonstrating, demanding for reforms in the country's legal education system. We are currently at the seat of the presidency, where they are wrapping up their demonstration with a presentation of a petition to the president. Let's join them as they finalize this process.
My name is Asai Hassan. I'm the president of the National Association of Law Students. I'm sure by now our issues about the 499 wanting admission into the law school, who actually passed the law exams as per the rules of the IEC, which has already been petitioned to your office through the Agri students. In addition to that, we of the National Association of Law Students also thought it wise to add our voice and also let you know what is going on within the legal fraternity, which is normally of a negative effect on the students. One is to the effect that we are requesting for the faculties to be open so that legal education can be open or accessed by all. The exam in place is actually an impediment of some sort, which is to say that you have about 19 faculties who are wishing or hoping to get access into the Ghana Law School. In fact, that is just one school. It's just like saying all JSS students are going into transfer. We are asking that the faculties be allowed to run the course so that we're able to get access into the law school. The second one has to do with even people going outside the country to read the course. and when they come, they are penalized by having to pay huge sums of money to be able to do their postcode. Even in the law school, there is a repeat system, which actually frustrates those in the school itself, which is to say that when you fail 3 courses, you repeat all of the other courses. Now, in view of all this, we are requesting that the 499 be given admission into the law school, which is, I think, their right, and this injustice should be curtailed. Beyond that, we are also seeking for the reforms, which I've already placed before you for your consideration. For that reason, we present this petition.
Thank you very much, President. I'm receiving this on behalf of the presidency, and I think it is proper that I welcome you to the Jubilee House, which is the seat of this nation's presidency. Now, it is very important that you mentioned that you had submitted a petition already. It was received by my colleague, the President's Council. As it is, you being law students are more than aware of a theory that operates everywhere called the separation of powers. Ordinarily, the presidency will not want to extend its jurisdiction into the remit of the judiciary. Ordinarily, we will not want to do that. But to the extent that His Excellency the President swore an oath on the 7th of January, which includes the protection of the rights of each and every citizen in this country, he has to necessarily take consideration of this. But it may be wise to also inform you that pursuant to your submission of the first petition, it has been forwarded to the AG for the necessary framework to be looked at in order to bring a practical solution to this in consultation with the other arms of government. So it is not as if we are sitting on our oars. We are watching what is going on. And to the extent that we have a certain remit within which to do certain things, of course the presidency is inclined to give ear to that. And it has found expression with the AG. We have sent the petition there to see what the AG can do about it. There are other matters that you raised about those taking courses for post-call outside in Gambia and the like. You also know that people have a right to free expression. If it is their choice to go and do their course elsewhere, it is not the presidency that can hold them. Or if there are administrative fees that are set within the General Legal Council for the continuation or promotion of this program, we have very little to do with it. We can only plead with them in some way, or we can only impress upon them to reconsider some of the fees. But to tinker with the way they operate the thing might also be creating a problem by solving another one. So as best as we can, we shall let the AG come out with some proposals or some modalities so that when they meet at the GLC level, they may be able to consider these things. And hopefully the issues that are affecting not only the 499 students, but the repeat students and the rest will be dealt with holistically and will not return to these issues again. Thank you very much for bringing this petition to the presidency. It shall be addressed further, pursuant to what I've told you. We are most grateful for your presence here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the students, yes, I want to... Make it smart. Yeah, very smart. Okay, a very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for coming to the presidency to present this petition which I have received on behalf of the 499. It is very important for you to know, as I told your leadership, that the initial petition that was brought has been submitted to the Attorney General to commence work on it. As it is now, we have to be patient and wait for that process to be exhausted. We are quite optimistic that at the very least, some workable proposals will come out for the benefit of not just the 499, but for repeat students, for transition students, for students who are inclined to take the post-call option, so that holistically and realistically we'll deal with this matter once and for all. Thank you so much for coming. and your concerns shall be channeled to the appropriate place for redress. Thank you so much.
The injustice must be resolved.
Yes.
Like we have all said, we are all involved. Leadership would assure you that follow-up would be made on this petition, and the necessary follow-ups would be immediate. We, at this point, would like to thank all of you for coming out in your numbers, for enduring the sun, the weather, and all the elements to come.
This protest was led by the students from the Ghana National Association of Law Students. Yes, they led the protest and have actually petitioned all the three arms of government, talk about the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. They are hoping that going forward, a massive revamp of the legal education system and the structure is implemented. But as to whether this will be effected, the decision still lies in the hands of the powers that be. This has been Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George MC. And until we meet again for our next episode, it's bye for now.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program brings to you the hard truth, the facts, and the fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. 23rd August 2021 marks 230 years since the beginning of the uprising in Santo Domingo, today Haiti and the Dominican Republic. This played a crucial role in the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade. To mark this day, the world commemorates the International Day for the Remembrance of the Atlantic Slave Trade and its abolition. Our question is, what is the depth of enlightenment of African Americans on slave trade and their connection to the continent? We would have this discussion with our guest, who is the founder and president of a Washington, D.C. based African cultural edutainment, resource and consulting group. This is the Lowdown. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is the CEO and founder
of the Edinkra Group, Diallo Sambri. Welcome to the Lowdown.
Thank you so much for having me in your new studio.
Thanks a lot.
Greatly appreciate it. Good to see you again, too.
Yeah, good to see you again. The last time we spoke, you were the first African-American to be Ghana's tourism ambassador.
Yes,
so
sir.
are you still in that role, or is over now?
I'm still in the role, as far as I know. I'm still in the role. I still have a very healthy relationship with the Minister of Tourism, with Ghana Tourism Authority, with the Beyond the Return Committee, so it's going well. I mean, naturally, like everyone else, COVID has taken precedence, but I think we're all working steadily to make sure that Ghana's tourism industry stays afloat.
Yeah, talking about COVID, I know it's affected the tourism industry, and the Edinkra Group is deep in that space. So how bad is it for your company?
Well, so a part of what we do is tourism. So I wouldn't necessarily answer the question with how bad it is. I would say that along with everyone else who works in tourism, especially heritage tourism, bringing people to West African countries, everybody suffered to an extent because of international policies around flights, COVID vaccinations, COVID tests. The expense of the COVID test has made it difficult for some people to travel. People are concerned about their health. So we're really more or less focused on helping people be safe, following the trends, and doing our research to make sure that when people do come, we can provide a safe trip for them here and a safe passage home.
Well, we'll soon talk about the Edinkra Group, but now let's talk about the International Day for the commemoration of slave trade and its abolition. And slave trade is a very important subject when it comes to even Ghana, when it comes to even the world, because black people, a lot of us, were taken outside the continent to other places. And I think you have roots in that line because you are African American, and I think every African American basically has roots in Africa. How are Americans right now, I mean black Americans, how are they reconciling with the fact that slave trade did happen and also trying to connect to their roots? I know this is a very broad question.
It is. What I would say is I wouldn't look at it in a vacuum. So I wouldn't necessarily look at now as an extremely special time when you look at the history of African people in America. So one, I think it's important to say that we all know that Africa is the cradle of civilization. So depending upon how deep we want to go with science and how far we want to go back, I would say that every human being has African ancestry, right? So one, the world has to kind of accept that and then figure it out. Two, a lot of people are familiar with the transatlantic slave trade, right? A lot of people are familiar with what happened. There are things that are still being discovered. So it's not a new thing. I think it's important to commemorate it. I think it's important to have conversations about it without necessarily indicting every other race, so to speak. And I think it's important for us to accept it, right? Figure out how to move beyond it and focus more on how we level up and move into the future more so than what happened, right? Because if we spend our whole time talking about what happened, we know that there's a gap of time we won't ever be able to recover, right? We know that there's been an identity loss for those of us who are in America or the Caribbean or other parts, right? So I'm more or less focused on solutions, right? So one way that I'm working towards helping people recover that identity loss is I work with a company called AfricanAncestry.com. AfricanAncestry.com is the only DNA tracing company that allows people of African descent to trace their DNA back to modern day country and ethnic group. That helps to recover the gap. But more than anything else, it's just really about empowering people with their history, with their culture, to be able to move forward, and people do that in different ways.
Yeah, so talking about the present right now, you know, we've had the Black Lives Matter protests and also racism, which is really key and going on everywhere. Is there any connection with the African struggle? Because currently in Africa, there's also its own issues and the struggle. Is it an issue of black and white, or is it just an extension of what's happening here that's going on there?
I think it's an extension, and I think that the best way to look at it, no matter where you are in the world, is a continuum. And if we are able to look just at the past 100 years, 150 years, we can see some alignment specifically with the history of Africans in America and with the African continent, right? So one of the reasons why Ghana is such an exciting and appropriate place for this new emerging black renaissance where people want to come back home is because of Ghana's relationship with black America, so to speak. Ghana's first president, Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, spent a lot of time in America. Yeah. And it didn't necessarily, the time he spent there didn't necessarily provide a full foundation for his thoughts on Pan-Africanism, but it increased his capacity. He went to an historically black college and university, Lincoln University. He spent a lot of time, what we call, on the streets of Harlem, listening to orators. So when you look at history, you're going to see an alignment with the civil rights struggle of black people and the African independence movement. When you read history and research on Kwame Nkrumah, you're going to see how his involvement, his conversations with people like Malcolm X, with people like Martin Luther King, with people like Ralph Bunche, Abernathy, and a lot of those other civil rights leaders helped him develop some of his thoughts around democracy and Pan-Africanism. And you see it the other way around, too. So it's really, I think, appropriate that Ghana is in this position right now. And I'm saying that to say that now let's go forward to Black Lives Matter. It's a different time and a different movement, but it hasn't stopped. It's just taken on a new position, a new transition. So in the first quarter of the 20th century, you had black people fighting for education, right? Wanting to be educated, wanting to have equal rights. Then we had things like Brown versus Board of Education, separate, not equal, right? Then we go to the 60s and 70s, we had civil rights. Now we're in 2020 and we're saying Black Lives Matter, right? But it's all somewhat of the same struggle. And at the same time, I think we can all accept the ridiculousness of having to fight for human rights, of having to demand to be treated like a human, right? And that's what we all want.
And now the struggle has been digitalized. It's online. We have all these movements online and everything like that. Is it the same for education? Are African Americans taught all these history that you know, which you've read from books? Is that the same thing going on out there?
Well, when you look at formal education and how most people are taught history and where most people get the basis of their information from, it's from public school. If you look at the public school system in the United States, if you look at the public school system in Europe, in Asia, in South America, in Africa, nobody teaches history from an African-centered perspective, or nobody teaches history from an African-empowered perspective. There is no curriculum in the world internationally recognized in any institution, most of them outside of some black history departments and some HBCUs and private institutions, that talk about Africa as the cradle of civilization, that address the stories of African antiquity. We have the ridiculousness of people saying that pyramids in Egypt were built by aliens, right? Nobody talks about the Mali Empire. Nobody talks about the Songhai Empire. Nobody talks about these great African civilizations and how math, science, geometry, and all of these things came out of a very ancient culture, right? So the same in America. Most people who are educated formally, they do not receive an education that talks about the history of African people beyond enslavement. So you start learning about your roots at slavery. You watch the movie Roots. You learn that in 1619, black people, you learn that you were slaves and then you got free, right? And I don't even like to say slaves, I'd rather say enslaved, right? But so that hasn't changed, and I don't think that's going to change. In fact, in my book, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide, in the education chapter, I talk about that. I talk about that. I think that all education has a fallacy in its foundation until it begins to recognize Africa as the cradle of civilization and starts from the beginning. Yeah. Right? And it's a fact. It's not my opinion. It's not, you can debate it all you want, but you're not debating me. You're debating time and history.
So with this issue of education, I know for yourself, I mean, your personal life, you had education with the help of your parents. So do you think it's a personal project for parents to teach their children, or they just have to leave it for the educational system to do it?
Well, I think that's a job for parents to decide how they want to raise their children. I'm an empowered parent. My children were raised with the understanding the schools that they attended knew that my children's parents were in charge of their education. and we partnered with the school system, right? Which is a different way of looking at it than putting the responsibility on the educational institution to educate your child. So I believe that parents are ultimately responsible, but I'm not here to indict parents, and I'm not here to indict people who haven't chosen to teach their children certain things. But I do think it is a personal choice, which many African Americans discover in college, right? Most African Americans you meet, that's why when they come to Ghana and they visit the slave castle, they say, we were lied to. I'm just finding out the truth about our history, about our people. And that's because they discovered it when they went to college, when they started reading books in their black history class, in their black literature class. This is when they began to discover a lot of things about black history and African history that they might not have discovered previously. I'm an advocate for facts and honest truth. And if you're honest, then why should we start at 1600 or 1500 when the world and civilizations were thriving for thousands of years before? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So we'll talk about the younger generation and how they're embracing the entire African Renaissance and also their interest in issues of history and their past. After this break, this is the lowdown. Welcome back from the break. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. This is a lowdown. Our guest, Diallo Sambri, is still here. So, Diallo, we're talking about history, education, and everything around black history. So, the younger generation, we have a lot of young people who get surprised when they get to Ghana and they see all the slave castles and everything else. Then it's like, we never knew this ever was there. We never knew this was the past, this was the history and all of that. Do we still have a lot of younger people interested in taking that journey back to the roots?
We do. One of the things that I think is different about this generation's, the younger generation's interest, is I think the younger generation has an interest of finding out what went on, what happened, embracing it, and then moving forward. And sometimes it feels like the older generation finding out what happened and still sitting there and still resting in it and still pointing the finger, pointing the blame. You did this to us. These people did this to us. You helped them do this to us. And young people are like, okay, they're more or less, I think, embracing all of humanity. It's like, okay, this happened. Now, what do we do to move forward? Right now, how do we move forward? Which is what the next generation is supposed to do. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. When I look at my son, who's 24, his thought pattern and mindset is different than mine. You know what I'm saying? So I think they're doing what they're supposed to do, but I think that because of technology, because of the amount of available information, people are definitely looking at it a little bit differently. But the yearn to get information is still there from where I sit.
Yeah, and also you are also a stakeholder of tourism. And I know you try to get a lot of people to join your birthright journeys and all of that. How is that going? Are you really reaching the people? Do they get you?
You know what? That's actually a great question, because the point of what we do with Birthright Journeys is not for people to get me. It's for people to get themselves, right? We want to put you in a situation, and we put you in a place for you to be face-to-face with yourself, because it doesn't help you to get me. That's not going to help you accomplish your mission. That's not going to help you live in your purpose. The way that you live in your purpose is to get yourself. So are you ready to do that internal personal work, right? Where you come to grips with your own past, with your own history, with the history of your people, your family, then figure out what to do with that and how to use it to move forward. So I think in that sense, yes, it's working. I think that people who we've brought here, people who we've helped to curate a certain journey and experience, I think they've gotten that. And many people are beginning to see themselves differently. People have changed their names. Some people have moved. And then some people who never thought that they would visit the continent of Africa and step foot in the soil are also now bringing other people. You understand what I'm saying? So I think it is working. But it's a lifetime work, right? Because I'm not the first to do it and I won't be the last. right? Marcus Garvey started doing it a long time ago when he looked at trying to bring a whole bunch of black people or people of African descent to Africa. So I'm in that line of different people who felt like it was important to help people connect.
Yeah. So now let's bring it down to Ghana, where the stories are here, and the stories are in the landmarks, the stories amongst the people, the stories are in books. Is the setup, I mean, up to standard for people to be able to soak in all the history that's around the country?
Well, is the setup up to standard for people who visit?
Who visit, yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the setup is up to standard for people who live in Ghana, who are Ghanaian, to embrace and get the history and culture that's around them. Interestingly enough, I'm from D.C., right? There are people in Southeast D.C. who've never been to Northwest D.C. There are people in Northeast D.C. who've never been to Southwest D.C. You get the point. Just like in Ghana, there are people who live in Cape Coast who've never been to Accra. There are people who live in Accra who've never been to Ada. So it's not just a Ghana thing when you start talking about access to information and education. I think that Ghana has done as good a job as it can with the tools that it has over the past few years in terms of making what history that is available to people who come. Can a better job be done? Yes, of course a better job can always be done. But I think there's also a magic in discovering, right? There's a magic in discovering and going through whatever you have to go through to get the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, even if that pot of gold is a painful thing, right? By sitting in the male dungeon in Cape Coast or Elmina slave dungeon, or by walking through the door of no return and hearing the waves crash and imagining what your ancestors went through. So I think there's a value in all of that, but definitely more can be done to make it easier and to make it a more fulfilling experience. That's a part of the reason why I wrote the book, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide, and that's a part of the reason why my team and I are developing tools that we think can help people have that experience in a more seamless, easier, and fulfilling way.
We'll soon come to the book and the tools, but as an African American, what opportunities do you see in this whole tourism and beyond tourism for Ghanaians who are here? And because you could see it from a different perspective than those who are here, what opportunities have you seen so far?
I met a gentleman at a wedding. He walked up to me and he said, "Excuse me, are you Diallo?" And I said, "Yes." And he's like, "I've been wanting to meet you." And I'm like, "Nice to meet you." And he said, "I just wanted to meet you to say thank you." And I was like, "You're welcome. Like, thank you for what?" And he was like, "Well, I understand you help with the year of return." I said, "Yes." And he said, "Because of you, I'm able to feed my family in a different way than I was able to before. And I'm still able to feed my family based on the relationships that I've made with people who's traveled here for the year of return." That was so fulfilling for me. Like that, and that was the reason for my involvement. Like, now how do we quantify that, right? How do you put that into a data report, right? To show everybody the effect that it has, that's a different story. But it's happening now, right? The effect is happening and it's working for Ghanaians. Again, I know you said we're going to get to the book, but my team and I, we're working on a lot of things that I think will help make that question more apparent and will help be able to bring more opportunities to Ghanaians in a way where they receive the education that they need, they receive the training that they need to be able to compete and work in an international marketplace.
Yeah. So now let's move to some other issues. I've received personally complaints from people who want to return home. Some come in and they can't even do a year. Some 6 months and they're out. You know, they complain about so many things, and I'm sure you've heard a lot of them too. What are some of the complaints that you've heard? I don't want to mention mine so that you would say the same thing.
You don't have to. I have my own.
Yeah. What are some of the complaints you've been receiving?
So I'm going to keep referring to my book because this is the reason why I wrote it.
Okay.
In my book, I talk about this. And in it, I say, if you're a complainer, as opposed to somebody who's bringing a solution, stay home. We don't want you here. right? I mean, that's a little harsh, right?
Yeah.
It's a little harsh, but it's not for everybody, and it's not America. Ghana's only 60 what years old, right? Ghana's still dealing with its own personal effects from colonialism. Ghana's still dealing with how the various tribes and ethnic groups in Ghana are merging their own cultures. Just look at the history of democracy in Ghana and politics. Like, it's very young. It's very young as a nation, as an independent nation. So when you look at it like that, I think Ghana's doing very well. I think other African countries that are doing very well. That doesn't mean that it can't improve, but people have challenges because I'm going to put the ownership on people. Do your homework, do your research, buy this book, buy other books, and learn about the culture, learn about the way the country works, how things work. But you can't show up and expect it to be like America, and when it's not, complain. Now, that doesn't mean that, again, things can't improve. That doesn't mean that there are people who will get you, right? That doesn't mean that you sign a business deal and somebody takes your money and run. Yeah. That doesn't mean that you purchase a piece of land that hasn't been sold to 7 other people. But you got to know that that happens here, right? You know what I'm saying? As they say in Ghana, you have to be sharp, right? to get it. But, you know, there's some things that could change on both sides. I'm just really careful not to indict the whole country, right? Because when you do that, it's like, it's not everybody, but it happens the same way in America, right? Yeah. If you walking down the street and you get robbed, it might be a black person. I don't mean all black people bad.
I don't know whether you're sounding like a politician or a diplomat, or something like that, diplomatic on this issue. No, but you know, I'm sure people will be saying, "Hey guys, say the problems that we have. Probably there could be some solutions."
There are. So, for example, customer service, right? But customer service comes with the idea that there are international standards, right? Customer service happens at the top and then comes down. People have to want to be educated on customer service, okay? That's the biggest thing in Ghana that people talk about is customer service. One of the reasons, again, why we put this book out is so that there is a guide, so that people can understand, people can have an understanding of how to function in Ghana, how to move around in Ghana. What are some of the things that you need to know? Don't get me started talking about driving, right?
Yeah.
There are some other things that I don't necessarily have all of the data and the information when you start talking about doom so, and you start talking about the power going out. Or, you know, Ghana has its own movement right now of young people who are saying that they want the government to fix the country,
yeah.
right? So there's a lot of things that can improve. But again, when you are the type of person who's focused on solutions, you acknowledge the challenges, and then you work on providing the solutions that you can. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't point them out, but I'm just not that guy. Like, I'm just not that guy that's going to sit here and point out all of the things that's wrong so people can be happy that somebody said it, because trust me, I live here. I know what it is, right? But again, if I had to point out one thing, customer service, right? We could start with the Better Business Bureau of Ghana.
Well, I think you're making a very great point, because a lot of concerns have been shared, and as you said, the people have to find solutions. It's better to bring a solution than to discuss the problem, because it's not going to stop until there's a solution.
Exactly.
Yes. And now with Ghanaian passports, you know, Rita Mali got a passport. There was a whole lot of, publicity around it. Are people getting passports, those who intend to stay in Ghana?
So one of the misnomers of the year of return was that Ghana was that you automatically got citizenship, or that you were going to be able to receive a Ghanaian passport when you came for the year of return. Wrong. No country can do that, right? Every country has a Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You got a constitution. I mean, it takes a minute. Now, the president has the ability to gift at will citizenship at any time through executive order, which is how the two groups of diaspora and Africans got their passports in Ghana. Once with the previous president in 2016, and with the incumbent president, His Excellency Nana Addo, in 2019. I think it was important for him to do that in 2019, which gave the year of return some meaning and feeling beyond the Akwaba. You are welcome, right? I didn't get my passport as a part of that process. I think I could have if I would have pushed and just kind of bumped. You know, at the time it just wasn't, you know, there are a lot of people who've been here in line longer than I have. So I just made a personal decision at that time that I wasn't going to, that if I did that, I could potentially bump somebody else out. So I didn't do it. And, you know, but I believe personally that, I will look in the camera when I say this, that if the country of Ghana feels that I'm valuable for the country and I bring something, everybody has my number. They have my number at the Flagstaff House. Somebody will call me and say, Diallo, come pick up your passport.
So are people in line waiting to get a passport? Or what's the issue?
Well, it's not a process. So, I mean, people need to understand what the law says. They need to understand what the right of abode says. They need to understand what it takes to become a citizen of Ghana and any other country. You have to maintain legal residency for a certain number of years. Okay. I believe it's 5 years in Ghana, which means every year you got to renew your residency permit. Then after you renew your residency permit, you can apply for a passport of citizenship. That's just the way it is right now. Now, I do know that the country is working on something called the Homeland Return Act, where they are trying to figure out the best way to provide streamlined citizenship to members of the African diaspora who want citizenship, right? So the fact is that right now, Ghana, which is important for people to know, is that Ghana does not offer a streamlined way or path to citizenship, specifically for people of the African diaspora because you're a descendant of Africa or a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. And for many people, that's what the year of return meant to them. Yeah. Nobody ever said that. Right? But it's easy news headlines. You know how the media works. Somebody's going to publish something because you want readers to come. But when you do your research, that's just not the facts. And that's not how it exists right now. I mean, personally, I think that if African leaders were visionaries more than they are, and if they were bold enough that the African Union, and this is a part of my personal mission in life, that the African Union, specifically in ECOWAS, starting with ECOWAS, and every other country would figure out a way to create a streamlined pathway to citizenship for people of the African diaspora and really put some energy and effort towards looking at the African diaspora, specifically the African American population that has a $1.3 trillion annual $1 trillion spending, and look at them as aid. Right? Look at them as foreign aid. Look at us as a way to develop the country and put some things in place, man. You know what I'm saying? Provide some opportunities. So, you know, somebody making $150,000 a year in the U.S. could come here and live and do very well, investing in some small businesses, right? Investing in some larger businesses. You got tons of people. You have historically black colleges and universities. There's so many resources that could be available to African countries, right, by creating that pathway to citizenship, because nobody's going to come and just be here if they can't be a citizen and if they can't get the benefits of citizenship. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's a lot that can happen. That's why I'm here, to help make it happen.
Exactly. And that's why we have the book. And we have other tools that you're putting together. So what are some of the tools besides the book that you're putting together to help people who repatriate here or who have plans of getting citizenship or living in Ghana?
Well, I think the first start is educating people, right? And sometimes you got to spoon feed people, or as they say, every parent knows when your child is sick sometimes, you can't just give them the medicine. You got to put the medicine in the applesauce. So part of what we're doing is slowly but surely, first thing we had to do was help people see that Africa is accessible, right? We had to shorten the distance. We had to move Africa from your bucket list to your to-do list, right? Because most people, if I happen to go to Africa one day in my life before I die, I'll go. That's your bucket list. As opposed to, I'm planning to go to Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, or South Africa next year, and I'm budgeting for it. So we've done that. It's on people's to-do list. Now what we have to do is educate people who are interested in moving, living, doing business, how that works. What do you do? And a part of the way that we do that is training, learnings, being able to collaborate and present viable, vetted opportunities for people who are interested in doing that. And I have a few projects that I'm working on in Ghana personally that I think will help people see that, some in agriculture, some in real estate, and some in, again, training and entrepreneurship.
And this for Ghanaians?
It can be for Ghanaians or anybody, honestly. It can be for Ghanaians and anybody. But one of the things that we are looking at doing is in bringing business owners and entrepreneurs to Ghana, we want to pre-match, pre-set up, and pair them with Ghanaian entrepreneurs, right?
Okay.
And we want to make sure that Ghanaian entrepreneurs and people who are prepared and ready can have some of those same opportunities to figure out how to collaborate. But don't get it twisted. Nobody should get it twisted. You got to go where the money is and bring the money, right? Because we could train a whole bunch of people in Ghana about what to do, how to do, but then what happens after you've gotten that training and then for the next 6 to 9 months? Look at all of the young people here who go through national service. What happens after they do a year of national service? Are there jobs available? Are there opportunities available for them to actually use what they learn? So then what happens? It sits, it rots, it gets stale.
Yeah.
Look at me and you. If you don't do this every day, if you and your team don't do this every day, work on the media, look at different ways to innovate what you do, how you do, what happens? GhanaWeb won't be #1. Why are you #1? Because every day you're working on it, right?
Yeah.
That's the same for everybody else. So we got to kind of look at it that way. Like, it really requires that work and it requires opportunity. So we're helping to bring some opportunity.
Exactly. We're helping to bring some opportunities, and we'll be back and talk about beyond the return. And we want to see what the Adinkra Group and Diallo, what you're doing with beyond the return as well. We'll be back. This is a lowdown. Welcome back to the lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We are speaking with Diallo Sambri on a number of issues, including the diaspora return, the Adinkra Group, your book, and everything else around the African and African-American connection. So beyond the return, the president says there is that after the year of return. And I don't even want to talk about what the president says or what the government has planned. I want to talk about what you have planned. So beyond the return, how are you taking advantage of that to meet your goals and achieve all your objectives?
Well, first of all, I think, let me just say that I'm really proud of you and GhanaWeb for you all doing this interview, finding it important enough to talk about that, right? To talk about the transatlantic slave trade, to talk about this day and how it's connected, because everything is connected, and most things don't happen in a vacuum, including this. Most people know that Beyond the Return was launched immediately after the year of return because of its resounding success. It made sense for the government of Ghana to put something in place. So the Beyond the Return is a program, a 10-year initiative with 7 pillars. Forgive me, I don't know the names of all 7 pillars off the top right now. But Experience Ghana, Invest in Ghana, and other items and themes that make sense for the diaspora in Ghana. Recently, I think you've also seen where the president, they reorganized the Beyond the Return committee and they have a new steering committee. I'm not on that steering committee personally, but again, I have a healthy relationship, I believe, with the Ghanaian government, Ghana Tourism Authority, Diaspora Affairs. So personally, one of the things that we are doing is we are looking at how now to create community in Ghana, right? So you had a lot of people traveling in and out. You had some people coming once, twice, 3 times and going in and out. You have some people moving. So now you have this large community that's here in Ghana. Some people are here. You got people in Cape Coast. You got people in Kumasi. You got people in Ada, right? You got people in La Paz. You got people in Jolu. You got people in Prom. So you have all of these different aspects of community here. But now the question is, how do we really create community, right? How do we create a sustaining community in Ghana that serves as a foundation and the entry point for individuals who are coming, for people who are coming and wanting to stay, for people who are coming and wanting to find out more information about how things really happen on the ground. There are a number of groups and organizations that are doing that. So a part of our focus is, what does it look like and how do we serve as leaders in creating this community? We have a number of projects that we are also working on. Most people, if they follow me or if when you read in the book as well, I was installed in a small town called Yame-Bechere in the eastern region in Akwa-Ibom.
Yourself?
Myself.
Okay.
As in Kosoheni. And that was simply because people saw me doing a lot already. So right now we have a partnership with the Cocoa Board and the Nankase Cocoa District. We've been able to help 75 to 100 farmers get employed. They are employed working on their farm. We are rehabilitating right now about 600 acres of cocoa with the capacity of 3,000 acres, and we're bringing investors in for that. So that is changing a community, right? So how do we build community? How do we help the communities that we work with in Ghana develop and build itself from the inside out? And then how do we bring a community of people together? And when I say the diaspora, I'm not just talking about America, Caribbean, US, London. You know, that's the beautiful thing about Ghana. I tell all my friends that, I'm like, I could be at a table. It's 2 people from London, 1 person from Spain, 1 person from Dubai, 1 person from Turkey, all black people to an extent or whatever, or not, but all of these different experiences. You don't get that on the average at a Chick-fil-A in Houston. You're just not going to have, why? Because you know everybody's here for a purpose, right? Everybody's here for a reason, whether they're on holiday, whether they're in a meeting, whether they're mother or dad, whether they moved there. So you really get a universal perspective on everything. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about Ghana. So how do we take that and turn it into a community that you actually do a feature on? Say, hey, let's come look at this Adinkra community, for example, and see what's happening. Look at all the beautiful things that all of these people that's a part of this community is doing, and how it's serving Ghana and how it's serving individuals who want to come in.
So if you say community, you mean bringing people together and all their strength and everything to build the entire plan for the Beyond the Return, have people invest in the country?
Well, so let's be clear and let's separate the idea of the Beyond the Return program, right, under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism and the Office of the President. Let's separate that from those individuals and groups who collectively understand what Beyond the Return is for themselves, right? There's 2 separate things. So I could say I'm working on Beyond the Return, but it not necessarily be directly associated with what they're doing. So let's just look at Beyond the Return as a concept. There are people who've been working on this idea of the year of return and black repatriation or relocation or however you want to look at it for years, 30 years. There are people who moved here. The African American Association of Ghana was started 30 years ago. People, you know what I'm saying? So it's been happening for a long time. The question is, you know, what can you do different? How can you innovate? How can you help to expand the impact of it?
So what have you started with currently? And the issue about the Nkosohene title you have and all the bringing of investors and all that, that's a great topic. We'll talk about that also soon, because I'm very interested in that, and I know that our audience are also interested in that aspect of it.
I'll promise you something. I'll do that interview with you, but you have to come to my village. If you come to my village and we do it there,
invitation accepted. Invitation accepted. We'll come there and then we'll see the things that we're doing with the farmers, and
you get to meet the community and everything. Because to sit here and talk about it is one thing, but to show your audience and listeners on the ground and to talk to the people in your local language and ask them, then it's not me saying it. The proof is in the pudding.
And that's also part of building a community.
Exactly.
So it's the same as building a diaspora community in Ghana.
Exactly.
Okay.
So many different parts of it.
So how many people would you say we have in the country that make up the diaspora community that's living here now?
You know, gathering data is a problem here. Or finding out a reliable source for data. So I would love to be able to go to a single source and find that out. Now I know what's required to do that. Is it happening? I don't know. I can't say. That's not my job. And you can't try to do everything. You can't be focused on everything. But one of the things that I do know is 3 years ago, Ghana had the most African Americans or Africans of the diaspora living in country than any other African country, right? And I believe that's the same. Even though you don't see it in droves, right? There are a lot of people moving here. There's still a lot of people coming here. It's a little bit different than the year of return because you don't see all of the airport parades and welcome-ins and drummers and dancers in large groups. You know, like in a year, returned 2 or 3 times during the year. We brought groups of over 75 to 100 at once. Now, when you see that, wow, you see a lot of people. But you don't see those groups of 3, 5, 7, 12 that's coming all of the time. You don't see those 2 or 3 people that come here quietly, move, buy a house, buy some land, start a business, and just stick to themselves. So a part of creating that community that we talked about is being able to create a safe space where people feel comfortable providing some data and telling you a little bit about themselves, so that at some point we can go to the Flagstaff House and present our own annual census of diasporans in Ghana, right? That's because that's ideally what we want. Ideally what we need to do and what our responsibility is to be able to show who we are, how we got here, what our impact is, and ultimately what percentage of the GDP are we contributing to in the country.
So far, the Edinkra Group, do you have any data yourself? Are you collecting data or you're not?
We're collecting data based on the people who we've brought here.
Yeah. And do you have any idea how much?
I couldn't tell you right now. I know 2019 we brought about 1,000 people here. Okay. Now, in terms of what percentage of those people have returned, what percentage of those people have invested, started businesses and things like that, I couldn't tell you that right now. But the more I come back and the more we talk and the more we increase our relationship, we'll be able to share more of that information and leverage and use your platform for people to understand what it is that we're doing, so that they can feel comfortable to send that information into us.
Exactly. So now let's move to the book, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide.
Yes, sir.
Written by you. Can I pick this one?
Sure.
Okay. So you can see there's a beautiful picture of you there in a camouflage. And tell us something about the book.
Okay, well, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide is exactly what it says. It's a smart guide because we use dynamic QR codes interspersed throughout the book. There are about 106 QR codes interspersed throughout the book in every chapter, where if you read the book with your phone, you're able to scan these QR codes and connect you to content aligned with the particular paragraph or chapter that you're reading. There are 20 chapters in the book. One of the things that I'm most proud about this book is, while I'm the primary author, I have 8 guest contributors. So what I did is I went to people that I know in real life, people that I rock with in real life, people who I have their phone number, have conversations with, who may not necessarily be the biggest name or the biggest YouTube star, but who I know are on the ground active, and I asked them to contribute their thoughts and opinions to a specific chapter, right? Why? Because it's very important that in my position, I'm able to elevate other people's voices, right? So when you start talking about building a community, this book in and of itself is an example of what building a community looks like, right? I've given other people an opportunity to express how they feel about repatriation, how they feel about living in Ghana, and share it with the world. And then I'm connecting readers to them directly, right? So it's not like you ain't all got to come to me, number one, because I can't deal with all y'all. Right, because our people are special people.
And you know, a larger part of those who contributed to the book, as you said, they are also Ghanaians. A larger part of them.
Some of them are Ghanaians, yes.
Yeah.
Ghanaians who either were born and raised in Ghana, many of them schooled outside of Ghana and came back. And then there are also a few from London and people who, we also have Mr. Kwesi Agyeman, CEO of Ghana Tourism Authority. He wrote the foreword. Mr. Akwesi Owo-Obabio, Director of Diaspora Affairs in the Office of the President. He wrote the preface for the book, so I'm grateful for their contributions, which help people to see it's real, right? Like, okay, you know. And when people read this book, you can see that, you know, sometimes I have to tell people I do not work for the Ghanaian government. I'm not employed by the Ghanaian government. I wasn't employed in 2019. I'm a fully independent whole person.
And I think you had a lot of backlash for that, because people thought you were working for Ghana as a tourism ambassador.
Right, but as a tourism ambassador, right, it's still a partnership. It's still a partnership with the country. You gave me a title for something that I was already doing, right? You didn't bring me here and invite me here to do this. It just made sense for me to be that because I already proved that I was doing the work for that. So I think that this book, again, is an example of community, and we've been having great reviews. Like, a lot of people have been asking for the book more. Currently, it's only available directly through my website, but we're about to put it on Amazon and etc. We really wanted to put it in a small number of people's hands first and get some feedback, get some comments. People are really appreciative of the book. They say it's generous. They say it's real. It's a little funny. I have a small sense of humor.
You know, page 169, it says managing traffic, business and investment. That's quite important.
In the title, right?
Yeah.
So even in that, so the name of the title of the chapters gives it. So for me, doing business and investment in Ghana is like driving in Ghana.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I like driving in Ghana. It keeps me sharp.
What about honorable and you, the government?
Right, because everybody here is an honorable. So what does that mean? Young people always talk about how they deal with their elders in the government and in their homes. And sometimes, because of the cultural difference, you can't always express yourself fully or have a difference of opinion because it's seen as disrespectful. You know that. People here know that. But, you know, when you get here and you understand honorable, then you have to learn how to maneuver inside of the social and the political space. So, you know, a lot of this is some of my personal experiences and things that I've seen to be true. It's our first piece of work. It's my first book. You know, we're proud of it, but there's more coming.
Of course. And then finally, all black people look alike. And I don't think that's the case in Ghana because whenever we see somebody who is not from here, you know.
What's the rest of that title?
Okay, so the rest of it says ethnicity and language.
So, all black people look alike, ethnicity and language. So some of that is humor.
Yeah.
So it's humor and some of it is serious. For example, a lot of the violence that's happening in the United States and a lot of the police brutality that's happening in the United States is because of mistaken identity. There was a robbery, black man, 6 foot, with blue jeans on and a white t-shirt. How many black men, in a baseball cap on backwards, how many black men do you think that is on an average day on a DC street? Thousands, right? So when you think about it, I'm saying all black people look alike, but do we really, right? And then when we talk about ethnicity and language, the point of it is, are we all one people? What is the differences between our cultures? Better yet, what is the similarities, right? Most people who come to Ghana are not going to do that in-depth research to find out the migrations that happen, the relationship between the Ga and the Ashanti, the relationship where the Volta region is, right? Togo, right? The Fanti. Most people are not going to go up north. Most people are not going to look at the fact that Ghana on the north borders Burkina Faso, right? And then what is the relationship across those two borders when it comes to weaving and the history of weaving? There's a lot because it's a rich, in-depth history. So that particular chapter is about ethnicity and language. And I have a guest author who has his opinion, right? The other beautiful thing is I don't agree with everything that all of my guest contributors say in their chapters. So you'll see some disagreements, but that's life. It's a varied experience, and it's important for us to be able to disagree but still work together. Have different opinions but still work together. So much, you know, there's a proverb that says if everybody's thinking alike, nobody's thinking. Right? So yeah, I could talk about this all day though because I wrote it in real life.
So how do we get one of these books to buy?
So easily enough, you could go to my website, theadinkagroup.com. Theadinkagroup.com will take you directly, and it could be ordered. Even in Ghana, you could order it. Okay. I do have some books in Ghana. Probably in the next week or two. As a matter of fact, I'll share it so that GhanaWeb can put it out, where there'll be a list of locations where you can buy the book in Ghana. And I'm hoping to have a Ghanaian printer, because right now it was printed by Black Classic Press, which is a black-owned company out of Baltimore, Maryland. But we will also print them in Ghana and make them available.
Okay. So any final words before we end the show today?
I'm sorry. I'm laughing because my mind, sometimes some of the things that come into my mind I can't say out loud. So that's what just happened. That's between me and God.
Well, we hope it's a good thing.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. But that's between me and God. Well, I mean, thank you so much. You know, I would say that I would give people some advice. Right?
Yeah.
This is for Ghanaians, and this is for diasporans coming into the country. One of the most important things that I found in Ghana is relationships. I believe that relationships are probably the most valuable currency you can have here. You and I met some years ago. We don't talk often, right? We don't go out to dinner, right? We don't play billiards together. I'm just, in real life, right? We're not, but you knew you could call me.
Yeah.
And say, I want to talk about this, and you knew that I would respond, whether I would say yes or no, but I would respond immediately. So, you know, don't put the transaction before the relationship. Take your time and get to know people. And then the other thing that I would say is for people to really understand that friendship is essential to the soul. Friendship truly is essential to the soul. Outside of my colleague, I consider you a friend. I consider you a person to have Ghana's best interest at heart through your medium, through your work, you know, and I would tell everybody to keep your faith. I know that the coronavirus and the pandemic has dashed some hopes, and I know that people see what's happening in the world, and do I take the vaccine? Don't I take the vaccine? Is the tourism industry going to pick up? You know, what percentage of the GDP is Ghana's debt? All of these things are on people's mind, right? How do I get my kids? How do I get out of this situation? You know, keep the faith and engage your core. You keep pushing, keep working. You can't give up, right? You'll never know if you stop. So you got to keep pushing.
Keep pushing. That's what Diallo Sambre is saying, and this is the lowdown. Diallo, thank you very much for coming, and thank you for giving us this informative episode of this program. And I'm sure we're going to talk again, and we're going to visit Nyame Betre to see what you're doing there with the people in the community.
Everybody's invited to Nyame Betre. I promise you, we have the best contumere in all of Ghana. Okay, you understand?
Thank you very much, Nkoso Hene of Nyame Betre.
Yo, thank you.
So we'll have this discussion again another time. This is the lowdown. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Again, Charlie, if today is your first time on my YouTube channel, you know what to do, guys. Hit the subscribe button. I've realized most of you that watch my YouTube videos are not subscribed to my channel. Hit that red thing you see here and join the family. I'm currently here at the Marvels Mini Golf Club, and what happens here is you can come and play mini golf course with your friends, family. They also have a restaurant, and so I'm coming along with you. I'm coming to meet a friend who is called Marcos. He's also a YouTuber. I'll introduce him to you soon, and so let's go kick his ass, because the loser pays the bill. Let's go.
So this is Marvel's Mini Golf and Restaurant. The weak one is normally behind it. The thumbs just need to be on a straight line towards where the head comes out.
Okay.
So you're trying to swing your whole arm like this.
Into the hole here.
Yeah. So you're going slowly, and then you just release. So the ground, they just go slowly, and you tap gently.
Yeah, that's so very close. That's two. So how do you count it?
That's two strokes. I take one shot there.
So you keep counting to the next, continue or per golf course?
You'll be given a scorecard where you write the score of every hole.
Oh, okay.
So you take two shots here, you write two.
Okay. I'm kicking your ass today. So guys, let me know in the comment section who you think is winning. Who do you think is winning? Me or him?
Since he's experienced, I think I'll give it to him.
You give it to him because he's experienced. Is it because he's masculine?
No, it's not about that because this guy has done this before. So
look at the way he's feeling, like he's so happy and excited.
This guy has done this before. So.
Guys, let me know in the comment section who you think is winning because I'm kicking his ass today. And the winner pays for the bill. Deal. Okay. Anyway, it's 20 cedis per person, including kids. Yeah. So 3. I think I'm leading.
Yeah,
so,
you're leading now.
You know, I'm smiling because I'm leading. I'm leading Marcus.
So far, so good.
You're 10. So far, what? Let's go.
Oh my God.
Ah, look, it's coming back. So this is 1. Yeah. I think you need to hit it harder. Oh, so sorry. What's a ball? Let the real pros teach you. So when it goes out, what happens? +1. So +1. So you have 3. Okay, and then you can put it anywhere, right? Or you have to start. Okay, sure. So because he went out, he has to start here. Yeah. Okay, so he's very close. No, don't touch it.
Go and get the ball. Go to the other side.
Go to that. Then you give you another ball.
So that was 4?
Yeah.
So that's 5.
One ball. Guys, you see, this shows that he's losing. Yay, 6.
Uh-oh. Went out. So 2. Yeah.
Hey, if you enter, it's a miracle.
3, 4. And I had in 6.
And I had 4, so I'm leading. I'm still leading. Like, this is the second time leading. Marcus, your fans will be so disappointed. Like, please better take the right score.
Yeah, I'm taking. How many? 3, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
4.
4. And you were like 6. Yeah.
Everything is on point.
Everything nice. One of the most difficult holes because it slopes up. And let's see how he does. Oh, you're doing well. Three, 4. That's good. You beat me on this, and you had 7 chances, and you still missed everything. This is the face of shame. Guys, you can tell from the way I'm sweating that I'm doing an absolute good job. So we are currently on hole 7. This is hole 7, rite of passage. Each hole has an inscription. So we are currently here at the row 7. So let's see how it goes. This time around you are starting. So yeah, you are starting. So let's see how it goes. You have to record the previous one.
This is the
Hole in one. Okay. Let's see how it goes. I'm definitely sure you're paying for this. Okay, that's one. Two. Three. Four. Yay! Okay, so my 10. On 10, it says easy go, easy come, easy go. Let's
Easy come,
go.
easy go.
Easy come, easy go.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Uh-oh. Oh
my god! Guys, come and see this, come and see this, come and see this, come and see this, come and see this. I got there. Just with one stroke. My god, we got that. I'm so excited. That was a good one. Like, that's like the first time of hitting the ball and it enters straight. It's fun. There is also a stream, so imagine if your ball falls here, you have to start all over again. The hole, let's see how it goes. You're very close. 3-3 at 14, which is called the Rocky Road, and I mean the names explain it for itself. This is it's like a path with a lot of blocks. I think that explains why it's called that. Oh wow, Marcus just dipped his ball into the water. I thought you said you've been here before. So so what happened? There was no water here.
Yeah, there wasn't water.
Oh, okay, now you have to pick it. I don't know how you're going to do, but it means you are going to get your club wet. So sorry for you. So if you are from Team Marcus, let me know in the comment section. Yes. If you are from Team Stella, I mean, this is a perfect place for your friends, for your family, for your loved ones. You can come here and play. It's very exciting. You don't have to know how to play golf to be able to play this. It's very easy. You can just learn it. It's just like hitting balls, and I think it's exciting. You don't have to be bored in Accra. I always encourage people to try and leave their homes, and so this is one activity you can do. It's 20 cedis per person, and so for 2 people it's 40 cedis. You can come here, spend some good time, and they also have a restaurant, and so you can come and eat. And it's not a sponsored ad, but yeah, you know I always come along with a good plug. And so yeah, and if you're also here, head to Marcus channel. Come around, Marcus. Head to Marcus channel. What do you do on your channel?
Oh, travel stuff, travel videos, and you know, just subscribe to my channel and see what I have. Or you can just visit my channel. If you like what you see, then just subscribe. Oh,
so far it's been exciting. Oh, look at this little girl. She's playing. How are you? You're fine. Jump harder. Higher. 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 Woo! We just ended the greener side, which is 17. We are currently going to the 18th, and the 19th is the last, right? 18th is the last. So we are currently ending the last 18th hole. Let's see how it goes. Who are you rooting for? Are you? I know, right? It's called what? T-Total.
Yeah.
So who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for yourself or for me?
Oh, for myself.
Yeah. Okay, guys, let me know in the comment section who is winning so far. This is going to be the last one, and it looks difficult because you are going to be. This is an obstacle here before ending here. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, as you can see, there are other people playing. Are you going again? Oh, okay. Who won the first one? You did. Yay! Toffee for you. It's so exciting. I mean, there are a lot of couples, a lot of friends ahead here playing, and so far so good. Very tricky. Last.
So wait, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling super excited. In fact, let me just wipe my face because I know I'm going to do justice to him. As I said earlier on, I'm going to kick his ass, and so this is the last exit to kick his ass. But this one is very tricky. Let me show you. So there are 3 holes here. 1, 2, 3, and that's the only way you can cross to the next section. And so let's see how it goes. I mean, I think that's why it's called T-Total, because it's the most difficult. Oh. Oh. Okay,
1. About to play. 6.
I give up. I give up. I give it to. But I mean, I did well in the other.
The first ones.
Yeah, this is very terrible. I ended so bad.
Yeah. But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll calculate and we'll let you know the scores.
Yes, who wins?
Yeah.
the other couple that started before us, and they are going again. So it means that once you pay 20 cedis, you can play as many times as possible till you are tired. I mean, till you leave the place. I think it's very cool. It's cool for 20 cedis. It means if you come here early enough in the morning, you can play like 3 or 4 times, and that's a good activity for a day. Today is a Sunday, and I think it's a nice way to spend your Sunday after church. So guys, I don't know if it's for kids. I don't know if it's for kids or for adults, but I mean, this is celebration. Cheers. So before we check who wins, cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys. I'm so excited. He took the record, so he's smiling because he knows who won, but I don't. Charlie, open it. Let me see who has won. Okay. So per the scoreboard, Marcus got 74 and Stella got 77. And remember, the guy already said the one with the highest score loses, and so this is the face of shame. Cheers.
And she's paying the bills.
And I'm paying the bills. That's the most. I know. That is the sad part. So the deal was the losers pay, and so I have to pay for our bill. So you're watching me pay.
Oh.
Like,
losers pay, that was the deal.
Tell him to change his mind. Eh?
Losers pay, that was the deal.
That's a deal.
It's a fair deal.
Guys, I don't know. I want to cry.
I'm making you
I want to cry. So this brings us to the end of this video. We had a good time. Thanks to Marcos. We had an amazing time, even though he won and he made me pay. I'm so sad. I'm so sad I paid. The thing has paid me.
It was a deal. A deal is a deal.
A deal is a deal, yeah.
Deal.
But I mean, it's one of the exciting things you can do when you are around. And the good part is it's in a prime area in Jowulu. I pass here every day to work. But I always, I mean, I've been here to eat before, but I usually don't come here to play. And so today has been my first, and it's a good experience. And so yeah, you know, you guys, I come along with you. Do want to also subscribe to
my channel.
What's your channel name?
Marcus Pobi.
Marcus Pobi. Yeah. What does the Pobi mean?
The Pobi?
Yeah.
It's a name.
It's a name?
Yeah, it's my name.
Hey, wow, this is like some British name. So guys, until next...
The fancies that's you name.
Yeah. Until next time on my YouTube channel, I love you all. Thanks for coming along with me. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the amazing messages, texts. Hey, did I say text? Comments, shares. I love you all.
I and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish GhanaWeb, the management team, very well. They came at the right time, and they have served a purpose. When my story appeared on GhanaWeb, I found that other media houses that have not interviewed me, that have not called me, they still have the story on their website, media platforms, and I know that even if they don't acknowledge, I know they pick it from GhanaWeb. So they have served the media needs, or they've made significant contribution to media needs in Ghana. We wish them a very good future, but we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
Dreams, well, that's one thing you can never take away from a child, because it's at their disposal and they have the freedom to dream as much as they want. On this week's edition of The Untold, we bring you a playback of the story of a visually impaired young man who today is a presenter with the Unique FM, one of the radio stations of the GBC, and how much of his dream has led him to this point. Selassie Sikanku shares his story with us on this week's edition of The Untold, where we bring you inspiring stories of personalities doing amazing things in this life. Welcome again to this edition. My name is Eche Atisu.
He is a living proof that disability is indeed not an inability, and he proves this every Monday afternoon on Unique 95.7 FM.
95.7 Unique FM of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Time check, it's 20 minutes past 2 here on 95.7. Good afternoon to you wherever you are. My name is Selassie Kanku, and I'm welcoming you to the program Lunch on Unique.
DJ Odo serenades his numerous listeners with beautiful tunes for an hour every day and does not need help from anyone to do it. His disability has never been a hindrance to achieving the heights he has struck. His attention to detail and the confidence with which he executes his business leaves his colleagues in awe and serves as motivation for all who encounter him on the job.
Your face like yesterday. Hey, I go head you.
What do you for?
I never go.
You know they play CDs again?
Oh, I know they play CDs.
So that's you they play virtual DJ. But you don't get eyes if they play virtual DJ. But me I don't get I know they play.
Have your eyes closed?
Today on The Untold, we get up close and personal with Selassie Sikanku, the visually impaired radio presenter who is still making strides after 14 years in the industry.
My name is Selassie Sikanku. Friends call me DJ Odo. I'm a visually impaired presenter at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. I started working here from 2010. I went to the GBC Radio and Television Training School, and then after the TV and Radio and Television Training School, my former boss, that's Mr. William Ampim, saw the potential in me, and then I wrote my application letter. I applied to be a staff of GBC, so I was accepted. Well, I love radio from my childhood days. I remember those days when I was in primary school. I put some money together, what the children used to call susu. When they give you your money for food, you save some down. So I saved and then my dad added something to it, and then we bought my first radio, because those days I used to disturb his radio. Maybe he wants to listen to something, and then he sees I've turned the radio to another place. Those days the stations were not many, but he realized that I keep touching his radio and he wasn't so comfortable with that. So the plan was, no, then I need to buy a new radio. So I saved, and then I had a top up from him, and then I got my first radio, and that made me love radio more, because I was listening to most of our renowned presenters here in the GBT, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. There's the likes of the late Charlie Sam, George Crabb, the late James Amati, and the other senior presenters, and I learned so many things from them. So that pushed me into going into radio.
Yeah, Charlie, what's up?
Being the only visually impaired person in his family, Selassie grew up in a loving home where lack was never an option. His parents ensured that he had a good education like every normal child, and did not push him into any form of disability school.
I did my national service at Radio Universe, and that is a University of Ghana radio station. And then I went to the University of Ghana. I did a bachelor's degree, that is political science and sociology. And before then, I went to Okwapmine Secondary School. Those days we call it Okwapmine School. I was born visually impaired, so my parents were then living in Jowlu. So you know, my brother also came, and we were two boys, two babies disturbing. And my parents were looking for how best they can educate me. They didn't want me to go to the boarding school, that's a school for the blind, because I was so young, and they felt it wasn't so appropriate to leave me at the school for the blind just like that. So they were thinking about it. So when they went to one school in Jowlu, that is a Little Flower Montessori school, for admission for my brother, they said they didn't take children at 1 year, but they take from 4 years. So my mom told the proprietor then, that is the late Mrs. Rita Kato, that she has a boy who is 4 years, but he is visually impaired. So they didn't know, she's now thinking of where to place him. And then Mrs. Kato said, no problem, you can bring him, and then we see if he can fit into our school. So they brought me to the school. I was very, very comfortable with friends. But I remember at that at that tender age, I had a lot of friends, and they go to places with me. We play, we do everything together. So that is how my nursery school started. But then Mrs. Kato didn't have a primary school in those days, so I had to go to primary. That was from the nursery school. That's from the nursery school. I had to go to the primary school, and that became a problem. We had an assurance from one school in Accra that they would accept me in the school. That's a regular school. But then when it got to the last hour, the headmistress of the school was saying that the PTA of the school would not want to accept a visually impaired person to mix with their children and all that. So it was at the last hour. So we started going from one school to the other in Accra. And there we came to the Youngsters International School, and then we met the proprietor, Mr. De Youngster, Anthony Kwame De Youngster. And he said, why not? Let's give it a try. So I went to the Youngsters, that's a regular school, from class 1 to class JSS 3. Growing up, I had my siblings and then my friends together. I did everything as a sighted person should do. I used to help in household chores. I used to, you know, those days we push car tires and all that. If I know the environment very well, I used to do all those things. I learned how to pound fufu because that's my favorite food.
His biggest challenge, being visually impaired, he says, was when he went job hunting after school.
My biggest challenge is when people doubt your abilities and capabilities. Probably you go somewhere, you want to do something, or you go to look for a job, and then people don't take your certificate into consideration, but they take your disability into consideration. They tell you can't do the job rather than looking at your certificate. That's very, very challenging because you don't know how to even prove yourself when they don't give you the chance to prove yourself. So that is why I always say that when a person with disability comes to you for employment, you need to check his certificate, find out to see what he says he can do, and then if his certificate qualifies him, why not? You have to take him on. A typical day for me moving around, if I know my surroundings very well, I don't have a problem. I go everywhere without any aid. You know, every visually impaired person, if he knows his surrounding very well, he's able to move around, you know, even run if he has to run. But then when you take him to a new environment, then he becomes a bit challenged. But then when he gets to that place and then he keeps, maybe for about, maybe if I should move to a different environment, if I stay there for maybe probably a week or two, I'll be able to know that environment very well and move around freely.
So, how does the blind survive in this technology-driven world?
We use the same phones everybody uses. Like I use an Apple phone, and then there is a speech software on every Apple phone, and it's not only on this phone, but if you update, if you turn it on, it comes on. So probably whatever you want to do, it tells you. If maybe you want to check the time, it tells you the time. 3:17 p.m. and then Monday 25th November. So it tells me the missed call I have. I can go to WhatsApp. Yeah. So if I'm going to my chats, I have messages coming from different groups. Vision Connects, Adult Chat Room, and I love reading a lot of novels from WhatsApp. There's a group I'm in that they send stories and all that, and I enjoy reading those stories. So with this assistive technology, that's the voiceover, it makes you access the phone to its fullest. You go to WhatsApp, Facebook, if you want to check other things on your phone, respond to emails and all that, it helps you do those things. With a laptop, I have also assistive technology on it, and that's the same normal laptops that everybody buys. So I just install a software on it. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. And with this JAWS software, it tells you whatever you are doing on the laptop. So what I do, if I'm coming on air, I have an extra sound card, so that we divide the sound into two. So if you can zoom, this is the extra sound card, so that the speech software doesn't go on air. So now the speech software will be in my headset, which will be telling me whatever I'm doing, and then the JAWS, the music would be playing. The speech access, the speech software is called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. Nothing is difficult unless if you put your mind to it. A friend of mine who I was mostly using the CD players, and CDs can be a bit problematic because sometimes it's a long time you've played that particular CD. When you put it in the player, it doesn't play properly, it starts skipping. So a friend of mine who is visually impaired, he told me that no, we can also use the laptop. So he has been doing it. He's called Raphael. And then Raphael, I sent my laptop to him, and then he set it up for me. And he himself set up the virtual DJ the way it will be comfortable for persons with visual impairment to use.
Even though Selassie says he does not wish to change anything about his condition except God wills it, there was one time in his life he hoped for the gift of sight.
I remember one time I was sick, I went to the hospital, and then it was very late. I was around 15, 14, I was a teenager. And then when I got to the hospital, the doctor said he wouldn't administer any drug to me because I'm visually impaired unless we go and then run a lab test. And we were talking about 11 p.m. So, you know, my mom was telling him that, well, I normally come to that hospital and then drugs are administered to me. So, but if he said that, then at least he should give a painkiller to let the pain subside. Then if he wants to do the lab test, they can do it. He says no, he's not going to give any painkiller. He doesn't want to administer any drug unless we do the lab test. Yes, I know doctors have their own jobs and all that, but then if you want to do a lab test and at 11 o'clock the person is ill and is throwing up, it's just very, very unfortunate. So the next day we went there and we met a doctor who knew me, and he himself was very, very appalled by the behavior of that doctor. I just like how God created me. You see, in life you don't have to say, oh God, I wish I was this, I wish I was that. This will sound a bit controversial, but for instance, most times when you go to church or a place, when the pastor see you, they want to pray that your eyes you open and all that. But well, God can do a miracle and open people's eyes, but well, most of the time when you ask most blind people, that's not their priority. Most of us want probably our jobs to want God to help us in our jobs, and then want God to also give us some cash, some money to take care of our family. That's all that we want, you know. So well, that's what it is. But yeah, I believe God has his own plan for everybody.
Ever wondered where he got the name DJ Odo? Well, he tells us now.
DJ Odo, when I was in the university, my nickname was Odo Doctor. And then, you know, the Odo Doctor, when people want to do their love connections and things, I give them certain steps to follow, and most of the time the steps ends up in positivity. So you know, people started calling me Odo Doctor, and when I got into radio, I added a DJ to it because I've graduated from Odo Doctor to DJ Odo.
The Love Doctor is married with 2 beautiful children and says his impairment does not affect his duties as a father in any way.
He was a young guy who was looking for love, and he tried some were not so, they didn't work, and then kept trying, and then finally I met my wife, and then the two of us fell in love with each other, and the whole thing just started working out for us. The thing is, definitely if you want to woo a woman, it takes some time. I'm going to think about it, I'm going to pray about it, I'm going to do all those things. So those ones came, and then we crossed those stages, and then we went to where she agreed. But you know, some of the family members were in disagreement, some of the extended family members, and it was a whole lot of issues. But then we had to educate them, we had to talk to them, and then they understood. And then the marriage kicked off. I got married 2016, September 3rd. I have 2 children. I have a 2-year-old boy, and then a 1-month-old baby boy. I do what every father does for his son or his daughter. My 2-year-old boy says, sometimes when my wife is busy, I bath him, I dress him up and all that. I wear his diapers for him, and then he loves me so much. Anytime he sees me, he says, Daddy. He even wants me to be bathing him. So that's how it is. It's just interesting.
It's good to be back home again.
Oh, it's not been easy, but you know, with God on our side, we sailed through, because especially when I was looking for a job and I couldn't get, and you have to go from one radio station to another, and then that was a bit challenging because I felt my dream to be a presenter would be dashed. But then by God's grace, it wasn't dashed, and here we are in the studios of Unique 95.7, and you interviewing me. Disability is in the mind. What if you can, whatever you want to do, you have to start from the mind. If you aim at doing something, just put all your strength, and then put God also in it, and then you'll be able to do it. Sometimes you meet people who will tell you can't do it, but focus on the people who tell you can do it, and focus on yourself. Be positive all the time and tell yourself, yes, I can, and then you'll be able to do it. And that's a Christmas piece from the camp of Christy Lane, and this is where I'd love to thank you so much for joining me on the program Lunch on Unique. Unique FM is your official Christmas station, so just stay tuned. We have more for you as Christmas approaches. My name is Selassie Sikanku. I love you so much, especially you. Bye for now.
So the church was quiet at night. Forgive them, Lord, they must have lost their way.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Right there.
I don't cook, I don't clean, but I tell you what, I got this ring. This is according to rapper Cardi B. But are men expecting their girlfriends to play wifey duties whilst they are just in a relationship? And is a man obligated to cater for a woman whom he's not married to? Well, on this episode of Moans and Cuddles, my guest and I discuss why some men and women feel pressurized to, perform wifey and husband duties in a relationship. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. We'll be right back. It's a rainy night on Moons and Cuddles. The rain won't stop, but the fun must still continue. So we're here at the GhanaWeb studio where we'll be coming to you with this episode of Moons and Cuddles. Now remember that the show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza, and my makeup was done by the corporate chick. Follow her on Instagram. She'll glam you for all occasions. So I've been joined by Delali Jansi. He is a salesperson. He's a salesman. So Dola, it's always good to have you back here.
Always nice to be back.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a hot topic and I can't wait for us to delve in. And then Edna, Edna Ado is joining us again. Edna is an entrepreneur. Edna, Master, you're looking good.
Thank you.
Please, the rain will have nothing on us. We're still going to come out and deliver this topic because we need to talk about it. So tonight we're discussing should a man or a woman perform wifey or husband duties whilst in a relationship? Yeah, lots of people are saying that use this sister, I've not even seen anything. Like, you know, it's not official. But you every day I should pay this, I should pay that. It's a whole lot. And then the men too are demanding that we should cook, we should clean. But we don't have the ring. Why do you want us to perform all those duties? So tonight we just want to, you know, talk about it, where we have fallen short, and the advice for men and women out there. So, and I want to start with you. Why should a woman ask a man for money whilst in a relationship?
Why?
When is the appropriate time?
I don't believe there's ever an appropriate time for asking money, but if you ask for money, I believe it should be for a good reason. If not, I believe it's in a man's own interest to know that, okay, this is my woman, I'm giving you allowance. I don't think we should be asking for money. It should be like, give it to me, it's my due.
Okay, but men are also saying that, you know, you are not my responsibility yet. You're not my wife. You're not my wedded wife. No, I'm not going to see the family. You meet a woman, I don't know if you've heard men complain. You meet a woman, and in the first week, her landlord is ejected her from the house. Her mother is sick. Her birthday is upcoming. It's like the demands, and they're saying that it's a girlfriend that I said I want to do. It's not like it's a charity. So with that too, are the men bothered with that move that some women pick?
We are, seriously. I remember some time ago, I think 2014, I met a certain lady. Within a week, she was celebrating her birthday in 3 days, and she wanted money for the birthday. And I was like, whoa.
That's so fast.
I mean, the money thing, yes. We should, you know, get up ourselves and say, okay, this is my lady, let me, you know, spoil her once in a while, but it shouldn't be a regular. The allowance still Monday. Allowance is for wives, so.
Not for girlfriends.
Not for girlfriends.
And do you agree? No, but then we say that if you're with a woman, maybe you met her, she's looking good. Maybe you know, Paula is a nice lady. I want to be with her. But then what are you adding? That's what some women say. Question.
Before I met Paula, she was looking good. Before I met her,
yeah.
How was she maintaining that?
That's a big question.
No, let me. How was she maintaining that? Before I met her. So as soon as I meet her, I have to take up the role of maintaining what I have seen. Yeah. And secondly, it's not my obligation to do that, as I am not married to you.
Okay.
I have to, you know, notice that, oh, okay, this is my girlfriend. Once in a while, I should, you know, splurge a little on her. But it shouldn't be a regular, maybe weekly amount of money.
But then if it doesn't come once in a while, if it doesn't come once in a while, as you suggested, should a woman be alarmed and go like, is everything all right?
They usually go alarmed, you know, they are usually alarmed by it, they speak to it. I quite remember some ex-girlfriend of mine, she actually reported me to my mom that I don't give her money. I was like, why do you think I haven't married you yet? Yet you've got to report me to my mom that I don't give you money, making me look like some stingy dude. But well, I'm not a stingy dude, you know. But you know,
if it's not stinginess, how can you describe that? It's what?
It's the fact that I am not obliged to take care of you. We are in a relationship.
Okay.
You know, it's a mutual beneficial relationship whereby we like each other, we probably end up falling in love. You know, that's certain. But it's not about money. Fine, the sex too, like me, I always say, you're not obliged to give me sex if you choose not to.
Okay.
I'll understand. If I can't stay in that, kind of relationship, I'll find my level to somewhere that I'll get what I want.
All right. So I feel like Edna is dying to come in.
Before I go on and say what I want to say, he said if he's going to, if we are not obliged to give the sex, he would find his way somewhere. Would you be okay if the girl also finds her way somewhere to where the money is?
What I'm trying to say is this. I am not obliged to give you money. Neither are you obliged to give me sex in the relationship. We have to have that understanding. Unfortunately, that understanding is never there.
Okay, so...
And about me jumping up to it, that one, it's one of these crazy man things.
Okay.
Would probably be in love with you and everything, but because of that single little aspect of it, maybe I'll try and get it somewhere, but you be my main chick. That's what it is.
Okay, so...
You're living in a crazy world.
Seriously. So this is what I comment, okay? So I think we have to come to the understanding that none of us are saying it's a must for a man to give we women money. As you said, we had a certain image we had before you met us, and we need to maintain it. Before we met, you were maintaining. However, if I should buy my hair, 3K, I buy my heels, I buy my shoes, I buy my bag, I buy my clothes, and I follow you with it, you are looking good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what happens?
So what about me?
So no, wait.
I drip in my 3-piece.
Yeah.
I drip in my bling bling. I drip in my shaved beard.
Sneakers
Who's
on
paying for
point.
that?
Okay, so this is what you want.
Who's paying for my dripping?
Yeah, and men are also saying that women are not taking care of it because it looks like it's all about us. What happens to us?
I'm dripping and you're happy that you're working with them.
Who invited who out?
No,
Anyway.
Listen. The first thing is this. I'm looking good too. And you can brag to your friends that that's my man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then your friends will be like, wow, Carlos guy is mwah.
Yeah.
Who is paying for that dripping that a dude is dripping? Who's paying for it? He's paying for it himself.
That's what you don't get. Okay, so it depends on which kind of category of girl you are talking about. Girls who are like real girls who expect their man to have their back also have their men's back.
It happens that way.
It happens like that. Because you can't.
I've not seen a woman. Okay, there might be some people who are
very
different.
Few. A very, very
but then
small
for a woman who is, getting the support from a man, you feel loved, you being spoiled with money, gifts, and everything. I'm not sure that if you have the means, you will not want to take care of your man and make him look good.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh well, I'm here to see one.
All right. But wait, let me put this one in. When you are dating a man, should it be like he should cater for you, or women should see it as just a support? I really want to draw the line on this one.
Yes and no. Okay, maybe a little bit of support. Like I said, once in a while I splurge on you. I surprise you with some goodies. I surprise you with some cash once in a while. On a weekly basis or on a monthly basis, I can put you on some salary. No. That wouldn't fly.
I'm sure my sisters would
not
be saying that this is a no-go area for us.
Not that I'm stingy or anything.
But
look, like I said, we are in a relationship. It is what it is. Relationship. You do me, I do you. But not in terms of... because when I go to the boutique to also, buy my stuff to look good, you'll be happy that I'm looking good. Are you going to pay for my shoes?
All right.
Are you going to pay for my blazers, my blings, my watches?
All that. It's money.
It's money.
All right.
Who's going to pay for that?
So, I think you are really defending them, and I like where you're coming from, because a lot of people, I would say some women are getting it wrong, and we really want to hear it from the side of the men. But then, Edna, as a woman, if you have a man who is not, lifting a finger, it's like, you've got this. Maybe you're working. We're not saying we're not working. Of course, people would like to be with women who also got something running. Yeah. So if you have a man who is not showering you a gift, doing everything, we're not saying that you should perform the husband duties, but at least the little things, as you're saying, should you be allowed?
Okay, so you should be. Because since the beginning of time, men have been known to be providers, women the supporters. Do you get it? So if men are providers, why are we going to try and take their place?
The providers in a marriage and do what they have to do. That's the process, right? See parents, go to registry, or either do the local, the traditional, and make it official with either a grand ceremony or a private ceremony. Choice. Then the two of you get to live in one house, abode, like the Bible will say, the two of you become one, you cleave, right? So that there you choose, in some marriage settings they choose. You can choose to have kids, you can choose not to have kids. Choice.
And does that answer your question?
It does to a certain extent.
And I'm not done yet.
Okay.
And in that setting, like you said, the man is the provider. I have to provide for the needs of my wife and my family. So depending on how I choose to make that provision, I can decide I'll make it every 2 weeks. I can decide I'll make it every month. I can decide I'll make it every week. That's how I probably would do it. My wife and I can also sit down and discuss how it goes. If she's going to be supporting me in whatever provision I have to be given, maybe I give X amount, she say, okay, fine. Looking at the way our family is, what you're giving is not enough, but I can see that you're trying, so I also support you with this. Fine, fair enough. That's a woman wouldn't support with anything, they will take. You understand? And then do what they can with what has been given them.
Okay.
You get my point? For either kids or just for the two of them. If, for instance, you are renting and you intend to build a house, if me, I'm that rich and I can take care of it alone, I'll do it. If I'm married to a woman who sees that, oh, my husband is trying, I'm also independent financially, I would also bring my support, because at the end of the day, we are building a family. That's what marriage is.
So,
at least that's what I've been through.
So you're saying marriage is the institution where everyone recognizes that you guys are together.
Yeah.
What is dating? Dating is a trial period for marriage. To me,
Wait.
you don't date someone that you want to do the person and then you move on. Dating is the trial. Okay. So a woman needs to know that if I should marry you, you can provide for me. Same goes for a man knowing that, okay, so if I marry this lady, she's supportive.
Yes.
So dating to me is a trial period, and you should be able to provide.
No, it's not dating, it's courting.
Okay, courting, yeah.
Courting, dating.
Dating is when, I can choose to date all three women, yeah.
But the
all
courting
four
is
of
when, like,
It's courting when you and I have become an item, and we have a goal at the end of the day that we want to meet. That's courting.
I think that has made it even more clear.
Yeah.
So if you are in courtship, it's a trial period for marriage. A lot of us are in courtship, and what happens is you don't see anything from the man. It's as if you're dating him. First of all, he doesn't make any effort to give you anything or any sort of allowance.
Okay.
How do I know you're going to provide? Dating, as you were saying, is you can date all three girls anywhere and it's still okay.
Not without sex. Dating without sex. I see you. No, listen. No, yes. That's why. No. You see, we make a very big. We create confusion with this dating courting thing. That's how I see it. Because if I am dating you, I take you out, go to a restaurant, maybe go to the movie. It's the knowing me, knowing you stages of everything. I do that with you. I do that with her. I do that with her. I do that with her. Then out of the four of you, I find the one who has the best qualities for me, then I choose to move a step further into the courtship level with that person. That's just what it is.
Okay, so Paula, what I've gotten him to get to is, when you're dating a girl, if you are not giving anything out, it's getting to know you, knowing me, knowing you stage. Fine. When you are courting, which most girls are doing with the current Ghanaian man, please give alawa. It's very necessary. Let's just know you can provide. No, but it took care of us from a certain extent. Once you reach a certain stage, your father can't come fuck you. Sorry to say this, but your father can't do it. Your father is not doing you.
Yes,
you are doing me. So
I told you in the first place that me doing you or you doing me is not obligatory.
No, but that is your
It's something we decided to do.
Okay.
Besides,
All right.
at the end of the day,
So we can go on and on with this. So right now, what we're trying to say is that sometimes when you're in a relationship, you don't expect your man or woman to perform wifey or husband duties. So if you find yourself in such a situation, how do you politely tell your partner that, babes, I think you're trying to make it look like I'm your husband or your wife already. In a case where a woman, your man is saying you should cook, you should clean, you should support him and all that, and then a man to a lady keeps on saying, as Edna puts it, alawa. It's not like your national service. You want allowance and stuff like that. How do you politely say that this is husband and wife duties? I'm not there. So can we just stick to the court or the dating thing that we do?
The thing is this. Me, I call those kind of women hunampe job women.
Those who come to clean and wash and do
It's
that.
hunampe job. I haven't asked. You see, I don't remember. There was this girl who came once. She came and she was like, "I'm gonna change this." I'm like,
hey,
now you bad, but when you come,
did you come?
When did you come? Stuff. Hey, how? Then no. After she left, that was it. I don't want pressure. From secondary school, I did something, and since then it stuck with me. Till today, my wife doesn't even wash my clothes. She doesn't even wash. I do the laundry at home.
Wow.
Yes. Okay, fine.
I want to give it out. Give it out.
I use a machine, but it's a semi-automatic machine. But I do the laundry not because she can't do it.
But you want to do it.
It's me.
Okay.
Because of what I did in secondary school to somebody. So having people wash my clothes for me is something very difficult for me. So, and besides, when we were dating or when we were courting, she never came to my house to wash for me. I never asked her to come and do that because she wouldn't even do it. The only thing I always would want a woman to do for me is just once to prepare my favorite meal. It's just for me to know whether you can really do it well or not. Banco and no close to you. I'm an hour man, stroke man. So that is all I'll ask you to. But to prepare a meal for me for the whole week, I won't ask you to do it. If you want to do it, I'll tell you no. Point blank. I'll tell you, I'll be fine.
And Paula, you were saying, how do you politely decline? I don't believe in politely declining anything. I think, first of all, just don't go there. Don't go to his house. What are you going to do there? Some people would, after work on Friday, carry, weekend go spend.
Oh, weekend getaways.
Weekend getaways.
Should say that weekend getaway
every week.
Yeah,
every week.
When
you go like that, you would. As a woman, your mom trained you, so you would have no choice than to try and correct some things you see. So when your time and
don't go for weekend getaway.
But you don't make it a regular of doing such stuff. That's when I call you a hunampe job person.
But so if a woman is doing that, cooking, washing, is it that she's putting a responsibility on the man? Like, it's like, I owe you because she's cooking, she's cleaning for me. Do you feel that way?
I don't feel that way, but I feel, you see, men actually know who they want to be with at the end of the day.
Please,
if I know, men know the woman they want to marry or the woman they want to be with.
It's not the cleaning there.
It's not about the cleaning. Okay. You see, the thing is this. When I meet you, I meet her. The dating period, I know she's the one. But I was probably, if I'm a bad boy, I'll hang out with all the four of you. But I know that she's the one. You might come and thinking that, oh, I have a boyfriend, I want to, impress him, I want to show him that I can cook, I can clean, I'm wife material. But me, I don't see that thing they do. Honestly, what you do will be hunampe job.
So why is it that you're not honest? Tell the woman that, sis, this is not going nowhere. So why would you let her come clean and all that? Save her the
I
stress.
do this. I tell you that, oh, it's not necessary. You don't do it, I'll do it myself.
Okay.
You try to, they try to want to insist that they'll do. I'll say no. If you say yes, I'll say you. But the next time you come, honestly, you can't meet anything that you can do. The only thing may be that you will do that maybe I won't say anything about it. We wake up in the morning and maybe you have to sweep maybe the hall or outside. That one I won't tell you what to do it. But the washing, the cooking self, it's only one meal. That me I allow. My banku and oku. Simple. That one, if I feel like it, I can tell you that, oh sweetheart, you know something, Charlie? Take this amount of money and buy my stuff for me and come and do something for me. You understand? That is it's not something that's going to happen regularly. Or I don't even eat that food regularly. So you come and do that once in a while. But other than that, I won't let you come and do a job with my house. No.
And we've spoken a lot. Delali is trying to make us understand that men don't like it when you come with demands. You meet a lady and then the next week her mom
unfortunately there are some men too who rate a woman by how workable she is in the house. That's choice, like I always say.
True.
There's some men who would like to see a woman clean, cook, wash, and the whole 9 yards, sex inclusive, just to be Paula is laughing. Just to be sure that okay, this woman is. But for me, I believe that once you are a woman and you are from a home, you have a mom and a dad, I know that you should know the basics of cleaning. We all grew up as children. I grew up in the barracks. I'm a barracks boy. Fatigue is something that we've done since day one. So there's nothing a woman can do for me that I can do for myself. Except maybe cook some few meals here and there. Apart from that, nothing else.
Alright.
That's just what it is.
Edna, the lady is saying that men don't like it when we come with the demands. Like, just meet her and then she's talking, she wants this, she wants that. How would you advise that women go up cuddle? Is there a craft that you need to master? Should you give yourself the time? Because no man, once he's not married to you, don't want to play like maybe I'm your father, I'm your husband. Of course, you should know how to limit it.
It's like you're using him.
Exactly, so he won't feel used.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
How do I
I'm not saying you, but then what would your advice be to us?
So, first of all, I think first thing any woman should have is self-respect. Have self-respect. Once you respect yourself, you would not get up and just demand anyhow, anywhere, first week.
Okay.
Just like that.
I need 3K immediately.
Urgently.
Urgently. You can't even explain what you're going to use it for.
Respect yourself. And once you respect yourself and you are subtle in your ways, be very subtle. You are asking for money, but you're not saying Pacha Mamiska.
And now show us the way. Like, how you going to do that?
Show me kind.
I know it's a craft. You need to master
you have to master it.
My mother would say, you have to learn the art of manipulation. It's something every mother teaches their daughters. I don't know about other people, but my mom, queen.
Bless mommy.
Bless mommy. So the thing about the manipulation is you ask but don't ask. So you need something, but because you need it in the next 2 months, you throw hints here today, tomorrow there, keep throwing it around. You'll be like, oh, you were talking about it, or yeah, but I have this amount. Do you want to top up?
Top up.
Yes.
He won't feel used.
He won't feel used.
All right.
When you make the demand and you expect 100%, no wonder he'll feel used. But okay, I
need 3K.
You need 3K.
Agents.
Listen, I'm
but
not.
I'll tell you 6K.
Don't
I have
care.
3K.
You have 3K.
Give me 3K.
So then I'll meet you halfway.
Women, I hope you're thinking one or two.
That is also not bad, but it shouldn't be on a regular.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like she said, be manipulative. You see something that you like. Yeah, you hint him. Oh, Charlie, hey, it's nice. Once in a blue moon, you'd raise it up again.
Okay.
Then one day you would actually wow him with a lot of crazy stuff.
Okay.
Then whilst doing your kuchi the honey kuchi komini and cuddling here and there,
the most
you can raise it a little, and definitely look. You'll be obliged as a man to settle that small request that has been done. Okay. But if the request comes, I want dear.
Nah, it's a turn off. It's a turn off. All right.
You're in your banks.
Sure. I like where the conversation is going, but we will take a quick break. When we come back, Bones and Cuddles continue.
Right there.
Welcome back from that quick break. So on this episode, we're discussing should a man or woman perform wifey or husband duties once they are just in a relationship. Our guests have said it all. But then remember that Mons and Cuddles is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, pack, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your family pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So I think we should have it our way. So I'm gonna let's have a bite and then let's see how it goes. Edna, this is your allowance here, but you could help yourself.
Allowance, no.
Allowance, so yeah, girlfriend allowance.
Allowance, hey, if you move, allowance, pa.
Allowance.
Well, maybe some more cash. Say maybe despite me kick
why not?
Maybe. Oh, I know they mean feel
but
I'll do, but
I think I will start to allowance. They found you're invited to a Cheesy Pizza. You can visit any of their branches and get yours.
My own bagel.
That's one there. Okay.
There's one thing too. I don't know whether you know it, but there's something called love language.
Yeah, you should know your partner's love language. If
Good.
it's money.
There's a woman who they desire gifts. My wife like this. Her love language is gifts. Just buy something small and give to her. She'll be so appreciative of it. Yours may be what they call that word affirmation, always telling you you are beautiful, I love you, you are looking. That's all you want. That's all you want. I think there's this other one. I think there are 4 or 5 love languages.
What if some of us like all of it?
Oh, naturally you can't have all. You can't be all.
I like all.
You like all.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Well,
you and you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but like I said, allowance on a weekly. If I am that dusted,
why not? Yeah.
I won't feel it.
So it's more of understanding who your man is actually. That's what you're trying to say.
In the secondly, we are courting in a relationship. You know my capabilities.
Yeah.
Are you going to overstretch me?
So
are you going to say that because you know my capabilities? Probably I am not that rich. I'm doing a 9-to-5 job, not taking so much money, and once in a while I give you something. You are probably working or not working. You have something that you're doing. Unless maybe you are not working, you decide not to work. But we the men, them women, we know they work. We know the role plus them.
People don't like men who also don't work.
Yeah.
You understand? We know they like them women, we know they work. You should be doing something.
All right.
But Paula, I think what you are even saying should even make it more clear. A girl courting a man doesn't stretch him.
You shouldn't.
It's
like you
that we
seen
want
it all.
to
Now
use
you have been.
It's the
let me tell
to
you,
use you.
a lot of girls do that. Maybe a man has been on your tail. He keeps on saying he likes you and all that, but you just trying to get him off because we know that men don't like.
Yeah.
25K, 6K,
10K. You've not seen a determined man who wants to get you. He will give you the 5K, 6K, and you get what he needs. Yes.
All right, but then
once I have that 6K, 5K, 10K to give you.
Once I get what I want.
I want something.
No, No, but
it's a target.
No, yeah, child bill. Also, you are saying target, but if me child bill, me child near send to me, like I know you're rich. Let's say you have a Range, you have BMs, you have all of those cars.
So that's
so then I'm not going to give you 10K cedis. I'll give you dollars. It's a stretch. No man would give it to you just like that.
So you know definitely I'm going to get something after.
Oh, now wait. See, now women don't say it as the thing that men say that, okay, I slept with her. Once you enjoy it, that's what so now it's not a problem today. So you'll be surprised.
Yeah, that's why I said sex is overrated now.
Change now.
No, sex is overrated. That's what it is.
I think I met one girl and someone said something about her, and I think so I went to the nail salon and someone said something about her that see.
I found who cry.
What did not kind? Where didn't I make it? No. So I turned to look. I was like,
for me,
hey,
that's no. That I chop you, I chop hair. No. For me, it's lame. You both enjoy the damn thing, so you chop them how? When I was in uni, I remember there was this one girl. She won't wait for you to come and say you chop them.
See,
you see that guy? You see that guy where they go? Oh, I chop
had a thing where
I had a thing.
So
I chop them. That's what you go talk. I chop them.
Hey, sister, hard girl.
Hard girl.
Oh,
my own baby can say, oh, child, that girl me a fire.
You got. No, your wife is not here, but we are here to help.
You.
You are not but then we can say a lot about the fact that whilst you are dating or courting, you shouldn't do all the husband or wife duties. But there's some people who see it as a dress rehearsal. Like, if I'm with a woman, I need to see if she can cook. As Lali said, or penny ben cleaning kruma. It's in a situation like that for men who look out to that, because if you come to me, Paula, I'm okay. Like, you might say that, okay, you love me, I love you, we support each other. But then there's certain things I'm not so comfortable with. I will find a polite way to tell you, say, babes, it's not about the cleaning and the cooking. Even if my mom or my sister should find out that I'm in your house doing, they'll be like, training in us and I'll be disappointed us. So, in a situation like that, for men or women who want to see all the things during the courtship or the dating period, what would your advice be to them? Should they slow it down and then accept that we are not all the same? You will not get a woman who is okay with the cooking. Cardi B said, I don't cook, but I tell you what, I got this ring. So we should get the ring without doing all those wifey duties.
How I find out you can do all that kind of stuff. I'll visit you at home.
Visit. Okay.
I have something to say to that.
And through visiting you at home, I know whether you can cook, you can clean, and go the whole 9 yards.
Okay.
That's my way of knowing.
At what stage of the relationship would you guys be in that you are visiting her house? Because one
is official. One is official. Sometimes the man can come and see you in the house where you can cook and stuff.
If it's not yet official, I doubt.
Of course, yes. If it's not official,
to enter the gates.
If we are just testing waters and doing the knowing me, knowing you, fine. I can come and visit you once in a while. But when we are actually courting, I've probably introduced you to my family. No,
but Kokoko is courtship, right? In our local thing.
Kokoko is a prelude to the marriage thing. But during the courtship, right? We do Kokoko unknowingly because I take you home.
Yeah.
That this is my girlfriend. But the Kokoko, no, the official thing about Kokoko is that my family will go with a drink just to let your family know that when you're looking for your daughter or your son, that kind of thing. That's the notion.
But then for the men who are also looking out for, I have to see if the lady can cook. When you come to my house, when it's official, and then my mommy cooks for you, you should know that it's part of it.
Debbie, your mother in handwriting will be your handwriting.
Are you sure? My mother born me.
Your mother born me, but you know your mother way to do the something. You understand? So listen. For me, it's simple as this. I visit you. I don't tell you I'm hungry. If you cook for me to eat when I come to you, fine. If you don't, I'm cool. Somebody will come, or maybe he's coming, what would you like to have? And he'll say what you want to have. Me, I always say my banku and equals to. That's what I'll say. I don't ask for fried rice and cream. They may start boom. Which I say. If you do it and I come and you have it done for me, I'll go like, wow, nice. Your food was top notch.
And yet that's way.
And yet there.
Well,
oh, but then partner, if your partner is fine and a journey in your well,
that is where
and yet the only way you can tell your partner that her food is not nice and she won't be offended is when the two of you gel so much that I can tell you just anything and you can also tell me just anything. But when it's not in that stage,
it's hard.
How can I come and tell you that your children they be? Hey, that one day it be hard.
Okay.
You know, I go shy you.
All right.
So I would say, oh, yeah.
Yeah, you be funny, sir. I'm better.
Me come, I'm better, but
yeah. All right. But Edna, is it difficult to break up with a partner for a man who's been giving you the allowance? He's been showering you with gifts and stuff like that. But then you've realized at a point in time the relationship is not working. You yourself, deep in within, you know that it's not going nowhere. How do you break up? Because are you going to return the car? All the stuff that he gave you.
So that are not returnable.
Thank you, my brother. Good soul.
So with me, I believe if it's a big gift, okay, some guys will come back for their. If it's a car, they want to come back for it, which is why you should be a wise woman. Why you should make sure the car ownership is in your name.
In your name.
He can come for it.
So we've also gotten smarter.
Yeah, we are getting smarter.
We give you the car, we don't give you the papers, just drive it.
Oh no, then I wouldn't take it. Because it's not yours. It's like, Papa or car.
Oh, my father's car is my car.
No, you're a man, difference. But what I'm saying is, once a man gives you a gift and you realize the relationship isn't going anywhere, it's a gift. He didn't want it to you. It's a gift. Same way you can't tell him, please, all the pussy you fucked, I'm taking my pussy back. It's not possible. Exactly. All the skills you did, the yoga skills you did.
For you, whilst you are not married.
Yeah, he could. You could take it
especially
back.
when you know you didn't lie down, Zuguma.
You know, there's some assaulting.
Your egg game.
Your egg game was on. So
you know they don't lie down, Zuguma. You do things.
Exactly. So you know that upon the Cardi B skills you did, the pole dancing thing you did, you can't ask for it back. Same way he shouldn't ask for it. He can't ask for his gift back. So you gave it to me as a gift. It's a gift. You can't ask for it back. If I'm breaking up with you, I'm breaking up with you. It has nothing to do with what I was getting or not. I break up with you cleanly. Plus, I delete your contacting details.
Thank you.
One of those people.
Yeah.
Cut off all forms of communication.
Why talk to your ex?
Oh, for me.
Why can't I do back?
Oh, then. I'm still friends with my exes. I don't get to see
you
them.
are a man.
But a wise man once told me that it's not advisable to keep, because once you know,
he knows your weak points.
Exactly.
He knows where to hit.
Exactly.
And once he knows where to hit, it's not as if you went there that, oh, today let's do a quick one. No. You guys went for a program and maybe he's sitting by you and a touch here.
Let me drop you off.
You know,
my rule is this.
We didn't even plan that.
It didn't even happen in the room.
Don't meet them. You can talk to them on phone, but don't meet them.
So you advise that you keep.
You can keep, because an ex-girlfriend gave me a good contract some time ago.
Okay.
It's because we had a good relationship after. Okay. But I didn't get to see her even during that whole transaction. But
once you know how to manage the thing, you know that.
The women, they don't like that we, reach out to our exes. But sometimes it's for the better. We don't know.
But then.
And you're bad.
Dalali.
Just they say what? Observe and keep one eye open all the time.
Just be wise. Okay.
But as for the collection of gifts thing, it's not something I believe in. There are some gifts, like you said, a vehicle is a grand gift. Now, if for a woman you are being gifted something like a car, and it's registered, and he gives you the documents and tells you can change the ownership, good for you. All the better if he gives you a car that is not registered and expects you to go and register it yourself. That you know that it is for you for life.
Yeah.
But if he gives you a registered vehicle without a document, it's not yours.
No, it's not yours.
As soon as the relationship goes out,
he's
going to come for his car.
Sweetie and Pebble.
Sharp.
need to wise up and get the car registered in our name. We don't want any wahala and bring me back.
How are you going to do that?
Go with me to the car shop. I want to choose my car. Give me a budget. Let me fall within the budget. Yeah.
So this one doesn't fall in the husband or girlfriend duty.
So it depends on the relationship you have. If you are doing Indomie relationship.
There's nothing called Indomie relationship. Don't say that. Which one is
and I define the Indomie relationship.
Which one be the
Indomie? I've only heard of Indomie generation.
That's not Indomie. Indomie. You know why she's calling Indomie?
Tell me.
Cash no day like that.
Oh no, that's not why.
So
there are some men that the only gifts they know how to give is food.
That's not talking. Yeah, so.
No, it's
but
not
you girls, you guys were the same people say a boyfriend who can buy you food when you're hungry. Is that one to a boyfriend? Now we are buying you food.
That was a very young girl, SS girl. So the level is different. Well, not because I'm an SS young teenager.
Speak for yourself. You shouldn't say.
Speaking for herself, but
you're not speaking for her generation.
Her generation.
Okay.
Thank you.
So those times you say when the girl call restaurant, that's what you said. When it's called better Johnny Amana. No, I jam out to buy 2 bottles of money.
Now
I
mean,
only
then that would be a wrong move for me. Oh, mommy, more to comment them. It's some what you do.
Sister, and are you on a different scale? Yeah. Anyway, back to our conversation. A lot of women hold the mentality that once you clean and once you cook, he will pop up the question. So maybe if you're in a relationship and then the popping up is delaying, you should start, lowering your standard, as some people say. So if there are certain things that you say you are not doing, and then people unknowingly, me, I don't see it as cool. Once maybe they claim that you've passed the stage, you're entering into your 30s, you should not be all about, I don't do this, I don't do that. You should lower your standard. Edna, please, how can you hammer on it now? Because I feel like it's not right unless you beg to differ.
No, I don't beg to differ in any way. So there are traditions that I believe in and there are traditions I don't believe in. Okay. Yes, women, when you have a husband, it looks good, you have kids, that's the big bonus. But I don't believe age should be a limit for whether you should be able to get a man or not. And because of your age, let's say you are 35, you reduce yourself to take just about anything that everybody has decided not to take.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because most times when a man reaches that certain age, there's a reason for him not being married. There's a reason for every man not being married at a stage. So if you are going to go like, oh, because I'm 35.
Same applies to women.
Exactly. So if you decide that you don't want to, you want to reduce yourself
and do the wifey duties just because you want to get the ring.
They won't wife you, and that's the truth.
Dennis,
they won't wife you.
I said earlier on that a man knows the woman he wants to marry. It's not your wifey duties that will make you marry.
Okay. So we should get that clear.
We should get that clear. And if you're in a relationship and the question is not being popped up, right? You should know your stance in the relationship. How the relationship. There are some men who honestly they have a phobia for getting
tangled.
They have a phobia for that. Maybe he wants to do it, but there's this cold feet thing that dwells once in a while. He needs to be propped, he needs to be pressured here and there before maybe he makes that bold step. And secondly, with the woman thing, honestly speaking, if you look, there are sometimes, and it happens, you are 35 going up and you haven't found yourself somebody. Trust me, the kind of people that you meet are the people who are actually below you. Because 90% of the people who are at par with you or above you, they're already married, especially the men.
Okay.
You find out that you are dating maybe a 30-year-old man, or you find out that it is 30-year-old men who are by far younger than you who be approaching, because they are the ones who are available. We the 35 and above 40s, 90% of us are taken. Or you end up settling with a married man on the side.
No, but I get that, but I know from a lot of people's experiences that sometimes I'm not saying divorce is good, but there are a lot of divorce.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes. So the 10% are the divorcees, the widowers.
So you
and
get your own.
the narcissists.
You get your own.
You know the narcissists too,
Yeah,
right?
you get
They form the 10%. So you could and how many widowers are there? How many divorced men are there? There are some men who, as a result of a very bad divorce, they probably don't want to commit to a woman again. All they want to do is probably cohabitate with you, and that is all. You know, and maybe a widower, he's probably even looking for maybe a mother for his kids. Not really. Very few of them, you know. Some want that. Some probably end up falling in love.
But then for a woman who is also looking for marriage, like, you know, you want to settle, you want to be someone's missus, and you meet the 10% for a widower or a man who's...
Narcissist, there's a no-go area for you.
It's out.
Don't ever go out with
in that case, because like, okay, he's seen it all. It's not like maybe he's looking for someone to just be with, of course. Then I feel like that's the time where women feel like, oh, I have to do this because he has to consider me.
He has to
someone
consider
he can.
me.
Yeah.
No, don't make yourself that desperate to be considered. Me, I always say that. As a woman, don't make yourself, if they don't come, and it is some edges that you need to settle. Look, there are people around. You could always make a booty call, you just get your something settled. You do your thing. Then I always say it's an itch that you had or that you have that needs to be scratched. The person comes, scratches that itch for you, and we move.
But don't settle for anything.
Don't just settle for anything. If you think the flow is not there, why do you do it? It's just the sex. Get it over with, and you're good to go.
And I think, Paula, women have, and I don't know, so okay, you know, women that are desperate for marriage, they don't get the marriage. It's the ones that are not looking.
You're not even married.
Some who are desperate for marriage get it. Just they end up getting what they probably didn't bargain for.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That so
you might be minding your business. You know, you're not ready. That's what it keeps on coming.
The reason why this happens is as a result of a woman not being determined by marriage, the marriage status. If a man knows a woman is self-assured, has her own identity, men are usually attracted to women that have self-respect, knows their identity, and are supportive.
Some are actually intimidated by them.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about those.
No,
I'm not talking about.
Not even them. Some are even intimidated by those kind of women.
You don't need
your wife got a master's. She's a doctor, and they are like, no, this person I don't want to.
Then you don't.
It's unfortunate, but like I said, I'm a man, so I'm speaking for men. There are times when a man, probably because of his educational background, he's shy to approach a woman. For me, if you have a PhD, and I see you and I like you, I'll tell you. I'll come to you.
You have confidence.
It's the confidence that we have to get.
Okay.
So the man has to get.
Because some of them they walk.
So if you don't have confidence and a woman knows her identity, you shouldn't beat her up just to get your confidence. Some men, not actual beaten. Some men try. You know, last time when I was here, I spoke about a man who tried to get me to do something I didn't want because he didn't believe in Valentine.
Okay.
Exactly.
I remember.
Yes. So such men literally would want to push you in a certain corner because they're uncomfortable with it.
I don't like Valentine myself. Okay. I'm not a Valentine person.
Okay.
But
we can
wait, but I wouldn't, force you to dislike Valentine because I don't like Valentine.
Because you have your confidence. Some men are just not.
This is a part where we will take a quick break. You're still watching Mons and Kados on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm your host, Paulina Deda Opoko. We'll be right back.
Right there.
back. Edna, I can see that you're really enjoying your pizza. You should take another. You should grab another one. A lot of people say that women, once you're in a relationship, maybe 2 years, it can be like you've been in a relationship with a man for years, and then you feel like, oh, nothing's poor. I just want to go and stay with him. Whilst you're not married, so you're just cohabiting, like, you know, we stay in the same place. If it's workplace, we go together. And some families are okay. They will not say anything. If I say that, I'm not even going to talk about that. But do you advise that a woman do that? Once you're not even married to a man, should you move and go stay with your man?
No. Why should he pay any bills? Why should he go see your parents and do the elaborate wedding shenanigans if he's getting it already? No, don't go. Stay in your mother's house.
Until he makes it official.
Exactly. Don't give him something that is meant for marriage. Same way a man won't give you money for a wife to you as a girlfriend. So basically, don't go. Just stay in your parents' home until you're married.
1 minute silence. Okay. I hope that sinks. I hope our sisters watching, you know, if you find yourself in that situation, you decide. Edna has said it, but then you decide whether you want to go to your mother's house or you still want to be with your man. You know what you get in there, sis. It's up to you. Edna, but some women today think that their biological clock, you know, is ticking. So, you know, they can just forgo it and then go move in. If it's kids you want to have, we have, and then we'll move forward.
Unless you don't believe in the home marriage institution, okay? I know some people that don't want the marriage. They want to have a man, have the kids, live their life like married couples do, except they haven't had the certification to go with it.
Okay.
If you believe in that, that's different. I can't fault you. But if you think your biological clock is ticking and you want kids, you can have kids in your parents' home, can't you?
We can.
Yes,
And even your mom will be there to assist you.
Assist you.
Okay.
You don't need a maid.
Thank you, my sister. Delali, our men moved with that. Are you okay with the woman moving in to come stay with you whilst you've not even made the thing official? Will you even be tempted, or will something push you? Will you be pressurized to ask her hand in marriage once she's even staying in the house and doing all the wifey duties?
Well, it depends on the man. Some will like it. I mean, you know you see, some will just, you know, grab it. The morning afternoon something, it will happen. I know part for sorry, na copra.
Very cheesy.
Just like
very cheesy.
You see,
okay.
So that is there, but some too will feel that there's too much pressure. Come to stay with me. They can't give me pressure. I mean, it's like, why, madam?
Enjoy your space.
Stay your day. Look at them my day. Let me enjoy my space. You enjoy your space. Maybe a weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You leave on Sunday. You go. Okay. That's understandable. But to come and live me there, that's cohabitation thing there. I like.
That's alright, but you're not ready for it.
The pressure now does also do. No, I'm not ready for it. Sometimes, you know, some of the men, they have overspeed that they do somewhere, then you come and stay inside and come and spoil everything. You are playing Muchindi and you want to do World Cup.
What's that? You hear what?
You're about Muchindi. I mean, ladies,
I hope you pick it up. I hope you pick it up a thing or two.
That is the truth.
From a man. No, but I totally agree with you because I move with more guys than girls, and whatever he's saying is exactly it. Some of them don't want you in their space.
Oh, no, it's not that we don't want you in the space.
No, not... If you come once in a while, as you said, it's good. But you being in his space 24/7, no.
Some you see you carry
your bag,
carry things, saucepans, everything. The day the sorting finish, no, she can carry everything go away. I say, so this is sorting. You bring the things. I was asking, so what are these things? Oh, but you know that when we get, I was like, when we get what thing? I say in my hands, this is my power. When we get what? You sure see the sorting go catch this?
You're the one.
Eh? But anyway, for me, it's not good. Because it's not that the man wouldn't be prompted or wouldn't be moved to do the right thing. Some men actually do the right thing through that. I know a couple that are getting married quite soon. They are getting married actually this weekend. They've been cohabiting. They've been doing that for some months, about 6 months now. They've been doing that. Why? Because the woman's place was burgled. You know, she had armed robbers, worrying her. So she ended up moving in with her fiancé boyfriend, and now they're getting married this weekend.
By then they were doing the whole counseling thing at church, right?
Where they shouldn't have been. My pastor will say, do not, what's the word that he uses? He says, well, do not soil your matrimonial bed or something.
Like I
said, right now, that thing, like I said, sex is right now is overrated.
Yeah.
You know,
no,
that
but then
sacrament.
that's with all said and that we can laugh about it, but then see, virgins are winning. We are still winning. Don't let no one tell you that we are winning. We are winning. No, you might feel like everybody's giving out sex, so you should give. We are not going to preach that. We are still winning.
Virgins are what?
Yeah, we're keeping it. Keeping it tight for daddy. So all we're saying is that you should save something for your man. You shouldn't do or you shouldn't expose everything. So this is it. What is left to discover? That's what we're saying. So our last words, what would we say to our viewers who are interested, who have been paying attention to this week's topic?
Okay, so I would say first, women should respect themselves, and then second, respect the man, because if you respect him, there is no way you would treat him like a money bank.
ATM machine.
ATM machine.
ATM. Sorry, it's maybe ATM machine. ATM is
ATM.
so ATM. That's it.
So once you respect him, there's no way you go that way. And I believe men should be discerning enough to know when a woman wants you for you and for your money. And please give the money where it is due. I would need to say this because no, where it is due in the sense that some men date the right girls and give the money to the slave queens out there that want you for your money. So you should be discerning enough. Give the money where it is due.
I don't even want to talk because if I start to talk, another one. So Delali, drop your O for us.
Well, mine is simple. Know your worth first. Respect your man. Respect yourself, and it's about knowing your worth. Are you going to allow yourself to be used? Are you also going to use? Like she said, I mean, a woman who respects her man won't turn him into an ATM machine.
Okay.
All he just has to do is be doling out
money.
And as for the, putting the money where it has to be, that one is somewhat debatable though. But like she said, that's a story for another day. People, do you? What makes you think will make you happy? But women, not every man who you do hunampe job for will marry you.
They will not.
So please, minimize the hunampe job thing. It's not every day you go and clean. It's not every day you go and wash. It's not every day you go. When you feel like, oh, today I want to come and do it. If he says don't do it, don't force yourself. Just sit down. Come to the house and feel free. Pledge yourself. Say, hey,
virgins.
Oh, virgins, bang. Then you go. But when you continue to do that, well, there are some who would say, okay, she's good. I like such a woman. There are some who would say, oh, this one, Charlie, she give me pressure.
Yeah. Besides, house helps, paying for house help is not that expensive as keeping a girlfriend.
Paying for people, 350. 350 couple also. But some people who come and do it. I mean, those who do by day. A man wouldn't want a woman come to clean his house
every day.
It's just the weekend.
A day.
Tops 100 Ghana, tops 150. And if you're a bars boy like me, I'll do everything myself. Right. Usually, women, you don't bring anything to the table.
Hey!
Yes.
Don't go there.
That's a story for another day. But it's the truth.
Don't go there.
Apart from your
cooking. It's not.
No, apart from your cooking.
Real women who are working.
No.
Dalali.
I'm telling you the truth. It's a story for another day.
Let's not
it's
go
a story
there.
for another day, but usually you don't bring anything to the table.
No, it's
because if it is food for a man to eat, if it is food for a man to eat, the man can find food. There are food vendors everywhere. Cleaning, he can clean.
Times have changed.
Times have changed.
Yeah.
Meaning that the men don't know how to clean.
Oh no, not
The
that.
We're not saying you don't
bring
know
a
how
lot
to
to the
clean.
table now. It's not about cushy. It's
No,
not about
it's
cleaning.
not like we bringing a lot to the table. The table belongs to us
It
now.
is ours.
Yeah.
We decide when to shake it or not.
Thank you, my sister.
The only thing
we
you
don't want
can
to
shake
get
the table with
emotional.
when you do the across.
Yeah.
Apart from that, honestly,
Anyway.
But
Anyway.
in all, just be yourself, love one another, and don't allow yourself to be used. It's as simple as
Exactly. Thank you very much. I must say this discussion has been an eye-opener because there are a lot of things that we are not doing right, and it's always a pleasure to have you here where we have in-depth conversations for married women, for people in relationship, those who are in courtship, to pick one or two just to spice their relationship and marriage and just move forward. And so I did this with Delali Jansi. He is a salesman, and Edna Ado, an entrepreneur. It's always a pleasure to have you. You guys are my regulars, so we'll hope to have you soon on the set, very soon. Not so
promises.
Yeah. All right, so before we go, I just wanted to put out your social media handle if you want to get interactive with you, Dalali.
My Instagram is at Jandel, DZANDEL.
Okay.
And on Facebook is Kweku Jansi, KWEKU Jansi, DZANSI.
All right, Miss Ado.
Yeah, so mine is Adel Ado, ADEL ADDO on all platforms. So.
Oh, great. Thanks for coming to Mons and Cuddles. Now, my makeup was done by the corporate chick. You can follow her on Instagram. Check her out for all occasion. Kiki Sadiq is going to glam you up. Mons and Cuddles is sponsored by Cheese Pizza. So Cheese Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, park, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheese Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So Cheesy Pizza says, once you come to our show, we've got something for you. So, Jalali, you take one pass. Yeah. Enjoy yourself some pizza.
Hey, they're okay to me now.
Hey, Edna.
Okay.
All right. It was a pleasure coming your way on Mons and Cuddles. My name is Paulina Dida Opoku. See you on the next episode.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that they've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
She is young, bold, beautiful, and talented. And today, she joins us to get personal. So if you want to know who our guest for today is, join me. Fire! This is Talkatainment, and I am Elsie Lamar. Welcome back from that quick breather. Jackie is my guest for today.
My heart beats for you every time when I think of you. I don't know, I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please.
Oh, so when you go on social media, you scroll through your phone, you go to your explore page, and you see videos, TikTok videos of your songs. And how do you feel? Do you get fed up? Like,
I mean, it's exciting sometimes, but sometimes too, I don't like hearing my own songs. I'm sure it happens with a lot of creatives. Like sometimes something you've created, you don't like seeing it by yourself. But I mean, it's a nice feeling that lots of people are hearing your sound.
Tell us about your Nigerian experience. How was it?
Yeah, okay, so I went to Nigeria, I think last week or a couple of days ago. I went to do media tour, and then I also shot the video for Forever, which is on YouTube. The remix with Omale, and I met up with some artists too. So it was basically about work. That was the main reason why I went to Nigeria.
But how was it? What were some of the fun moments?
Yeah, it was nice. It was interesting. I mean, that was my first time in Nigeria. I tried some of their food as well. And aside the stress, it was fun because it was the first time I went there. It was first time meeting the people in Nigeria, in their country. So aside the stress, I would say it was fun as well. Because the people are welcoming. They are welcoming.
They are welcoming, very welcoming. What type of food did you try in Nigeria?
I tried eba with egusi soup. Yes, and then I tried their suya too. It was really nice.
It was nice there. Okay. Of all the countries, why Nigeria? Why did you choose Nigeria for your tour?
I didn't choose Nigeria, and I didn't say that is where I'm starting and stopping. My music is charting in a lot of countries. But I think people are just focusing on Nigeria. It's doing well in so many countries. And so I started off with Nigeria. There are other countries that I would go to do media run as well. But school is coming in the way a little bit. And that is why after I went there, I came back. But Nigeria is not the first and last country that I'm going to go to. I started off from there.
So tell us, we've seen you with Mayokun, and we've seen you with Joe Boy. Hey,
and Tenny
yes.
Too. Fireboy, he was in Ghana.
Oh, okay.
But recently I met Mayokun and then Tenny.
Does it mean you are cooking something with them?
Yeah, we will cook something actually, so the fans should look forward to it.
I see. So moving on to your new deal.
Right.
Tell us how you landed it.
Okay, so in case maybe a viewer doesn't know, I have Flip the Music, my management and myself, we have a deal with Sony Music Entertainment, RCA UK, Sony Music International, Sony Music Africa. And I mean, this is one of the biggest labels in the world. It's good news for myself and good news for Ghana. And so, yeah, literally that's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you now, because I'm a baby in the industry, in the label actually, so there's not much I can say.
Is it a dream come true for you?
Oh, it is. I mean, I wouldn't say, it's part of some of the things I was working towards. I mean, from the beginning part of my career, like these are some of the things that I was gearing towards, and being able to catch a deal as big as this is good news for me. And I mean, it means my hard work is actually manifesting. Yeah.
Your recent post that your song is not good enough for, what did you say in your post?
Okay, my tweet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when I tweeted that the songs I make are for people that connect with me. Yes.
They're not for some specific people. What did you really mean by that?
Yeah, actually that tweet I made was actually from a positive angle, and literally what I was trying to say was I make the music for people that love my craft, or people that connect with my sound. You know, there are some people that probably don't listen to the kind of music I do, and I was trying to say that I make music for the people that connect with it from a positive angle. But it's quite unfortunate that people read a different meaning. Some people read a different meaning into it, and then it brought a lot of back and forth on Twitter. And I had to apologize to the people that didn't really like what I said.
But why did you apologize so quickly?
So the thing is, people were saying I shouldn't have, but I felt like there were too many people that misunderstood it. Now, I respect that because that is people's opinions, right? The apology doesn't mean that whatever I do, everybody is going to like it. But there were just too many people that said they felt offended. And so I just had to apologize to the majority to calm down the whole brouhaha. I mean, Twitter was on flames. Everybody was just throwing stones at me left, right, front, center. And so I just wanted to calm down the brouhaha.
But it doesn't mean that you are going to apologize for everything you do on social media.
This particular case is different. If you realize, this one is very, very different. I think the time I made the tweet, it was around the same time where people were talking about the remix, right? And so maybe it wasn't just the right time, but at the same time, like I said, majority of the people misunderstood the tweet, and there was just a lot going on Twitter, and so I just had to apologize, my dear. I just had to.
So when people compare you to the likes of Ifia and Becca and the rest, what comes to mind?
Oh, I mean, I'm a baby in this industry. It's been like 2 years now. When they compare me to them, it's not right. I mean, comparisons there, it's not just with me. A lot of people compare other creatives to other people. But I feel like those things are not necessary. We just have to focus on pushing Ghana music to the world. We have to focus on making the Ghanaian sound or the African sound cross into the international market. And so when people compare me to other artists, especially my seniors, I'm not entirely comfortable with it.
So with all that has happened so far, has any of the A-list artists approached you for a feature?
Yeah, a couple of them. I mean, my music has just been in the system for 2 years now, and I haven't done a lot of collaborations. So the fans should know that a lot of collaborations will come up with their favorite artists and their A-list artists. And so collaborations, look forward to that with a lot of artists.
Do you see people as competition so far?
No. I'm not in competition with anybody at all. I am in my own pace, right? I'm in my own pace. I'm embarking on my own journey. And so that is just what it is. I'm not in competition with anyone. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm in competition with them as well.
What do you make of female participation in the entertainment industry so far?
Yeah, well, first of all, we are a few, and then it's quite sad. It's not entirely sad because definitely there are people there's probably a lot of people who are also trying to work on themselves to start music. But what I would say is, if there's any female out there that wants to do music, I would actually motivate you to, because it's good. You really need to embark on it, because you could literally count the number of females in the industry as compared to the male. And then so if you are watching right now and you're female and you want to start doing music, don't let anybody discourage you. You need to embark on it.
But to those who have started and then they might not be as lucky as you have been, what would you tell them? Because people have been in, I don't want to mention names, but there are people that are like grandmothers, underground musician grandmothers and grandfathers. Let me put it.
Well, I think in life, everybody has a time. Everybody has a time where they would flourish. Maybe mine had to take this. What if I also started and I also felt that, hey, my music is not doing good? I didn't know this year was going to be a very good year for me. And so I feel like if there's somebody that isn't there yet, probably that person's time is going to be the coming year or the coming decade or something of that sort. So everybody has a time that they have to flourish, and when that time comes, it's going to happen.
Recently there was a picture of you and D Black on social media,
yeah.
On social media, and then someone came to write under the picture that D Black should leave you alone. You are their star.
Really? Oh.
My name is Sino. I'm person D Black best Sino.
Oh.
You didn't see
I
it?
haven't seen that. I haven't seen
yes,
that. People shouldn't do that. No. People shouldn't do that. No. People shouldn't do that. We were in the studio, we recorded a song.
But would you have accepted any of that? Maybe when he approaches you, that you
I mean, when people bring deals to you, you look through what they have to offer and all that. And so, if my manager and I, if they came forward, my manager and I felt it was good, why not? Yeah.
We see you are mostly around Bisakede, working in his studio.
Yeah. Oh, Bisakede and I, we have a nice vibe. I mean, the way he writes his music, his melodies, even his voice is quite similar to myself. And then we always click anytime we get into the studio. And so whenever he's free and I'm free, we always link up in the studio.
With your dad's contribution, do you feel pressured in any way?
No, not at all. My dad is actually a big fan of my music. And like I said earlier on, I'm actually doing my own thing. I'm on my own pace. And so daddy's work or his achievements do not give me pressure in anything that I do.
But what does he make of your achievements so far?
My dad's work actually motivates me to do more. You know, it actually pushes me to keep doing what I'm doing, because at the end of the day, you know, people that love his music also love my music now. And people that know now that I'm his daughter, they be like, oh, I'm a fan of your dad's music, and so because of that, I'm also going to support yours, right? So I've grabbed a bit of his fans, and his fans have also grabbed a bit of mine as well.
What were some of the things that he has said to you ever since, you know, you blew up like that? Has he called you to tell you anything?
Yeah. Oh, my dad, yeah. When he comes to Ghana, he lives with us. And so he's very proud. And he talks about my lyrics. He talks about my melodies, the things I talk about in my songs. He's really proud. And I'm honored that someone as big as him is proud of the kind of music I'm doing.
Are you a daddy's girl?
To me, I'm like a crazy, but I'm not a daddy's girl. I mean, I think it was my kid sister that is always jumping around my father.
Are you anticipating a collaboration with your dad?
Yeah. Oh, my dad and I, we've been hitting the studios, and so the fans should look forward to a song from myself and my dad.
Aside your dad that you're working with, are there any veterans that you'd want to work with?
Yeah, there are lots of them, but they are in my books, and they will come off as surprises to the fans, and so they are all in the pipeline. We look forward to it.
We only hear of you talk about your dad. What about your mom?
Oh, my mom, she's a very low-key person. Big shouts to her, by the way. I know she'll watch this interview, but she's a very low-key person. You know, mother, she's just behind the scenes supporting her daughter with prayers and her blessings, and so she's there, pa.
You're from a very strong Christian home.
Yes, please.
Your mom is an awesome mommy.
Oh no, she's not, but she loves to pray, pa. Yes, I mean.
So do you get her calling you all the time? Hey, I know, sorry, I want
Yeah, she does that. She's been doing that since, not even just because of the music. Ever since growing up, my mom is a very prayerful person. That's part of the reasons why, you know, I'm still strong and I'm here.
But with all that happened recently, you know, the social media fire, did she call you?
She Efana Sum Kakweri, but she's not on Twitter, so she didn't really know much about it. But Efana Sum, but she didn't really make a big deal out of it. She's cool. She's very fine.
Proud to be becoming a musician. What were you aspiring to be?
I wanted to be an entrepreneur. You know, growing up, my dad made me fall in love with music and entertainment. So I was a huge lover of entertainment. I was actually the entertainment prefect in my secondary school, TIMAS. In Kumasi. So if I wasn't doing music, I would have been an entrepreneur. I would have been a business head, a CEO, or something of that sort here. Because I'm actually studying international business in school.
So you would have been an entrepreneur with
right?
Your specialty in what?
I'm doing international business, so anything that I could get hold of, right? I actually had plans of opening a music school. Yeah, wow. Yeah, but you know, life, you could be heading towards this place, then life will just tell you, no, this is not what I want you to do, I want you to do this. So I just wanted to be a boss. I just wanted to have something that I am running, right? And so if I wasn't doing music, I'd been an entrepreneur.
Do you write your own songs?
Yes, please, I do. The songs that I've released so far, each and every single one of them was written by me.
Okay, let's hold on here. Let's go over to Abrantepa, who will be bringing us the Discovery segment.
life has never been easy. Always the hustle. Tiano Pebia, my busy. Meti Mitchell come the whole day, mammy, nisu ye dizzy. I know the figure lengths. My guy, no be easy. Miss one, me person, me, yes, catch a low wheezy. My breath it in color brim, still made that so bread. Nakopo se uti, me away, made the koto sre. Now my yeju may be a crama, me body, no I am bread. Bad mind, so time ya, never know benya. Bad mind, so time ya, never know benya. Bad mind, bad mind. If you hate me, what you go get to? Bad mind, bad mind.
Joining us on the Discovery segment is Kweku Sniper and Shishi Boss. Welcome, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing great.
Nice one. So, are you a group or you do your individual stuff?
Yeah, we do our individual stuff, but sometimes we do collaborate more. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
How did you meet?
Oh, we met through a friend, like a friend of mine. Yeah, so he introduced me to Kweku Sniper.
Okay.
Yeah, on the street, you know, we are street boys, so yeah, everything just back and all.
So, how do you do it? You go to the studio together, you sit,
yeah,
or you do your individual stuff, then he comes in?
The funniest part is that I come up with the
concept,
the concept,
okay,
and then I write on it, and then I do my part. I forward it to him, then he also
does his part. So far, how be the progress? How you see that thing?
Like everybody way good TV, they talk say like if a positive this thing then they give me. So yeah, we just hope for the best. Yeah.
Okay. You go mention any of the songs, just the title?
Oh yeah, we get Mr. Badman. We get
the one he just performed.
Yeah, the one we just performed. We get Abuasika. We get Formula D. We for girls. Yeah. We get for girls.
For girls.
Yeah, for girls.
Hey, you know, I don't know why I don't want to hear that, but okay. So you mostly they come out with the idea.
Yeah.
Why for girls?
For girls, you know, the for girls concept. I don't know. We did it with Familiars Nothing Against.
Yeah, it be love and they love you, no be for girls.
Yeah.
No be for girls, it be love and they love you, no be for girls.
Yeah, so that's how it goes. So we're trying to like
initially then me as you mentioned forget
I think say Agbala something.
You don't forget. Share with us your struggles. You say it's not been easy. How has the journey been? What's making it not easy for you?
You know, so now we are not under any kind of record label or something. You see, and everything we do is from our pocket.
Okay.
How you understand? Yeah, even if you are supposed to record, I call Kweku, we meet, we plan. Charlie, at the end of the day, you know, we all work in our individual places. So after that, we just gather some small coins, then we go and record.
Okay. Okay. Right. All right. So that's Kweku Sniper and Shishi for you.
Come and see me swiping photos of you. Hold on, me, I need a tattoo with your name on it. Metro Udin Kwame. May a tough girl, but see the way I make timid. But call me Dre, so me mu eh. And then I will pecky babo to fe. My folly and casa, Renobian pata. Se uja me ame by Messiah babak. Oh, oh,
I'm waiting for the chorus.
Oh, so me mu. Otoyewu, anajue diemenewa. Beso mi mu. Otoyewu, anajue diemenewa. Beso mi mu. Otoyewu, anajue die. I go show you love odo, love odo. Right.
Welcome back from that short break. Jackie is still our guest. We are still chit-chatting with her. I read in this article, I was once scrolling through my phone and I saw in this article that they said you are worth $150,000.
Really?
Yes.
And I've not seen it.
$150,000 to $200,000.
Hey. Okay.
Is it true that you're
Oh, then I need to find the person as because this one I don't know.
If you are sick on your whole
you the bad. Hey, because honestly this one I've not seen it. So we have to ask the person.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll ask, in fact, I'll give his number to
maybe
you.
on the share accounts so the person knows it. I don't know about that. I haven't seen it.
I also read in another article that you look up to the likes of RTBs
No,
Or rather Payday movie?
Yes, so growing up, I listened to Omar Sterling, I listened to Efia, I listened to Asha, so they inspire some of the songs that I write. Yeah, if you look at the CDP, for instance, the intro and the outro, the melodies, you know, it's rap, actually. It was inspired by Payday. I said it in the song, and so they inspire my music. Yeah.
So does Payday know that he inspires your music?
Oh yeah, he does. I've met him a couple of times.
And he grooms you sometimes?
You know,
but Payday is a rapper.
Yeah, yes, I love rap.
Yeah.
I love hip hop. Yes, I'm not a very good rapper, but I try sometimes. I'm a fan of it, and then he's very good. If you don't listen to him, you should try.
And then you give us one before you leave.
Okay.
As an artist, what's your take on awards?
They're good. I mean, it's all part of some of the little things that motivate you, right? I mean, if you get awarded for something that you're doing, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel like, you know, you're working hard. And so awards are fine.
Will you purposely release a song or an album just for an award?
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Whenever I'm recording songs, it's just my fans I think about. The people that love my music and the people that the music does something for them. They are the people that I think about first thing when I'm writing music or when I'm recording a song.
But with the way you are going, do you think you'll be the first artist to win a Grammy?
Oh, I mean, I can't tell. I can't tell. Maybe tomorrow another artist will come, very talented, you get. And there are other people ahead of me who are super talented, who are also big artists. And so as for the Grammys, anybody can get it. We are all working hard and we can all get it.
In terms of award, which record would you want to set or break?
Oh, I would want to occupy the biggest auditorium in the world.
Just that? No.
Yes.
We are talking in terms of award.
No, with awards, I told you, like, my mind is not really there as much, but if there's something that I actually want right now, that is what I want.
Oh, you're still in school?
Yeah, I'm still in school. I'm a final year student at KNUST.
But how are you juggling between the two, music and school?
Yeah, it's not easy, but I'll finish it, and I'll finish it very hard. Maybe my graduation, you can come. Yeah.
You're mostly in Accra, or?
No, I'm not mostly in Accra. I live in Kumasi. I school in Kumasi. If I come to Accra, it's usually for work. And that's when you find me here.
So when are you going back?
I'll go back to school very soon because we are even about to write our end of sem exam. So I need to go back and study very quick.
Okay. What's your type of guy?
I don't have a type at all. I don't have a type.
You're open for everything?
Yeah.
Anything?
Anything
sure?
at all. Yes, please.
With cute girls like your type, I know they're mostly going for the tall ones.
Is it because you're cute? Is that what you want?
Oh, I'm not cute.
Oh, you are. Yeah. So, no, I don't have a type at all, actually. When it comes to relationships, my mind, I don't pay much attention to it. Yeah, and so, I'm in my corner. Anything that comes my way.
So you're open?
Anything that, at the moment, I'm not. I'm actually focusing on my work and my school. And so later on in the future, when God sends someone to me, I would know it.
Money or love?
Money, oh. Hey. Please. Money every day, all day. Physical pan.
Hey.
Yes, please.
Hey. See, the fact that you just said
a
while ago that you're open.
Physical. Oh,
so physical you'll be open.
Exactly.
But you okay say like you're open. Nipa ne bana say.
Manage kakra. Say no mama. Alternatives, Osisika or love.
Okay.
And I'm choosing back.
No.
If it's money, if I have to choose between money and love, I'll choose money. That's just it.
But you sing love songs.
Yes, I sing love songs for you and the listener, the people that are in love. You know, that's what I do. Literally, that's what I do. So when I fall in love in the future too, then me too, I'll start feeling what you guys feel when you listen to my songs. Yeah. So the music is for the fans.
Would you mind dating anybody in the industry?
Whatever God plans for my life, dear, I'll just move with it. Honestly, when it comes to my personal life, I leave it to God. Anything that God has set for it to happen for me, that is what I'm going with.
Do you hope getting married someday?
I'll get married. I'll get married in the future. I will.
Like in how many years to
go? Yeah, not now. Cry.
What's next for Jackie?
Oh, a lot of things, a lot of things. Jackie, my journey is very, very long, and so people should know that I'm here to stay. There are new songs coming up, good content, a lot of collaborations, and so the fans should look out to a lot of good music coming up next.
Okay. And then Nana Mama Brown, who is she to you?
Oh, Nana Mama Brown and my mom, they go way back. They've been friends since they were young, and that was how come we were.
But she also lived in Kumasi.
Yeah, actually, yeah, she also lived in Kumasi, and yeah, and so when she linked up with me, it was a very beautiful vibe. We spoke about a lot of things, and you know.
He's our rap.
Your rap. First off, pull over, take a seat. I'm your ruler. I got inspired by Payday. Omar Sterling yesterday night. I checked the charts and we were trending. That's not the vision anyways. That's actually my song. It's on my EP. It's called The Journey. Go and check it out.
So give us one of Payday's rap.
Payday song. I'm from back in the days. Ash in a tray. Kush so loud I can feel my face. So far gone, I think I am Drake. No, I am not. I am Pay. Finish.
Hey.
Oh no, I don't give you everything. No.
Dubai, them know they high.
I don't give you anything. Nah. I don't give you everything.
Why?
I don't give you everything. If you want to get more rap, if you want to get more rap from me, you should be listening to my songs. You find it.
Okay, give us Never Like This, then we leave. Go.
What's in my coma fala? Se mi suje wa. Asembia metibia wudona makome munti. Mafana sem tra. Yeah. Never like this, so never like this. Never like this, so never like this. Never like this, so yeah.
You did me bad, oh.
You did me bad, oh. Hey, you did me
bad.
Hey, yapon.
You did me bad, oh. Okay, that was an interesting one with Jackie. I hope to come your way another time with much more interesting edition of Talkatainment. I am your host, Elsie Lamar. See you another time. Till then, stay blessed.
Come and see me swiping photos of you. What on a chimney? I need a tattoo with your name on it. Metro Udin Kwame. May a tough girl, but see the way I make timid. But call me Dre. So me mu eh. And then I will pecky babo to fe. My folly and casa. Reno bian pata. Se uja me ame by Messiah babak. Oh.
I'm waiting for the chorus.
So me mu. Otoyewu, anajue diemenewa. Beso mi mu, otoyewu, anajue diemenewa. Beso mi mu, otoyewu, anajue die. I go show you love, odo, right.